A fiery meteor streaked across the inky blackness of space, its incandescent trail a stark contrast to the cold void. From a distant vantage point, the Earth hung in the distance, a swirling blue marble oblivious to the impending doom. According to NASA projections, the meteor was on a direct collision course with the planet, and internal fractures suggested an imminent mid-air explosion. The meteor fractured, its fiery body breaking apart into smaller, incandescent fragments that rained down towards Earth. The fragments burned up in the atmosphere, disappearing completely before impact. Then, a blinding flash seared the sky, followed by a devastating shockwave that ripped through the city below. The city sprawled beneath, a landscape of shattered buildings and fiery debris, a testament to the meteor's destructive power. The aftermath was a scene of utter devastation, a once thriving metropolis reduced to rubble. That day, the world irrevocably changed. Amidst the chaos, a group of survivors searched the wreckage, desperately seeking any signs of life. They were urged to check the west side of the city, where there might still be survivors trapped in the damaged buildings. Two figures hurried through the debris-strewn streets, their urgency palpable. One of them discovered a survivor pinned beneath a fallen beam, their cries for help barely audible above the din. The sight of the devastation filled them with horror. The scale of the destruction was almost incomprehensible. But then, a chilling realization dawned on them. This was not just a natural disaster. Something far more sinister had awakened, all over the world. A figure, half buried in the wreckage, was barely visible, its form obscured by a chaotic mass of dark, thorny tendrils. The question hung heavy in the air. Was it even alive? The body lay broken amidst the rubble, a stark testament to the meteor's destructive power. But the appearance of these beings was not merely a consequence of the meteor shower. They had been present since the beginning. Could he survive with his head in such a state? His face, contorted in agony, was a mask of pain. A desperate plea for help echoed through the ravaged landscape. The medical team was urgently needed. A voice, strained but determined, called out, hoping for a response. He cried out for help, his voice raw with pain and desperation. Silence. Then, a low, ominous voice responded. The command was curt, leaving no room for argument. Months passed since the meteor collision, a period of uneasy calm before the next storm. In Meteor District 3, a chilling pattern emerged. People were vanishing. The coastal city of Aegis became the grim epicenter of a growing crisis. 30 people disappeared in a single month, 10 of whom were found dead. The rain fell in sheets, mirroring the grim discovery. Every corpse bore the same chilling mark. A wind howled through the rain-slicked cityscape, a mournful counterpoint to the silent horror. The city itself seemed to hold its breath, a concrete jungle shrouded in a perpetual twilight. The commonality was undeniable. Bite marks on their necks, drained of blood. A lone figure stood on a rain-lashed platform, silhouetted against the stormy sky. They needed to get the hostages to safety, but the enemy was relentless. The order was clear: concentrate fire on the single enemy. He moved with terrifying speed, a blur of motion through the rain-swept streets. The command echoed through the chaos. Fire! Kill him! Bullets flew, a hail of lead against the relentless figure. The enemy was hit, but the attack seemed to have little effect. Panic set in. Their weapons were failing. A dark figure swept through the air, a whirlwind of shadow and violence. One officer stared in disbelief, his weapon useless against the supernatural threat. A blinding flash erupted, signaling a catastrophic shift in power. The creature revealed itself, a terrifying grin splitting its face. The monstrous figure descended, a whirlwind of crimson and shadow, slicing through the ranks of police officers with terrifying ease. Blood sprayed across the concrete. One officer, his face contorted in agony, felt the creature's blade tear through him. His lifeblood painted a gruesome mural on the building's wall. A guttural roar echoed through the shattered remains of the city block, a sound that spoke of ancient power and unbridled rage. Terror seized the remaining officers. One, his eyes wide with disbelief, could only stammer a question into the chaos. Where did this monster come from? The creature's blade flashed again, a brutal slash that cleaved through another officer's body. He stumbled back, his body already failing him, the crimson tide threatening to consume him entirely. More officers fell, their weapons useless against such overwhelming force. The creature's blade was a blur of deadly motion. From the heart of the carnage, the creature rose, its form shifting and reforming, a terrifying display of power. The creature's true form began to emerge from the shadows, its terrifying visage slowly revealed. A swirling vortex of dark energy surrounded it, amplifying its already terrifying presence. The creature lunged, its weapon a terrifying extension of its dark power. Another officer, his face etched with fear, tried to defend himself, but it was futile. The city sprawled beneath them, a concrete jungle oblivious to the horror unfolding above. He collapsed, defeated, whispering a desperate plea for mercy. Gasping for air, she struggled against her bonds, eyes wide with terror. A figure emerged from the shadows, a flicker of remorse in their eyes, but their words were chilling. The figure's face was partially obscured, yet a cruel smile played on their lips. Their words were a desperate plea, a last attempt to cling to life. She collapsed onto the blood-soaked floor, her pleas for mercy echoing in the desolate chamber. The figure held up a bouquet of lilies, a stark contrast to the carnage around them. The words hung heavy in the air, a twisted mockery of a marriage proposal. He loomed over her, his presence a dark cloud consuming the room. A chilling thought crossed his mind, a morbid curiosity about the taste of her blood. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, reflecting the darkness within. She choked back a sob, fear gripping her heart. She tried to escape, her body moving instinctively. She slipped, falling hard onto the cold, unforgiving ground. She lay there, defeated, the weight of despair crushing her spirit. Her eyes, wide with a silent scream, reflected the cold, sterile light of the containment unit. Within, a figure lay suspended, clad in a crimson dress, her form eerily still. The blonde woman, previously captured, was now contained in a similar unit, her own terror mirroring that of her companion. Rows of identical units lined the chamber, each holding a still figure, a chilling tableau of captivity. She stared at the scene, a question forming in her mind. Who were these people? Tears streamed down her face, a mixture of fear and confusion clouding her vision. A voice, smooth and chilling, cut through the silence. What do you think? Aren't they beautiful? Two figures stood observing, their presence adding to the unsettling atmosphere. The voice continued, explaining that their taste would go bad if not kept fresh. A tall woman with long dark hair and a crimson dress appeared, her expression one of cold satisfaction. The blonde woman trembled, fear gripping her as she realized the horrifying truth. She trembled, her eyes wide with terror as she was observed. The tall woman's smirk suggested a cruel amusement at the other's fear. A man with long white hair appeared, suggesting a misunderstanding. He declared his disinterest in the captured women, his words hinting at a different agenda. A sinister smile stretched across his face, the pale man's words dripping with chilling amusement. He only drinks blood, and fresh blood tastes best. His captive trembled, a blonde woman in a white dress, her eyes wide with terror. He inhaled deeply, the scent of her blood clearly intoxicating him. He leaned closer, his words laced with cruel indifference. Wasting her blood would be a shame. A dark, almost black void filled the panel, a single word floating in the center. Very nice. The man's eyes glowed with an unnatural light as he prepared to grant her blood, a macabre gift. A sickening squelch echoed as the act was performed. A crimson blade sliced through the air, narrowly missing its target. A monstrous maw opened, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. He threatened to transform her into a being like himself. His face contorted into a terrifying grimace, eyes blazing with malevolent intent. A scream ripped through the air as blood splattered across the scene. The blood splattered across the floor, a grim end. A torrential downpour lashed against the city, the rain mirroring the grim mood. The downpour continued, obscuring the view of the city as the Alpha team was called out. Two figures stood, silhouetted against the neon glow of the city, awaiting orders. A sergeant's voice crackled over the comms, his concern palpable. There was no response from his unit. One officer, his face etched with worry, suspected the ghost was responsible for the team's disappearance. The grim reality sunk in. Two elite teams were completely wiped out. He was a blood-sucking serial killer, the officer realized, the implications chilling him to the bone. The recent meteor collision had unleashed a wave of supernatural occurrences, and this was just the latest. Despite the losses, he could still detect civilian life signs, a sliver of hope amidst the despair. Another officer, his resolve unwavering, refused to give up on the missing teams. He reassured his colleague, his confidence a stark contrast to the grim situation. The question of mobilizing the shadow team hung heavy in the air, a last resort. The two officers, grim-faced, discussed the situation, the weight of their responsibility evident. One officer questioned whether the shadow team, even with their exceptional skills, would be enough to face this threat. The other officer, a seasoned veteran, offered a grim assessment. Monsters were the best at hunting other monsters. He had a short fuse, but his skills were undeniable. Rain lashed down on the city, a relentless curtain obscuring the neon glow of the skyscrapers. The only sound louder than the storm was the rhythmic drumming of the rain on grimy rooftops. A single thought echoed in the downpour. He's called Red. The camera sweeps across a sprawling industrial landscape, a labyrinth of steel and shadow under the stormy sky. The city itself seemed to breathe, a metallic beast groaning under the weight of the downpour. A lone figure, shrouded in darkness, walked away from the viewer, disappearing into the rain-slicked streets. The only visible detail was the umbrella he carried, a small black dot against the vast urban canvas. The word "to be continued" hung in the air, a promise of more to come. The rain hammered down, a relentless rhythm against the cityscape. A single, stark statement hung in the air. He was known as Red. The downpour continued, obscuring the details of the city, only the silhouettes of buildings visible through the sheets of water. A sprawling metropolis of steel and glass, a testament to human ambition, yet dwarfed by the oppressive sky. A lone figure, shrouded in shadow and rain, walked beneath an umbrella. The city's neon glow reflected in the wet pavement. The ground stretched ahead, dark and glistening under the relentless rain. A sense of anticipation hung heavy in the air. A hand, calloused and strong, held a small, rectangular object. It was a cigarette lighter, its metallic surface reflecting the dim light. He lit the cigarette, the flame a tiny defiance against the gloom. The smoke curled upwards, momentarily obscuring his features. A voice, sharp and abrasive, cut through the silence. "What blood sack?" He exhaled a plume of smoke, his eyes narrowed. "Are you ready?" He stood, a silhouette against the rain-slicked city, the cigarette a burning ember in his hand. He moved with a purpose, his long coat billowing slightly in the wind. He reported in, his voice calm despite the storm raging around him. "I'm on standby at the point." The city stretched out before him, a labyrinth of steel and shadow, the rain reflecting the city lights. A voice crackled through a comm link, impatient and urgent. "I'm almost at the target, so pay attention and be ready, blood sack." She waited, poised and alert, a dangerous calm in her eyes. The mission was about to begin. Red, the operative, tasted the metallic tang of blood, a lollipop dissolving on her tongue. The term blood sack felt like a brand, a cruel label. A voice, sharp and impatient, cut through the rain-slicked city sounds. She was reminded, curtly, of her partner's name. The rain hammered the city. Below, on a rain-lashed ledge, she sat, a small vial of blood resting on her thigh. A high heel tapped impatiently against the metal. She corrected the other's tone, her voice laced with irritation. The operative was not a mere object. The retort was sharp, dismissive. Blood sack was the only term her partner seemed to know. She glanced up, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. The question hung in the air. With a precise movement, she sealed the vial. A close call, but the mission was almost complete. She checked the vial once more, a faint smile playing on her lips. Instructions came through, crisp and clear. The plan was in motion. Back in the shadows, Red's partner grumbled, his frustration palpable. The mission was tedious, and he was ready to leave. A voice, attempting cheer, cut through the gloom. He snapped back, his words sharp and dismissive. The rain continued to fall, a relentless torrent against the backdrop of the city's towering structures. Rain lashed down on the city, a relentless downpour reflecting the grim mood of the urban sprawl. Through the deluge, a lone figure moved with purpose, their boots splashing in the puddles. The rhythmic drumming of rain on metal echoed the steady beat of their steps. They paused, the rain momentarily obscuring the scene, before continuing their journey. A faint glow appeared in the distance, a beacon in the urban night. The figure approached, their destination in sight, a sense of anticipation building. More lights flickered into existence, like fireflies in a storm. She arrived, a sense of accomplishment washing over her as she reached her destination. A small package was carefully placed on the ground, a silent exchange in the heart of the city. She turned to leave, her mission accomplished, but a lingering unease remained. A sinister grin stretched across a face hidden in shadow, watching her go. The package glowed faintly, a silent pulse of energy. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, a tense conversation unfolded. A refusal was delivered, a date politely declined, but the underlying tension remained. He smirked, a glint in his eye, the game far from over. The question hung heavy in the air, a silent accusation. Why was this child not deemed worthy? She stood, a vision of ethereal beauty against the backdrop of a crimson-stained world. A silent, haunting figure. The child, it was declared, possessed an exceptional purity, a stark contrast to the surrounding depravity. But only the purest blood would suffice. All others were deemed trash. A dismissive retort echoed through the desolate cityscape. "Well, aren't you a picky one?" The scene shifted, revealing a tense encounter between two figures. One a woman in crimson, the other a man with long white hair. A man with red hair and an umbrella appeared, his question hanging in the air. "Is this your doing?" The aftermath of violence was stark. Bodies lay scattered, the crimson tide staining the concrete. A triumphant laugh cut through the silence. The theft, it seemed, was unavoidable. She emerged, a figure of power and darkness, her presence radiating an aura of chilling authority. A sickening crunch echoed as a body was crushed underfoot. "I thought this," the unseen observer mused. Her gaze fell upon the child, a chilling expectation. "Child, would you become like me?" The blood, it turned out, was not as potent as hoped. A failure. A sneering assessment. "What do you think? She's okay for a failure, right?" The woman cradled the child, a mixture of disappointment and cold calculation in her eyes. A furious whisper cut through the air. "Ghost, you bastard!" A young man with crimson hair, a smirk playing on his lips, stood poised, an umbrella in one hand and a gun in the other. Rain lashed down around him. The scene shifted, showing a swift, brutal attack. A sharp crack echoed as the weapon discharged. An explosion of dark energy erupted, a violent response to the attack. The target, a figure with long dark hair, was thrown back, a scream tearing from their throat. More shots rang out. A blonde woman in white and a tall woman in crimson fell back, dodging the barrage. Amidst the chaos, the man with long white hair watched, his expression unreadable. He seemed to be observing the scene with detached interest. The gunman's weapon was shown, close up, smoke still curling from the barrel. The dark figure, now wounded, let out a chilling laugh. It was a sound that spoke of immense power and dark amusement. The wounded figure spoke, a bitter challenge laced with defiance. "Kill me like this because," he continued, explaining the source of his newfound strength. "Thanks to the blood of all these dead people." A surge of dark energy coursed through him. He felt it, a terrifying power. The transformation was complete. He stood, a figure of immense power, his body radiating dark energy. A man with red hair, watching from the shadows, smirked. He walked away, leaving behind a trail of destruction. The figure's body began to regenerate, a testament to their newfound power. A close-up on the figure's face showed a chilling smile, a smile of triumph and terrifying power. The rain continued to fall, the umbrella abandoned, a silent testament to the events that had transpired. Rain lashed against the windows as a figure, cloaked and indistinct, stumbled backward, a crimson stain blooming across their chest. From the darkness, a shadowy hand reached out, grasping at something unseen, and then retreated, leaving behind a trail of blood. The figure, now revealed as a man with long white hair, looked up in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief and pain. His face contorted in a grimace. The man's eyes burned with a furious red light. A transformation was underway. Nearby, two other figures watched, their expressions a mixture of fear and fascination. One, a woman in a crimson dress, gripped her own weapon tightly. A swift, brutal slash. The red-haired man fell, his body crumpling to the ground. The white-haired man lunged, his movements now impossibly fast, a blur of motion. He smirked, a cruel, triumphant expression twisting his features. "You fool," he hissed. A small cut appeared on his arm, but began to heal almost instantly. A little cut like this will heal in no time. The woman in crimson and another man, this one with long white hair, watched, their faces grim. A sudden, sharp pain shot through the white-haired man's eye. He recoiled, clutching at his face. More blood spurted forth, staining his hand crimson. He gasped, "What?" He stumbled, his body racked with pain, his vision blurring. He was losing control. The red-haired man, seemingly recovered, scoffed. "I guess this arm isn't enough to kill you." Crimson energy crackled around him, staining his hands and clothes with the residue of a recent, violent act. A cruel smile stretched across his face, reflecting the power he now wielded. His opponent, enraged, roared a vow of vengeance. The words hung in the air, a testament to the hatred burning within. He lunged, a desperate attack. The blow landed, but the result was far from what was expected. The impact sent a shockwave through the attacker. A new power, unexpected and terrifying, was revealed. A thunderous explosion rocked the area, the force of the blow sending debris flying. Character_A and Character_B watched in stunned silence. He skidded to a halt, the dust settling around him. The fight was far from over. A moment of stunned silence. He registered the events, the power he now possessed. He moved, a blur of motion. His enhanced speed was a terrifying weapon. The impact was brutal. His opponent, Ghost, was caught completely off guard. A wave of energy washed over the nearby police officers, transforming them into something monstrous. Character_C and Character_D watched in horror. They fought back, but it was a losing battle. The newly empowered beings were too strong. He stood amidst the carnage, victorious but weary. The cost of his power was becoming clear. He vowed revenge, his words dripping with cold fury. His face, marred by a recent injury, was a testament to his rage. His opponent smiled, a chilling expression of anticipation. The battle was far from over. The final drop of something dark and potent was administered. A horde of infected humans, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light, throbbed with barely contained energy. They were ready. The infected were a terrifying sight, their bodies contorted by the dark power coursing through them. Among them stood Character_B, their face partially obscured, a surge of power coursing through their veins. "Ghost, you fucking bastard. What a pain." They hissed, the words laced with barely controlled fury. Character_B saw the infected as nothing more than prey, their hunger insatiable. With a guttural roar, Character_B lunged, their enhanced speed a blur. One of the infected, a hulking figure, tried to retaliate, but was met with brutal force. The infected creature was crushed, its body dissolving into nothingness. "Now, become my prey," Character_B declared, their voice dripping with menace. Character_B's power was terrifying, a stark contrast to their previous vulnerability. A chilling smile spread across their face. The hunt was on. Character_B moved with terrifying speed, their enhanced abilities on full display. They were a whirlwind of motion, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Character_, known as Ghost, was caught completely off guard. He was no match for this new, terrifying power. Character_C and Character_D watched in horror as Character_B effortlessly dispatched their enemies. Rip him into pieces. Drag him before my feet alive. Character_C shrieked, her voice filled with a bloodthirsty rage. Character_B turned to face them, a smirk playing on their lips. So you want a dogfight? They taunted. The confrontation was inevitable. Character_B's eyes glowed with a malevolent intensity, their power seemingly limitless. The scene ended with a close-up on their face, a chilling expression of dominance. A monstrous figure, its skin shimmering with an unnatural teal energy, loomed over a crowd of cowering figures. The air crackled with power. Nearby, a fierce battle raged. Two figures clashed, their movements a blur of motion and violence. A figure with stark white hair and glowing red eyes glared, seething with barely contained rage. The recent injury to their face was evident. The monstrous figure from the first panel was now surrounded by a group of infected humans, their bodies also glowing with the same teal energy. A young man with fiery red hair watched from a distance, his expression grim. He muttered to himself, his words laced with anger and frustration. The infected were closing in. The infected lunged, their movements driven by primal hunger. The young man braced himself for the inevitable. The white-haired figure from earlier unleashed a furious attack, their movements swift and deadly. Their target, the infected. The young man, however, found himself facing a different threat. A squad of heavily armed soldiers, their weapons trained on him. A sinister smile spread across the young man's face. He was ready. The title card appeared, signaling a shift in the narrative. The young man, now radiating a dark, crimson energy, prepared for battle. He would not hold back. He unleashed a wave of dark energy, a crimson tide that swept through the battlefield. The infected and soldiers alike were caught in its path. The crimson energy continued its destructive path, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. The force of the attack was immense, tearing through everything in its path. The soldiers were thrown back, their bodies battered and broken. The infected were obliterated. The young man stood amidst the carnage, his crimson aura slowly fading. He had won, but at a cost. The crimson energy wave slammed into the horde, bodies exploding in a gruesome ballet of blood and bone. A monstrous figure crumpled, its icy armor shattering. He stood amidst the carnage, panting, his own body screaming in protest. The cost of victory was etched across his face. He turned, noticing a blonde woman in a white dress and a figure with long dark hair watching from a distance. Fear flickered in their eyes. A tall woman with long dark hair and a crimson dress, and a man with long white hair appeared beside them. They seemed to be assessing the situation. The dark-haired figure spoke, revealing the discovery of a blood crystal. It was a rare and powerful artifact. The man with white hair examined his own wound, a deep cut that refused to heal. His expression was one of grim determination. He knew he needed to find a way to heal, and he was willing to take any risk to do so. His gaze hardened. The red-haired man, exhausted but defiant, prepared for whatever might come next. He was ready to fight again. Suddenly, a man with red hair, known as Ghost, appeared, launching a swift attack. His movements were precise and deadly. He moved with terrifying speed, slicing through his opponents with ease. Blood splattered everywhere. He sneered at the fallen, his words laced with contempt. He was clearly not one to show mercy. He vowed to finish them off, his resolve unwavering. The fight was far from over. A shadowy figure emerged, its movements swift and silent. It seemed to be controlling the flow of the battle. A monstrous, crimson entity materialized, its form shifting and unstable. The true horror of the situation became clear. The crimson energy blazed, a furious tide engulfing the young man. He fought, a whirlwind of motion against a sea of infected and soldiers. He moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion as he carved a path through the enemy ranks. The force of his attack was devastating. Explosions rocked the area as he unleashed his power. Amidst the chaos, a sneering voice cut through the din. "You're just a half-breed," the man taunted, his words laced with contempt. He stood defiant, his crimson energy still crackling around him. "Let's end this," he declared, his voice filled with grim determination. The battle raged on, a brutal dance of death. His opponents pressed their attack, but he met their blows with unwavering resolve. One of his foes, a woman with long dark hair, sneered. "That move won't work on me," she scoffed, her confidence unshaken. The clash of steel echoed through the city, a stark counterpoint to the ongoing battle. Another devastating blow sent one of his opponents flying, crashing into a nearby building. He pressed his advantage, his movements precise and deadly. A figure, Ghost, watched from the sidelines, a smirk playing on his lips as he observed the battle. He grunted, a pained expression twisting his features. Ark, that hurt like a mother. Gasping for breath, he leaned against a nearby building, his body battered but his spirit unbroken. His opponent, impressed by his tenacity, conceded. You withstood my sword. You're tenacious, I'll give you that. But the respite was short-lived. His opponent revealed a hidden power, a chilling threat looming. A blood crystal materialized, a sinister omen foreshadowing a new and terrifying challenge. He scoffed, his crimson eyes narrowed. A blood crystal? You dare call this magnificent horn a crude rock? Such a vulgar tongue is truly disheartening. The horn pulsed with an inner light, a symbol of power and evolution. It was a testament to his strength, a trophy of his ascension. A sinister smile stretched across his face, a chilling promise in his eyes. Now, shall I drink your blood? He purred, the words dripping with menace. A young man, his face contorted in a grimace, clutched a crimson shard. He muttered about its worth, his voice laced with bitterness. The words hung in the air, a stark contrast to the magnificent, glowing horn before him. He scoffed at the comparison. A shadowy figure emerged, its eyes burning with malevolent intensity. A chilling smile stretched across its face. The scene shifted to a violent clash. A crimson-clad figure was sent flying by a powerful blow, crashing into a stone wall. The impact echoed, the dust settling to reveal the extent of the damage. A woman in white watched, her expression unreadable. Another figure, this one with long white hair, taunted their opponent, confident in their victory. The battle raged on, a flurry of blows exchanged. Blood sprayed, painting a gruesome picture. One combatant, his face contorted in pain, staggered back, his breath ragged. He was defiant, however, his words filled with a desperate resolve. He knew his opponent's weakness. The attack continued, relentless and brutal. The long-haired figure pressed their advantage, taunting them. The long-haired figure's smile sent a chill down the other's spine. A wave of unease washed over them. He braced himself, anticipating another attack. The tension was palpable. A sudden blinding flash of light erupted, followed by a sharp intake of breath. A child? The light intensified, revealing a figure encased in ice. The scene ended with a sense of foreboding. The ground cracked beneath her heels as she skidded to a halt, the icy shards scattering around her. She called out to the mysterious figure, a question hanging in the air. The icy figure responded, his voice a hiss, his words laced with a chilling question about her intentions. Red, breathless and defiant, refused to reveal her name to someone she knew would soon be dead. The icy figure scoffed, dismissing the attack as mere child's play. With a mighty roar, the ice shattered, revealing a powerful figure beneath. A crimson energy swirled, a stark contrast to the icy power that had just been broken. The figure with long white hair threatened the woman in crimson, promising a gruesome end. One of the combatants was sent flying, a bloody spray marking their fall. The battle raged on, the combatants locked in a desperate struggle. Ghost, impatient and annoyed, urged his partner to end the fight quickly. Several vials of blood were thrown into the fray, adding another layer of complexity to the fight. Ghost grabbed one of the vials, his expression grim. He lunged, his target the woman in white. She was caught off guard but not defeated. A spray of blood erupted as the long-haired man was struck, his life force draining away. A battle's aftermath. Confusion clouded the fighter's mind, a single question echoing. What? The opponents smirked, a cruel amusement in their eyes. The fight, it seemed, was far from over. Let's start round two, they declared. Their words hung heavy in the air, a challenge laced with arrogance. The opponent scoffed at the blood spilled, clearly unimpressed. Meanwhile, a woman with vibrant pink hair watched from a distance. Her blood, she mused, was special. This was a battle she couldn't ignore. She smirked, a predatory gleam in her eyes. The blood spilled was not just blood, it held a power she craved. The opponent, sensing her presence, turned. Their words were a warning, a threat barely concealed beneath a casual tone. Disinterest flickered across their face. The opponent declared they would use all their blood to obliterate their foes. A monstrous figure emerged, its rage palpable. A guttural roar, a wordless command, die. The attack was swift, brutal. A whirlwind of motion, a clash of power. A figure, cloaked in shadow, watched the chaos unfold. A single thought pierced the darkness. What was happening? From the fallen opponent, a crimson horn emerged, glowing ominously. A symbol of power, a harbinger of something more. Blood splattered, a grim testament to the battle's ferocity. The fight was far from over. A crimson wave erupted, a torrent of power unleashed. The battle intensified, reaching a fever pitch. A shadowy figure lunged, their attack swift and merciless. The battle raged on. A guttural scream ripped through the air, a sound of pure, unadulterated agony. The creature's face, contorted in a mask of pain, was a canvas of crimson streaks against a backdrop of fading light. The force of the blow sent tremors through the very ground. Gigantic, the word echoed in the minds of those witnessing the impossible. The impact of the attack left the figure reeling, a desperate whisper escaping their lips. How can this be happening? The overwhelming power was clearly beyond comprehension. From the heart of the destruction, a crimson shard emerged, pulsating with an ominous energy. It was a crystal, radiating a malevolent glow. The camera panned to a towering skyscraper. The words Shadow Team Control Tower stark against the urban landscape. The scene shifted, setting the stage for the next act. The crystal, now smaller, continued to throb with an unnatural light. Its power was clearly immense, even in its diminished state. Red, her voice tight with concern, explained the situation. The ghost, they said, had absorbed an enormous amount of blood, becoming dangerously powerful. A woman with glasses, her expression serious, countered that they couldn't refuse such a potent force. The stakes were too high to ignore. The woman in the crimson dress, her face a mask of cold determination, stated that they would have to pay the price. The cost of their actions was about to become clear. They were in a high-tech facility, the scene suggesting a clandestine operation. The conversation turned to Red's whereabouts. She was in the isolation ward. They confirmed a place where dangerous individuals were kept. The search was on. A massive, glowing portal opened, its ethereal light illuminating the chamber. A figure, silhouetted against the brilliant energy, stepped through. A hand, elegant and precise, held a small, ornate box. The man with red hair, Ghost, emerged, his expression unreadable. His icy gaze pierced the air, a silent challenge hanging heavy in the aftermath of the battle. He recoiled, a hand flying to his eyes, as if shielding himself from an unseen blow. Evolution? Power? The words echoed in his mind, a bitter mockery of the chaos unfolding. A cruel smile stretched across his face. Yeah, right, he scoffed, the words dripping with disdain for the naive hope flickering in the other's eyes. Meanwhile, she was trapped, a prisoner of the crimson light that pulsed around her. It was a curse, a terrible power that threatened to consume her. A figure emerged from a swirling vortex of teal energy, the air crackling with unseen power. A small, crimson box rested in their hand. They paused, a young man with fiery red hair, his expression unreadable. The energy pulsed around him, a silent hum in the air. Across the city, another man, his face partially obscured by shadow, watched intently. He had pale skin and dark hair. A blonde woman in a white dress and a tall woman in crimson stood nearby, their gazes fixed on the red-haired man. A man with long white hair stood beside them. The memory flickered. Someone had asked a question, months ago, a question that echoed in the present. He was late. The red-haired man hurried through the city streets, his breath ragged. Fear gnawed at him. A witch was after him. He needed to save someone precious. He looked up at the towering buildings, a stark contrast to the quiet serenity of a nearby tree. The weight of his decision pressed down on him. A man with red hair, known as Ghost, tapped impatiently on a sleek, futuristic surface. He was waiting. On a rooftop garden overlooking the city, the blonde woman and the woman in crimson watched. The man with white hair remained silent. The blonde woman stood alone, a wistful expression on her face, the setting sun casting a warm glow on her pink dress. The red-haired man arrived, breathless. He apologized for his lateness. The blonde woman asked about her present, her tone laced with impatience. She was clearly upset. He offered a small, almost imperceptible flick of the wrist, a gesture of appeasement. The tension hung heavy in the air. He was so flustered, he'd forgotten something crucial. A wave of panic washed over him. He needed to think fast if he wanted to survive this. A delicate hand, adorned with a simple ring, caught his eye. It was a small, unassuming flower. What was this insignificant weed? He wondered if this was all he was worth to her. He arrived, breathless, only to be met with immediate resistance. She demanded he not resort to violence. His anger simmered, a dangerous heat building within him. He desperately searched for a solution. The tension between them crackled, a silent storm brewing in the vibrant sunset. He offered an apology. He kissed her, a tender moment amidst the turmoil. A simple, "I'm sorry for being late," hung in the air. She smiled, accepting his apology. The tension eased, replaced by a quiet understanding. She expressed her fondness for the flower ring. It was a small token, but meaningful. He felt a pang of guilt. He promised to give her a better one next time. She reassured him, brushing aside his concerns. She was fine, truly. As sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues. The day was ending. The city lights twinkled below, a stark contrast to the fiery sunset. A sense of peace settled over him. 7 years prior, a meteor had fallen, leading to the construction of Coastal City. It was a pivotal moment in history. The city was a marvel of engineering, yet held mysteries beyond human comprehension. The sounds of construction filled the air. A crimson wave erupted, a violent bloom of energy that ripped through the air. The force of the blast was immense. The impact sent tremors through the ground. Metal shrieked, twisting and tearing under unimaginable pressure as a large crane buckled and fell. Below, amidst the chaos, a figure stood defiant. He was challenged, the words "give up" echoing in the rain-slicked streets. He refused. He wouldn't repeat the mistake. The red-haired man, Jean, resolved to face whatever came next, his internal monologue a stark contrast to the swirling chaos around him. The rain continued to fall, washing away the dust and debris as he stood, a figure silhouetted against the stormy sky, his resolve hardening. The story, however, was far from over. A woman, her face etched with worry, clutched a small child. She pleaded for release, but her captor remained unmoved, their expression cold and resolute. The captor's words hung heavy in the air. She doesn't look so good. The implication was clear, a cruel calculation. Meanwhile, a man in a sharp suit, a cigarette dangling from his lips, watched the scene unfold from a distance. He scoffed, muttering about a heartless mother. He offered a cure, but it was clearly a trap. The woman, desperate to save her child, resolved to find another way. A crystal glowed in her hand, a spark of defiance in the gathering gloom. She clenched the crystal, her resolve hardening. The man in the suit watched, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. With a whoosh, the woman vanished, leaving only a swirl of energy behind. Her captor reacted with a mixture of shock and fury. The man in the suit, surprised by her sudden disappearance, took a long drag of his cigarette, his expression unreadable. He pursued her, his movements swift and silent. She was fast, but he was relentless. He found her, but she was ready. The confrontation was imminent. He cursed her ability to vanish, his frustration growing with each failed attempt to capture her. He knew she couldn't have gone far. He had seen her leave traces. The chase continued, a desperate struggle in the rain-slicked city. He pressed his advantage, his determination unwavering. He decided to follow her trail, his eyes narrowed in focus. The city sprawled before him, a vast and indifferent landscape. The chase was far from over. The aroma of cooking filled the modern kitchen. A man with vibrant red hair meticulously prepared a meal, his movements precise and practiced. He took a sip of something, a small smile playing on his lips as he savored the taste. A woman with long blonde hair stirred beside him, her face pale and drawn. She complained of nausea, her hand instinctively reaching for his. He gently supported her, concern etched on his features. The warmth of his touch seemed to offer some comfort. She confessed that her discomfort wasn't solely due to overindulgence. A deeper unease lingered beneath the surface. He chuckled, teasing her about forgetting their meeting. Her response was a sharp retort, laced with irritation. She scolded him playfully for his insensitive joke, reminding him of her urgent need to leave for work. He apologized, understanding her need to rush. The moment was tinged with a sense of unspoken urgency. She left, her departure swift and silent. He watched her go, a thoughtful expression on his face. Meanwhile, she prepared herself, a quiet determination settling over her as she got ready. The city sprawled beneath the dark, brooding sky. A sense of foreboding hung heavy in the air. She moved through the city streets, her pace quick and determined, the weight of her purpose driving her forward. Suddenly, she stumbled, pain shooting through her leg. She fell to the ground, her breath ragged. A shadowed figure violently ripped open a woman's side, blood gushing forth. A young girl, cradled in the woman's arms, whimpered. The woman, her face contorted in pain, gasped. The wound was deep, the bleeding relentless. The girl cried out, her distress palpable. Her mother, despite her agony, tried to comfort her. A strange, icy blue energy pulsed from the wound, spreading rapidly. The mother's cries intensified as the icy energy consumed her. She felt herself losing control. The girl, terrified, pleaded with her mother, her voice choked with fear. Alone, the mother whispered a final, desperate plea. She struggled to her feet, her breath ragged, the pain overwhelming. Meanwhile, a man watched from a distance, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He had a plan. He envisioned a different life for the girl, a life far removed from the shadows. But he knew that protecting her would mean sacrificing the lives of others. He couldn't bring himself to do it. The weight of his decision pressed down on him. The girl, sensing her mother's fading strength, cried out again. The mother collapsed, her transformation complete. The girl, however, seemed strangely calm. The aftermath of the explosion left the young girl injured, clutching a small, whimpering animal. She looked up at her mother, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and confusion, a silent plea in her gaze. Don't cry, her mother urged, her voice strained as she held the child close. But the girl's stomach rumbled, a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation, a childish hunger cutting through the tension. Hey, Mom, I'm hungry, she whispered, her words barely audible above the sounds of the chaos around them. The scene faded to black, the only illumination coming from the stark red logo of Team Red and the words "to be continued" hanging in the void. The silence was heavy with unspoken questions and the promise of more to come. A young family strolled through a bustling city street, the father carrying their daughter on his shoulders. The mother, her expression serene, seemed content in their ordinary life. But a shadow crossed her face, a conflict brewing within. The weight of responsibility, the lives she could inadvertently endanger, pressed heavily upon her. She knelt beside her injured daughter, the scene filled with a desperate plea for forgiveness. The weight of her actions was clear, the consequences unavoidable. The scene shifted, revealing a woman with silver hair cradling the injured child. Her face was a mask of grief and determination. The child, despite her injuries, offered a weak smile, a small comfort in the face of overwhelming pain. The pain, she insisted, was fading. A gruff voice cut through the quiet, a harsh welcome back to reality. The moment was shattered, the fragile peace broken. Elsewhere, a young woman excitedly documented a meteor shower on her phone, oblivious to the turmoil unfolding elsewhere. She tapped away, sharing her awe-inspiring discovery with the world, unaware of the impending danger. Meanwhile, two women discussed the meteor, one expressing fear at its unusual behavior. A blonde woman, elegantly dressed, walked through the city, seemingly unfazed by the celestial event. She browsed baby shoes in a shop, a stark contrast to the impending cosmic threat. She hummed softly, lost in her own world, unaware of the approaching danger. The city skyline loomed, a futuristic metropolis indifferent to the events unfolding above. A news report confirmed the meteor's trajectory, its imminent arrival a matter of hours. A news report flashed across the screen, showing a meteor streaking across the night sky. The anchor's voice, calm yet urgent, filled the air, announcing the arrival of a celestial body. Dr. Sarah, from NASA, appeared on screen, her face etched with concern. She explained the unusual trajectory and potential for unpredictable events. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit bar, a woman nervously watched the news, her anxiety palpable. The impending meteor shower brought a sense of unease to the city. In a quiet corner of his shop, a man sat alone, lost in thought. He fiddled with a small, elegant ring box, a thoughtful expression on his face. He wondered if he was doing the right thing. He smiled, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He was sure everything would work out perfectly for his surprise. The man, still smiling, stood up and headed towards the door. He was ready to put his plan into action. A stray cat crashed through the door, startling him. He grumbled about the disruption to his carefully laid plans. He sighed, remembering the fish he'd given the cat yesterday. A small act of kindness, a fleeting moment of peace before the storm. He lit a cigarette, his thoughts turning to the white-haired woman. Where was she? He stepped out of the shop, his eyes scanning the street. He was determined to find her. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, his face partially obscured. He knew she had been there. The newcomer, a man with dark hair, confronted him. He declared his intention to find her himself. They walked away together, their shadows stretching long on the checkered floor. The tension between them was thick. The man was told not to smoke inside the shop. He ignored the warning, his focus elsewhere. He smirked, a cruel glint in his eyes. He was enjoying the game, the impending confrontation. With a chilling laugh, he prepared to strike. His opponent braced for the attack, the fight about to begin. A blinding light engulfed him, the world dissolving into a white void before he reappeared, seemingly unharmed, in a dark alley. He blinked, his vision slowly adjusting to the dim surroundings. His eyes felt strange, heavier than usual. A voice, laced with disbelief, broke the silence. The speaker noted the unusual redness of his eyes. Concern etched itself onto the face of another figure, who urged him to get his eyes checked. The man dismissed the worry with a laugh. A surge of power coursed through him, a violent energy that seemed to emanate from within. He felt a surge of anger. With a guttural roar, he vowed vengeance, his eyes blazing with an ominous red glow. The scene ends with a to-be-continued message. The title card for Bloodblade, Part 4, flashed across the screen, promising a continuation of the runaway saga. A figure with crimson hair lunged, a furious attack aimed at a blonde woman. The attack was met with defiance. A sharp retort, "No thanks," echoed the blonde's refusal to be a victim. The scene shifted, revealing a tense standoff in a restaurant. A man with spiky red hair, surrounded by witnesses, was clearly in a precarious situation. He muttered about too many witnesses. Outside, a chaotic scene unfolded. People murmured, concerned about the escalating situation. The red-haired man, seemingly unfazed, coldly declared his intent to eliminate all the witnesses. A conversation between two figures, one of whom was the red-haired man, took place. The urgency of the situation was palpable. They needed to act quickly and quietly to avoid police involvement. The pair left the restaurant, their departure marked by a sense of quiet determination. Later, the red-haired man stood amidst a bustling city street, reflecting on the events that had transpired. He felt he had been too late to help someone. He was approached by an older man, who offered a casual invitation to a party later that day. The red-haired man declined, explaining that he would be scolded by his wife if he got hurt. The older man wished him luck. He then entered a building, a sense of unease settling over him as he noticed a cat. Inside, a blonde woman comforted a young girl, a palpable tension hanging in the air. The blonde woman looked up, her eyes filled with worry and fear. The red-haired man observed the scene, a single word escaping his lips. "I see." At a nearby table, The red-haired man ordered soup for the young girl, a small act of kindness amidst the turmoil. A young girl, ravenous, devoured her burger with gusto. Each bite was a loud, satisfying munch. A woman with silver hair gently stroked the girl's head, her expression a mixture of weariness and concern. "Slow down," she murmured, her voice soft but firm. The petrification had progressed to her spine. It was only a matter of time until it reached her heart, a grim consequence of the blood coursing through her veins. The silver-haired woman's face was etched with worry. She had a decision to make, a difficult one born of desperation. Elsewhere, a figure in a dark coat held a vial containing a glowing crimson crystal. The cure was within their grasp. The scene shifted to a dimly lit bar. The silver-haired woman sat alone, her face a mask of sorrow. A man with red hair entered, his presence causing a ripple of unease. He was asked if he would sacrifice someone precious to save the world. He responded that family comes first. Back with the girl, the red-haired man inquired about her relationship with the silver-haired woman. He found her cute. The woman explained that the girl was the apple of her eye. The red-haired man, meanwhile, was being subtly warned about his shady dealings. He was accused of borrowing money from unsavory characters. A surge of dark energy erupted from him. The silver-haired woman trembled, the petrification worsening. Fear gripped her. He clenched his fists, his anger barely contained. He thanked her for her hospitality, despite the circumstances. He apologized, then announced he would leave his daughter in her care for a while. The girl looked up, surprised by a sudden departure. He flinched, his guilt evident. The girl protested, not wanting another guardian. The red-haired man looked pained, his resolve wavering. Red, a man with fiery red hair, exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze distant and contemplative. He held a cylindrical container, within which a crimson crystal pulsed with an inner light. A surge of grim determination hardened his features. At last, his eyes blazed with a fierce intensity as he stood beside a shadowy figure, the beginning of something momentous now underway. The city below was a canvas of decay, a testament to the chaos that had unfolded. He stood amidst the ruins, a lone figure against the darkening sky. The ground trembled beneath him, a precursor to the events about to transpire. A dark shadow stretched across the desolate landscape. Across the city, a young woman watched a meteor streak across the night sky, a silent observer of the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, another woman, humming softly, carried a small bag, seemingly oblivious to the impending catastrophe. She looked up, a flicker of recognition in her eyes as she witnessed the meteor's descent. The meteor, hurtling towards the atmosphere, promised a dramatic and unpredictable arrival. The story, however, was far from over. Night fell over the city. A lone figure stood silhouetted against the cityscape, gazing at the twinkling lights. A shooting star streaked across the darkening sky, a fleeting moment of brilliance. She hummed a soft tune, lost in her own world, oblivious to the celestial event. The meteor, a fiery spectacle, was about to enter the atmosphere. Meanwhile, a crimson moon hung heavy in the night sky, casting an eerie glow. The same shooting star, now a fiery trail, illuminated the faces of several people. In the city below, a young woman checked her phone, excited by the comments on her video. Another notification popped up, another comment on her video. A friend expressed her jealousy at the young woman's burgeoning social media fame. Overwhelmed by the positive response, she felt a mix of joy and apprehension. Two women walked down a dark alley, one expressing fear, the other dismissing it. They entered a cafe. The unsettling emptiness of the place contrasted with the food left on a table. One of the women noted the unusual quiet, attributing it to everyone watching the meteor. She urged her companion to hurry, as the best viewing spots would soon be taken. An overhead shot showed the mostly empty cafe, the red and white checkered floor now stained with blood. A shadowy figure emerged, their eyes glowing menacingly in the darkness. A man with piercing red eyes and a sinister smirk, a cigarette burning between his lips, filled the frame. The darkness surrounding him hinted at a power both immense and unsettling. The title card, Bloodblade, blazed across the screen, promising a story of violence and bloodshed. A cell phone lay on a dark surface, its screen illuminating the notification of a new comment. Online, a conversation unfolded. Excitement over a recent meteor shower was palpable, a stark contrast to the events about to unfold. Suddenly, a monstrous creature emerged from the shadows, its tentacles ensnaring a blonde woman in a white dress. The scene shifted. Another woman, this one with long dark hair and a crimson dress, lay bleeding on a cold floor, a cell phone nearby, untouched. The creature's tentacle pierced the blonde woman's body, a horrifying glug echoing the violence. More blood flowed. The woman screams a testament to her pain and terror. The scene shifted again, showing the blonde woman's continued suffering, her lifeblood draining away. Another woman, similarly attacked, cried out in agony, her body ravaged. The blonde woman's screams reached a fever pitch as the creature continued its assault. Her agony intensified, a silent scream, etched across her face. The creature, satisfied, commented on the intoxicating smell of blood, its words dripping with malice. Meanwhile, another woman, seemingly unharmed, watched in horror, a mixture of fear and disbelief clouding her features. A young woman lay on a bed, eyes glistening with tears, a crimson stain blooming across her chest. The words above her echoed her final thoughts, a rare opportunity for ultimate pleasure, even in death. Above her, a figure loomed, their words a cruel promise, a sweet death. The woman's moans were barely audible, a mixture of pain and something else, something darker. A guttural roar ripped through the air, a terrifying visage filled with malice. The scene shifted, showing a brutal act of violence. She fell, her body slick with blood, a silent scream etched on her face. The darkness seemed to consume her. Her agony was palpable, a silent scream tearing through her. The attacker's words, a sweet death, mocked her suffering. Another victim, their face contorted in a mask of horror, was subjected to the same fate. The violence was swift and merciless. A final, desperate cry echoed as a dark, swirling vortex opened, consuming the last vestiges of life. The blood flowed, a dark river. In a throne of shadows, a figure watched, a glowing crystal pulsating with dark energy. The ritual was complete. The words to be continued hung heavy in the air. A crimson vortex pulsed, a viscous, living thing, its heart a crystalline shard. Within a glass cylinder, the shard glowed, a malevolent ruby. The ritual was complete. The crystal had absorbed the lifeblood of 100 souls. A figure stood, cloaked in shadow, his eyes burning with dark power. A young woman lay dying, her life force draining into the glowing crystal, her final moments filled with silent screams. He delicately picked up the container, the crimson glow reflecting in his eyes. Elsewhere, a man with dark hair and piercing eyes watched, his face a mask of grim determination. He spoke of the impending danger, the need for swift action. The only way to stop the petrification, he knew, was the crystal itself. A man in glasses, holding the crystal, felt a growing sense of dread. He knew she had no choice but to come. His eyes widened in alarm. The implications of his actions hit him with full force. He tossed the crystal upwards. Two figures, a woman in crimson and a man with white hair, reached for it, caught in a deadly dance. The man with white hair called out to his master, his voice filled with desperate urgency. His master, enraged, unleashed a furious attack, his words as sharp as his blows. The woman in crimson recoiled, fear etched on her face. A massive explosion rocked the area, sending shockwaves through the air. A figure coughed, blood splattering across their lips. The crimson stain spread, a stark contrast to their pale skin. A shadowy figure loomed, its eyes burning with malevolent red light. The intensity of the gaze was palpable, a silent threat. They had made a deal, a pact sealed in blood. But the terms, it seemed, were about to be broken. She trembled, the weight of the situation crushing her. The realization of the cost of their actions hit her with full force. He smirked, a cruel twist of his lips. The lives lost were merely a means to an end, a sacrifice easily made. She would not allow it. The fate of her child would be in her hands, and hers alone. He held a vial, a grim determination etched on his face. Their escape was imminent, a desperate gamble. Her eyes blazed, a fiery intensity burning within. Rage and grief warred within her, fueling her resolve. She was thrown back, the impact jarring. Pain shot through her, but she refused to yield. A brutal kick sent her sprawling. She gasped, the air knocked from her lungs. He sneered, his words dripping with contempt. The blood crystal, it seemed, was more than just a simple artifact. The crystal pulsed, a malevolent energy thrumming. She recoiled, fear and fascination warring within her. She struggled, the crystal's power overwhelming her. Her body strained against its influence. It was more than a simple crystal. It granted life, but also death. The power was immense, terrifying. The crystal snapped, the key now ready. The consequences of their actions were about to be unleashed. The ritual's culmination brought them face to face. He, a figure of dark power, held aloft the newly formed blood crystal, its crimson light reflecting in his eyes. She, his opponent, gasped, pain etched across her features. His command, sharp and urgent, cut through the charged silence. Open the doorway to the future. A strained breath escaped her lips as she struggled against his power. Her eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and defiance, reflected the crystal's malevolent glow. The strain was evident. The effort to resist was clearly taking its toll. A city, shrouded in the gloom of a stormy night, stretched out below. The aftermath of the ritual's explosive conclusion was left unseen, only hinted at by the distant rumble that still echoed in the air. A scream, raw and filled with anguish, pierced the night. He held her aloft, the blood crystal pulsing faintly in his grasp. It grants life, he stated, his voice a low murmur, but also death. A crimson swirl enveloped the crystal, a vortex of energy. With a sickening snap, the crystal shattered, the man's grip tightening as he felt the life drain from his victim. The key was ready. He clenched the fragments, a dark glow emanating from the pieces. Open the doorway to the future, he breathed, his exertion evident. Her eyes widened, reflecting the crimson glow of the crystal's remnants. A gasp escaped her lips. She struggled, but his grip remained firm. A guttural sound escaped him, a mixture of exertion and triumph. The city lights blurred through the rain-streaked window of a closed bar. A sense of isolation hung heavy in the air. He checked his phone, frustration evident on his face. The call had disconnected. He muttered about the meteor interfering with the signal. Across town, a young girl walked with her father, oblivious to the events unfolding elsewhere. He wondered what to do with her. He stood alone, a cigarette dangling from his lips, the city's quiet unnerving him. Even the smallest sound seemed amplified. They walked, their shoulders brushing, a shared burden weighing heavily between them. A sudden realization struck him. He took another drag, the smoke curling around his face, masking his emotions. He was worried but tried to hide it. She waited patiently, her hope dwindling with each passing moment. She always came back, but this time felt different. He waited with the girl, his resolve hardening. He would stay until she returned. A tense exchange unfolded in the back of a speeding car. The woman, her face etched with worry, pleaded with the man beside her to leave, fearing the consequences of staying. He refused, his resolve firm despite her pleas. His plan was to lay low for a while before searching for her again. The weight of his decision settled upon him as he drove, a sense of dread creeping in. He wondered what he had gotten himself into. The city sprawled before them, a futuristic landscape of towering buildings and neon lights. He suggested a remote location, far from prying eyes. A title card appeared, introducing the next chapter of the story. Frustration mounted as the man struggled to make a phone call, the connection repeatedly failing. Meanwhile, the woman received a call from someone named Mine. Tears streamed down her face. She sobbed, overcome with guilt and regret. The weight of her actions pressed down on her. The man, still struggling with the phone, finally reached his destination. He expressed his apologies. He asked if she was all right, concerned about the possible harm she had suffered. He mentioned a nearby hospital. She revealed a shocking truth. He had been used. The car screeched to a halt. She explained her desperate actions, driven by a need to save her daughter, even if it meant risking everything. The scene shifted to a fiery explosion, a stark visual representation of her failure. A meteor streaked across the sky, a looming threat following close behind. The man, incredulous, questioned the connection between the meteor and the woman's actions. A woman, her chest glowing ominously, clutches at the wound as a news report crackles to life. A meteor has entered the atmosphere. The camera focuses on a car's dashboard, the radio confirming the meteor's imminent impact, as predicted by NASA. Suddenly, a violent explosion rocks the scene. The woman is thrown back, blood splattering across her white dress. A concerned voice calls out, asking if she's all right. She screams, desperate, urging whoever is near to flee. The reason for her terror becomes horrifyingly clear. Monstrous, serpentine creatures burst from her body, their gaping maws snapping shut around her. The scene is one of pure chaos. A man, his red hair a stark contrast to his dark suit, sprints through the city streets, the looming skyscrapers casting long shadows. The meteor, a fiery ball of destruction, streaks across the night sky, a harbinger of doom. He watches in horror, the realization dawning on him. The meteor is even more spectacular in real life than he'd imagined. News reports confirm the meteor's trajectory. It's about to impact the ocean. But then, a sudden shift. A beam of light erupts from the woman's location, striking a car, speeding through the city. The man's expression is one of grim determination. The man runs, the urgency in his movements palpable. Another news report interrupts. Something unexpected has occurred. The meteor's path alters dramatically. It's no longer heading for the ocean. The man, his face etched with guilt, realizes the horrifying truth. This is all his fault. He shouts a name, Jean, as he races towards the approaching danger. She turned, a blonde woman in a silk robe, her expression a mixture of annoyance and resignation. He was late, again. A small, almost apologetic smile touched her lips. This time, however, she would let it slide. A sudden shout ripped through the quiet apartment. A man, red-haired and frantic, burst through the door, his eyes wide with a desperate urgency. Above, the city skyline was bathed in an eerie, orange glow. A meteor, its trajectory altered, hurtled towards them. Below, a fiery explosion erupted. The blonde woman watched, her face etched with a growing horror. The intensity of the heat was palpable. From the heart of the blast, figures emerged, their forms indistinct but undeniably menacing. A pair of tiny pink shoes lay discarded on the ground, a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding around them. The man, Jean, watched in disbelief as the creatures advanced. His face was a mask of grim determination. He clutched a lollipop, his eyes wide with fear. Beside him, the blonde woman trembled, her face pale. They walked towards the light, a silent procession of fear and uncertainty. The city, oblivious, continued its daily rhythm. The ground shook violently. A colossal explosion rocked the city, the fiery meteor impacting with devastating force. From above, the city was a canvas of destruction. The impact had left an undeniable mark. A fiery meteor streaked across the twilight sky, hurtling towards a city below. On a rooftop, a young woman reached out a hand, her expression a mixture of fear and determination, as a shadowy figure below looked up. The impact sent shockwaves through the city. Debris rained down as the shadowy figure leaped, narrowly avoiding the falling wreckage. He landed hard, the force of the impact jarring him. A grimace twisted his features as he looked around, his eyes scanning for any sign of the woman from the rooftop. A book, its pages filled with arcane symbols, tumbled through the air, landing near him. Nearby, two figures watched from the shadows, their faces partially obscured. The two figures exchanged a look, a silent communication passing between them. One, a tall woman in crimson, moved towards the book, while the other, a man with long white hair, remained watchful. Elsewhere, a young woman lay injured in a wrecked vehicle, her eyes wide with shock and pain. She whispered a single word, a plea for help lost in the chaos of the city. A massive explosion rocked the city, the shockwave visible even from distance. The source of the blast was a large, fiery crater in the city center. From a high vantage point, the city sprawled beneath, a chaotic tapestry of destruction and fear. The man with long white hair observed the scene, his expression unreadable. The title card read, Bloodblade 13. Read, Part 01. A voiceover stated, "She must have waited for so long." The man with long white hair muttered to himself, his breath ragged. He felt the weight of his responsibility, the urgency of his mission. He barked orders, his voice sharp and commanding. The urgency in his tone reflected the gravity of the situation. They searched the buildings, their movements swift and efficient. The weight of the task pressed upon them, the potential loss of life a heavy burden. A young man, his face etched with worry, stared at a critically injured person. Relief and disbelief warred within him as he processed the miraculous survival. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from the injured man, shattering the surrounding area. A wave of dark energy surged outwards, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A woman in a red scarf relayed urgent instructions into her comm unit, her voice tight with concern. The situation demanded immediate action. They were taking him. A young man, his face a mask of pain, lay bleeding. The crimson stain spread across his clothes, a stark contrast to his fiery red hair. Despite his injuries, he insisted on resting before leaving, his words laced with a weary defiance. The darkness held a single, unspoken thought. Jean's scolding awaited. A desperate cry pierced the silence. Jean. The name, raw with pain and fear, echoed in the sterile environment. He gasped for air, his labored breaths a testament to his suffering. The rhythmic huff punctuated the silence of the medical bay. Disoriented, he awoke to an unfamiliar setting, the question, "Where am I?" hanging heavy in the air. He pushed himself up, ignoring the searing pain. He had to go, a desperate need driving him forward. With a sharp snap, the tubes were ripped free, his body convulsing in agony. A guttural scream tore from his throat. He stumbled, falling heavily to the floor, his body crashing against the cold, unforgiving metal. He pushed himself up again, his face contorted in pain, his breathing ragged. He was desperate. A swirling vortex of energy opened before him, a gateway to the unknown. He looked back, a grim determination etched on his face. He was leaving, no matter the cost. He fell, his body collapsing as the energy consumed him. The red cloak billowed around him. He coughed, his voice weak, calling out into the emptiness. Was anyone there? Gasping for air, the injured man stumbled through a dimly lit corridor, his body screaming in protest. Each step was agony. It felt as if his own body was betraying him. He pushed himself onward, driven by an unknown force, a desperate need to escape this suffocating confinement. Reaching a doorway, he strained to look beyond, his voice a pained whisper, "Someone help?" But only the aftermath of violence met his gaze. A scene of carnage, bodies strewn across the floor, spoke of a recent, brutal struggle. He was alone, or so it seemed. He pressed on, his escape a desperate, silent prayer. The weight of his injuries threatened to pull him under, but he fought against the tide. The hospital ward was a macabre tableau, rows of beds, each occupied by a lifeless form, a chilling testament to the devastation that had swept through. His face, contorted in pain and fear, reflected the horror he had witnessed. He had to escape. He had to find a way out. With a guttural cry, he pushed himself to his feet, the desperate need for escape overriding the agony in his body. He had to find the exit. He knew the layout of the building. The central hall was his only hope. He limped towards it, his movements slow but determined. A faint tap echoed in the silence, a sound that seemed to carry an ominous weight. He was close. He could almost feel the freedom of the outside world. He reached the central hall, the main exit beckoning him onward. But even as he moved towards it, a sense of unease settled over him. From high above, the city sprawled before him, a concrete jungle indifferent to his plight. He was alone, surrounded by the cold indifference of the urban landscape. He stood on the precipice, the city lights twinkling below, a silent witness to his escape. His journey was far from over. The central hall stretched before him, a long, dimly lit corridor under the sterile glow of fluorescent lights. He figured he could reach the outside through the central hall, but a quick glance at the exits revealed a problem. A figure emerged from the shadows, his face partially obscured, but his eyes held a chilling intensity. The city outside was a chaotic mess. Wrecked cars littered the streets below, a testament to the recent devastation. Down below, amidst the urban chaos, two figures stood out, a tall woman in a crimson dress and a man with long white hair. They watched as he struggled, his path blocked. The weight of the situation pressed down on him. Frustration and exhaustion clawed at him. He gasped, his breath ragged. A sudden darkness enveloped him, a terrifying presence looming. He fought back, his labored breaths punctuating the struggle. A wave of nausea washed over him as he coughed, spitting blood. He stumbled, collapsing against a nearby pillar, his body racked with pain. His thoughts turned to Jean, had to find him. The ground beneath him crumbled, threatening to send him into the abyss below. He braced himself, the structure groaning under the strain. The pillar cracked, threatening to send him plummeting to the street far below. He had found a sanctuary, a place of refuge amidst the ruins. Three figures huddled together, wounded but alive. The man, his face partially obscured by bandages, spoke of a plan, a path to safety. A young woman, her face etched with worry, listened intently. The weight of their situation pressed heavily upon her. She was desperate for a solution, a way out of this nightmare. Their escape, however, came with a stark warning. Survival demanded silence, a silent retreat from their pursuers. Any sound, any misstep could mean certain death. They moved as one, a silent procession through the decaying corridors. The woman, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and determination, followed closely behind. A muttered curse escaped her lips, a testament to her frustration and anger. The journey was fraught with peril. Each step brought the risk of discovery, of being hunted down. A sudden, sharp pain shot through her arm as she stumbled, the wound reopening. She hissed in pain, the agony a stark reminder of their precarious situation. The man's words echoed in her mind. Silence was their only hope. The scratching sound intensified, a chilling prelude to whatever lurked nearby. Fear hung heavy in the air as the group huddled together, the words, "We can't stay here. It's dangerous," echoing the unspoken dread in their eyes. A desperate question hung between them. Was there an escape? One of them, a young woman with blonde hair, tilted her head, a thoughtful expression clouding her features. A silent question played on her lips. A sudden confidence filled the air as a man with red hair spoke, his voice cutting through the tension. He had a plan, a glimmer of hope in the suffocating darkness. Following close behind, the group moved as one, their steps hushed, their faces grim. The weight of their shared fear was palpable. A young woman in a white dress clutched the hand of another, her knuckles white. The urgency of their escape was evident in every movement. The man with red hair, their leader, urged them onward, his voice a low growl. He stressed the importance of silence and unity, their survival depending on it. A sudden, sharp crack echoed through the darkness, followed by a low groan. The sound sent a fresh wave of fear through the group. They found themselves in a long, dimly lit corridor, the air thick with the smell of decay and dampness. The man with red hair voiced his confusion, his question hanging in the air. The blonde woman explained, her voice low and urgent, revealing the corridor to be a long-forgotten emergency exit, sealed off years ago. Their hope flickered as she described their only path to freedom, a freight elevator at the end of the central hall. Reaching it would be their only chance of survival. The blonde woman's hand reached out, a silent plea for trust and cooperation. The weight of their shared fate rested on their ability to work together. A chilling sound echoed from the distance, a guttural growl that sent shivers down their spines. The sounds of approaching danger were unmistakable. The group braced themselves, their faces etched with fear and determination. The blonde woman's words, "This isn't turning out to be easy," reflected the grim reality of their situation. A young woman, alone in a dimly lit corridor, muttered, "Okay," a tremor in her voice betraying her unease. She clutched at her arm, the sound of her nails scraping against her skin a stark counterpoint to the silence of the hallway. A wave of nausea washed over her. Two others appeared, their concern evident. One asked about the monsters, while the other expressed disbelief at her survival given her injuries. She admitted to luck. A man with red hair, his face etched with worry, explained the suddenness of the attack, the chaos that followed the meteor's fall. Another man, his smile chilling, recounted the events after the meteor's impact, the injured turning into something monstrous. The scene shifted to a brutal depiction of the transformation, bodies contorting and glowing with an unnatural energy. The red-haired man revealed he also had a daughter, his voice heavy with unspoken fears. He urged them to keep going, reminding them that they had a reason to survive. Despite the danger, he appeared outwardly calm, though inwardly he was shaken. He admitted to trying to stay strong for someone. The woman with the gun trembled, her fear palpable. She was trying to remain brave for her daughter. Tears streamed down her face, her grief overwhelming. The red-haired man, his own pain evident, resolved to get back to his loved ones. He urged them to regroup, their shared goal a fragile thread of hope in the face of overwhelming terror. A young woman, tears welling in her eyes, whispered a grateful thank you. She then turned to address a man with fiery red hair, her voice laced with curiosity as she asked about his age. He responded with a touch of annoyance, pointing out the rudeness of such a question, while another woman looked on, seemingly amused. The scene shifted to a different location, where a group huddled together, one of them clearly distressed and gasping for air. A man with red hair offered words of comfort, urging her to breathe slowly and remain calm. Meanwhile, another woman, her face contorted in thirst, confessed to feeling like she was going crazy. Her companion, noticing her strange behavior, expressed concern. A woman with dark hair, her eyes glowing red, licked her lips, having found something. A heavy thud echoed through the room. The blonde woman from earlier flinched, a bead of sweat trickling down her neck. Another thud, followed by spray of blood. In a violent clash, the dark-haired woman lunged at the blonde, sinking her teeth into her neck. A woman's face contorted in thirst, her words a desperate plea. "I'm so thirsty. I'm going crazy." She sniffed the air, a strange sweetness catching her attention. What was this smell? Meanwhile, another woman, blonde and composed, watched intently. She needed to make sure the other didn't lose control again. Suddenly, a horrifying transformation. Eyes blazing, the woman's thirst consumed her, a primal hunger taking hold. A heavy thud echoed as she collapsed. The blonde woman's concern turned to alarm. Blood splattered, a grim testament to the sudden violence. The blonde woman and another, tall with dark hair, watched in horror. A brutal struggle ensued, a desperate grapple for control. One woman's crimson dress was stained with blood. A man, red-haired and furious, burst into the room, his question echoing the chaos. "What the hell?" He confronted the blonde woman, his voice laced with disbelief and anger. "Rebecca, why are you doing this?" Another man, his face partially obscured, was caught in the crossfire. He cried out for help, the situation spiraling out of control. A swift kick sent him sprawling. The chaos continued, a whirlwind of violence. He crashed, the impact jarring. The floor cracked under the force. He struggled to his feet, his face a mask of pain and fury. The sounds of cracking echoed around him. A horde of monstrous figures emerged from the shadows, their guttural cries filling the air. He was attacked, his pleas for mercy lost in the maelstrom of violence. The struggle was far from over. A woman's desperate plea for the pain to stop echoed in the dimly lit room. Her attacker, however, seemed only to find the situation more enjoyable. The attack continued, the sounds of struggle and pain filling the air. The victim's lifeblood flowed freely. The attacker paused, savoring the taste of their victim's blood, finding it strangely delicious. With a final, sickening gulp, the attacker consumed the last of the blood, leaving behind only a lifeless body. The aftermath was gruesome, a stark reminder of the brutal attack. The scene was drenched in blood. Another woman watched in horror, her own blood beginning to flow as a strange transformation began. She felt a strange power coursing through her veins, a terrifying yet exhilarating sensation. The change was swift and complete. She was becoming one of them, a monstrous creature. A scream of anguish and terror escaped her lips as the transformation consumed her. Elsewhere, a violent struggle ensued. One woman fought back against her attacker, but the odds seemed stacked against her. A gunshot rang out, silencing the struggle momentarily. One attacker fell, but the fight was far from over. The surviving woman, trembling and horrified, held her weapon, the weight of her actions heavy on her. She urged herself to remain strong, knowing that the wall wouldn't hold for long. Escape was their only option. The monstrous horde breached the barrier, their terrifying presence filling the room. The survivors were surrounded. A man watched in horror as one of his companions fell, the reality of the situation finally hitting him. A monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, its presence a chilling harbinger of doom. A young woman, her face contorted in terror, trembled violently. The word tremble echoed in the silence, mirroring her inner turmoil. The scene shifted to another woman, her face pale and bloodied, collapsing to the floor. A whispered plea for help, barely audible, escaped her lips. A chilling demand cut through the air. "Give me your blood." The camera focused on a nurse, her body contorted in a grotesque parody of life, falling from a great height. Below, a man watched in horror as the world around him crumbled. The focus shifted to a figure with vibrant red hair, their face a mask of grim determination as they fell to the ground. A woman clutched a gun, her eyes wide with a primal fear. The shadow of a figure loomed behind her, a silent menace. A wave of monstrous figures surged forward, their hunger palpable, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. They were upon their prey. A monstrous figure, its form obscured by shadow, lunged. Its victim, a woman in a pink top, screamed as the darkness consumed her. The darkness spread, a malevolent tide, swallowing everything in its path. Only a chilling void remained. Above, a woman watched in horror, her scream echoing the terror of the unseen. Elsewhere, another woman, her face contorted in agony, clutched at her throat, blood welling up. Her terror was mirrored in the eyes of another woman nearby, her own fear palpable. A horde of the undead, their faces gaunt and hungry, surged forward, a wave of death. A close-up revealed the horrifying maw of one of the creatures, its teeth bared in a silent scream. A man with red hair was thrown violently against a wall, the impact echoing in the silence. He clutched at the steering wheel, his knuckles white, as the vehicle lurched violently. The man crashed through a window, falling into the chaos below. The sound of shattering glass and crumbling concrete filled the air. He landed hard, the impact jarring. The world spun. Gasping for breath, he looked around, disoriented. Where is she? He dangled precariously from the building, his grip failing. Below, a mattress offered a slim chance of survival. A woman lay on a blood-soaked bed, eyes closed, a pistol clutched in her hand. A whispered prayer escaped her lips. Thank God. She recoiled, a pained groan escaping her as she clutched at her head. The trauma was immense. A desperate voice cut through the haze of pain, urging her to focus on the immediate threat. Instinct took over. She raised her weapon, firing twice with deadly accuracy. Two figures crumpled to the ground. Elsewhere, a brutal struggle unfolded. A man fought desperately against a horde of the undead, their bodies splattering against the ground. The woman continued her desperate fight for survival, each shot a testament to her dwindling hope. The sounds of gunfire echoed through the chaos. She realized the limitations of her weapon against the relentless tide of the undead. A young man, his face etched with despair, watched the carnage unfold, knowing his efforts were futile. He fought back, his movements precise and deadly, but the sheer number of his enemies was overwhelming. The relentless assault continued, bodies piling up as the battle raged on. A wave of despair washed over him. He watched in horror as more of the undead swarmed around him, their hunger insatiable. A group of survivors clung to a makeshift raft, desperately trying to escape the overwhelming horror. The woman, amidst the chaos, fought to survive, her will fueled by the desperate need to see her daughter again. She was terrified, the thought of being devoured by the undead a chilling reality. Tears streamed down her face as she thought of her daughter, her only remaining hope. A dark figure emerged from the shadows, her eyes glowing with an unnatural light. She spoke, her voice cold and menacing. A chilling grip tightened around her throat. The words, "I'll be gentle," were a cruel mockery as she trembled, fear seizing her. Elsewhere, a desperate plea echoed amidst the chaos. Your hand. A desperate grasp for survival in the face of overwhelming horror. The city crumbled around them. A desperate struggle for survival played out against a backdrop of falling debris and the screams of the dying. She fought back with surprising strength, her blonde hair a stark contrast to the crimson staining her clothes. The battle raged on. A sickening crunch. The fight ended abruptly. From a rooftop, bodies plummeted into the abyss below, a testament to the relentless onslaught. A lone figure ran, the pounding of feet a desperate rhythm against the backdrop of the collapsing city. The urgency was palpable. The impact was jarring. A vehicle crashed, adding to the chaos. He gritted his teeth, determination etched on his face. We're not going to die here, he vowed, his thoughts turning to family. She looked up at him, her eyes wide with terror and desperation. The weight of their situation pressed down on them. A monstrous face loomed, its red eye burning with malevolent intent. A guttural roar echoed through the ruined streets. The horde advanced, a sea of undead closing in. Hope seemed to dwindle with every step. Amidst the chaos of the city under siege, a young woman with blonde hair, her face streaked with blood and tears, was clutched tightly in the arms of a man with fiery red hair. His own features were contorted in a grimace of exertion and pain, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. He held her close, a desperate attempt to shield her from the horrors surrounding them. The scene was a stark contrast of vulnerability and desperate protection, a brief respite in the ongoing battle for survival. Gasping for breath, he vowed, "We're not going to die here." His companion, equally desperate, added, "We have to get back to our families." The weight of that statement hung heavy in the air as a young woman sobbed, blood staining her arm. Suddenly, they were surrounded. Monstrous figures emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing menacingly. Elsewhere, a sinister figure confirmed, "Yes, master. This is the right place." Two figures, a man and a woman, walked through a desolate landscape. The man sighed, trying to find a guy who's missing in this reeking hellhole. The woman, Misty, replied, I'm already bored. Isn't that right? She was clearly distressed. The mission was not to be taken lightly, but she was already aware of that. The man coughed, but we won't get to have any fun because of work, even though it's been so long since we came outside. Misty apologized for her earlier outburst, blaming the stress. She thanked him for his understanding. The man was taken aback by the sudden appearance of more ghouls. What the hell? Why are these ghouls running free? A gaping maw of crimson, a blood-soaked ritual scene. The question hung heavy in the air. A blood weapon? He stood, a figure of unsettling calm amidst the carnage, his words a chilling confirmation of the horror unfolding. His grin, a predatory display of his sharp teeth, spoke volumes. A blood crystal, a blood weapon, interesting. A woman, bound and helpless, her muffled cry a testament to her predicament. This mission, it seems, had taken an unexpected turn. He addressed her, his tone laced with a chilling excitement. The hunt, it seemed, was about to begin. The rhythmic tap-tap-tap of approaching footsteps echoed in the silence. A desperate flight for survival. They were running, their breaths ragged, searching for a hiding place. The hunt was on. They reached a central hall, their only hope a desperate gamble against the encroaching darkness. She was injured, her condition worsening. Escape seemed impossible. A brutal, desperate fight for survival. The sounds of tearing flesh and bone filled the air. The fight continued, a chaotic ballet of violence and desperation. There was no other way. A horde of the undead pressed against the door, their desperate struggle for entry palpable. The end seemed near. A wave of undead crashed against an unseen barrier, their desperate moans echoing in the darkness. Inside a room, a man and two women struggled to keep a door shut against the relentless pressure from beyond. The man yelled, "Hold it! We'll be dead meat if this opens." One of the women, her face contorted in fear, cried out, "Sue! Nur sue!" A horrifying figure emerged from the shadows, its face a grotesque mask of pale skin and sharp, unnatural teeth. It hissed, "Why are you running away from me? Don't you have something to give me?" Outside, another woman, blonde and in a white dress, fought off a swarm of the undead, her movements desperate and precise. The monstrous figure lunged, its clawed hand reaching for the woman's blood. It shrieked, "Give me your blood." Inside, the man, his face grim, muttered, "What the F*** are you saying? Just hold on a bit longer." The blonde woman from outside sobbed. She said that she's going to go see the meteor. She must be. The man, seeing her distress, urged, "Hey, come on." Another woman, with long dark hair, wept silently, overcome with grief and regret. She thought, if I had known this was going to happen, I would have spent more time with her. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened. He shouted, "She's alive." He turned to the blonde woman, his voice urgent. "Your daughter is definitely alive. So stop talking like you're saying your last words, and tell those things to her yourself." His face contorted in a mixture of rage and grief. He roared in silent fury. The blonde woman, her face etched with disbelief and dawning hope, whispered, "She's alive. She's definitely." Jean, also alive and sitting nearby, was quietly observing the scene. The man, noticing her, said, "Jean is alive as well." A hand, bloodied and bruised, clenched into a fist. The escape had been brutal, a desperate flight for survival. The suggestion hung heavy in the air, a cruel irony, given the circumstances. They could have left, but chose not to. A woman's face, contorted in agony, her features marred by wounds. The transformation was swift, merciless. He urged her to flee, his voice strained with desperation, a plea born of love and fear. There was someone waiting for her, a defiant refusal, a shout of protest against the inevitable. Hope, however fragile, still flickered. The sounds of struggle echoed in the background, a grim symphony of violence. The fight was far from over. Another victim, her eyes vacant, her thoughts consumed by morbid cravings. The hunger was insatiable. A shattered phone screen reflected a final, defiant smile. Even in death, a memory lingered. A mountain of corpses, a testament to the relentless onslaught. The sheer scale of the carnage was overwhelming. A guttural cry of frustration and pain. He was trapped, cornered, and utterly alone. The impact echoed through the room, a desperate attempt to break free. The struggle continued. A body fell, lifeless, another casualty in the relentless tide of the undead. The fight was brutal and unforgiving. A horrifying visage emerged from the shattered glass, a creature of nightmare. The fight was far from over. A desperate struggle ensued. One figure, clad in pink, was being overwhelmed by a horde of attackers. The sounds of flesh tearing and bones breaking echoed through the narrow corridor as the attackers relentlessly advanced. A door slammed shut, the metallic clang a stark contrast to the gruesome sounds emanating from the other side. Meanwhile, a woman with a horrifically mangled face recalled a mundane conversation, a stark juxtaposition to her current predicament. Elsewhere, a phone displayed a cheerful image, a stark contrast to the grim reality unfolding around it. The scene shifted to a room where bodies lay scattered across a checkered floor, victims of a brutal massacre. A man, his face contorted in rage and pain, slammed against a wall, the impact echoing through the space. The sounds of a struggle continued as more figures were seen clawing at a door, desperate to escape. A woman's body lay broken and lifeless, a victim of the relentless violence. A horrifying scene unfolded as a monstrous figure consumed another victim, the act both brutal and swift. He moved through the carnage, his senses overwhelmed by the stench of blood and death. Leaning against a blood-splattered wall, he caught his breath, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. A loud crack echoed as something broke, the sound sharp and sudden in the otherwise silent space. He smirked, a cruel expression twisting his features as he surveyed the scene of destruction. A guttural roar ripped through the air, the sound born of pure, unadulterated rage. His eyes, blazing with fury, reflected the carnage around him. The impact echoed through the city, a thunderous boom that shook the very foundations. A wave of destruction washed over the street. He moved like a phantom, a blur of motion against the backdrop of chaos. His target was clear, his purpose unwavering. A horde of the undead surged forward, their hunger insatiable. He was surrounded, outnumbered but not broken. He fought with a ferocity born of desperation, each blow a testament to his will to survive. His breath came in ragged gasps. The fight spilled into the street, a chaotic ballet of violence. He weaved through the relentless assault, his movements precise and deadly. He launched himself towards a nearby vehicle, using it as a shield against the relentless onslaught. The metal groaned under the strain. The car became a weapon, a battering ram against the tide of the undead. He used its weight to his advantage, crushing his enemies. The vehicle careened wildly, a projectile of destruction. The impact sent a shockwave through the surrounding area. He stumbled, his body protesting the relentless strain. The weight of the battle bore down on him, threatening to break his resolve. More of the undead swarmed him, their claws tearing at his flesh. He fought back with grim determination, refusing to yield. Trapped within the wreckage, he heard a chilling voice. "You can't run away anymore." It hissed. He glared at his attacker, his eyes burning with defiance. "Yusti," he snarled, his voice raw with rage. With a mighty heave, he slammed his fist into the creature's face. The impact was brutal, the sound sickening. He continued his assault, relentless in his fury. The creature's defenses crumbled under the onslaught. Blood spurted, painting the scene in a macabre masterpiece. Another victim fell, another life extinguished in the chaos. He spat on the ground, a furious defiance burning in his eyes. "If you're going to die anyway," he snarled, "let me kill you myself." The retort was immediate, a venomous whisper cutting through the tension. "Screw you. You think I'd let you kill me?" He swung, a desperate lunge fueled by adrenaline and rage. The blow landed, but the impact was less than decisive. "I'm going to live," he vowed, his voice strained but resolute. A guttural cry escaped him, a raw expression of pain and determination. "And go back to Jean," he screamed, the name a desperate plea. The ground trembled beneath him as a powerful energy surged through his body. A wave of searing pain washed over him, but he held firm. A horrifying figure emerged from the shadows, its face a grotesque mask of malice. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light. A car exploded in a fiery ball, sending debris flying. The impact was deafening. Another vehicle crashed, adding to the chaos. The scene was one of utter destruction. Cars were tossed around like toys, the force of the explosions immense. The ground shook violently. The rain lashed down, obscuring the carnage. The city was under siege. A figure lay amidst the wreckage, their body broken and bleeding. Death had claimed another victim. The chaos continued. Bodies littered the ground, a grim testament to the brutal efficiency of the attackers. From a shattered window high above, a figure leaped, a crimson streak against the inky blackness of the night. Below, the carnage continued. They fell, a silent thud against the unforgiving concrete. The last thing visible was a pair of wide, terrified eyes staring blankly at the starless sky. A chilling message appeared. To be continued. Team Red. A horrifying visage emerged from the chaos. A woman's face contorted in a grotesque grin, eyes blazing with unnatural light. Her features were sharp, almost skeletal, and a shard of ice-like crystal pierced her cheek. The icy shard pulsed with an eerie luminescence, accentuating the sharp angles of her terrifying smile. She was surrounded by a writhing mass of bodies, their own screams lost in the din. With a deafening roar, a car exploded, sending shrapnel and debris flying. The force of the blast sent bodies tumbling through the air. Another vehicle met a similar fate, its metal frame twisting and crumpling under the immense pressure. The impact sent a shockwave through the already devastated street. The ground itself seemed to shudder, cracks spiderwebbing across the asphalt as the city crumbled around them. The air filled with the stench of smoke and destruction. Amidst the chaos, a figure emerged from the wreckage, their body battered and bruised, but their eyes burning with defiance. From a high vantage point, the scene unfolded like a macabre ballet of destruction. Dozens of figures fell from the collapsing buildings, their screams swallowed by the cacophony. One of the fallen figures lay still, their face a mask of agony, blood staining the concrete. A network of metallic structures groaned under immense strain, cracks spreading like veins across its surface. A sense of impending doom filled the air. Deep beneath the city, in a subterranean tunnel, a train lay derailed, its carriages twisted and broken. The scene was eerily silent, a stark contrast to the chaos above. A lone figure stood silhouetted against the eerie green glow emanating from the wreckage of the train, their form obscured by shadow. The figure raised a weapon, its metallic gleam reflecting the unnatural light. The weapon was long and menacing, a harbinger of further violence. Above, another body lay lifeless on the street, a victim of the ongoing carnage. The rain washed away the blood, leaving only a grim reminder of the destruction. In the aftermath, a man lay bleeding, his body broken and his eyes glazed over. He was another casualty of the night's events. A lone figure, armed and vigilant, stood amidst the wreckage of a catastrophic event. Twisted metal and shattered glass littered the scene, the air thick with the stench of death. The aftermath of the collision was horrific. Bodies lay scattered, victims of a brutal, indiscriminate force. A wounded man, his breath ragged, struggled to stay conscious. He gasped for air, his pleas for help barely audible above the sounds of the devastation. The pain was excruciating, his head throbbed, threatening to overwhelm him. He felt a searing pain, a sharp agony that ripped through his skull. His vision blurred, the world around him fading into darkness. Amidst the chaos, a team of rescuers worked tirelessly, their efforts focused on saving the injured. They navigated the debris field, searching for survivors. One of the rescuers discovered the wounded man, his condition critical. He was barely alive, clinging to consciousness. A woman, her face etched with concern, assessed the situation. She quickly made a decision, issuing orders to her team. The man's injuries were severe. Crimson shards of what looked like crystal were embedded in his head. He needed immediate medical attention. He was barely conscious, but he could hear the voices around him. He fought to stay awake, clinging to hope. The city skyline loomed in the distance, a stark contrast to the scene of devastation unfolding below. The hospital, a beacon of hope, was their destination. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure, cloaked in shadow, moved through the city streets. Their presence was ominous, their intentions unclear. He stood there, a man clearly burdened, his expression a mixture of weariness and grim determination. The weight of the situation pressed heavily upon him. Nearby, a tense exchange unfolded. Instructions were barked, the urgency palpable. The need for immediate medical attention was clear. Suddenly, a figure emerged, cloaked in shadow, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. The threat was immediate, the air thick with menace. This entry, a powerful force unleashed, a wave of energy rippled outwards, leaving destruction in its wake. He reacted instantly, his weapon raised, ready to meet the oncoming threat. The fight was joined. The clash was brutal, a flurry of motion and violence. A weapon shattered, the impact echoing in the silence that followed. He stared, disbelief etched on his face. The ferocity of the attack had left him reeling. A chilling promise hung in the air, a moment of respite before the storm. He was spared for now. He roared in agony, the sound echoing the devastation within. The pain was intense, unbearable. A swift, brutal attack. One man fell, his lifeblood staining the ground. The other stood triumphant, his power undeniable. A body cracked, the sound a stark contrast to the silence that followed. The transformation was complete. He recoiled in horror, the sight before him too terrible to comprehend. The transformation was complete, the result horrifying. A scream of pure agony ripped through the air, a testament to the pain inflicted. The chapter ends. A sickening crunch echoed as bone met bone, the aggressor's white hair a stark contrast to the crimson blossoming across his victim's face. His eyes glowed with malevolent energy. The words, "I am your master," Zod, a chilling promise. The victim's body cracked, a horrifying transformation beginning as he gasped. Ugh! What is this? Another victim's eye shattered, the icy blue fragments a testament to the power unleashed. A guttural scream tore through the air. Arg! A raw expression of pain and terror. In a sterile medical bay, a team of professionals worked frantically, their concern evident in their tense expressions and hushed tones. What about his blood pressure? One asked. It keeps dropping. One of them urged, shut up and hold his left side. Finally, the bleeding stopped. A woman with pink hair stared intently, her expression a mixture of concern and grim determination. The medical team was baffled. What are the stats on the blood crystal? They can't be measured. It's emitting an incredible amount of energy. The patient's body strained under the immense energy, his pained breaths audible even across the room. If we don't relieve the blood crystal's energy, one doctor stated grimly, he'll die. Another responded, Sarah, there's no way. A fist slammed against a nearby surface. the sound echoing the internal frustration and helplessness. A woman with dark hair lamented, "We have to watch him die because we can't do anything about one damn meteor shard. Oh, damn it. I'm pathetic." Suddenly, chaos erupted. "We're under attack. The front doors have been breached. Run." The shouts were punctuated by the horrifying realization. What are those things? Those things corpses? A frantic scene unfolded on a computer screen. Figures, distorted and monstrous, swarmed a group of people, their desperate pleas echoing in the digital space. The horrifying images were a stark reminder of the escalating crisis. These weren't just corpses. They were the recently deceased, animated by some unknown force. A looming figure, eyes burning with malevolent red light, emerged from the shadows. Its voice, a chilling promise, cut through the chaos. The team of scientists, caught off guard, reacted with a mixture of fear and determination. The blood-soaked corpses were moving too quickly. One of the scientists, her face etched with worry, assessed the critically injured patient. The situation was dire. They lacked the resources to save him. A grim decision loomed: abandon the patient and retrieve the blood crystal, a powerful artifact that might hold the key to stopping the outbreak. The weight of the choice pressed heavily on them. Giving up the crystal to the vampire was unthinkable. A tense discussion ensued. The use of the relics, a last resort, was on the table. Hope flickered. The blood crystal, it seemed, might be their only chance. With a decisive click, a critical step was taken. The plan was in motion. The procedure began. The scientists prepared to transplant vital components from the deceased. The risks were immense. Past attempts had failed, and failure now would mean losing everything. One scientist voiced their apprehension, but the other, resolute, urged them to bide their time. She knew this was their last chance. The weight of the world rested on this single, desperate gamble. The final preparations were underway. Everything was on the line, including her life. A plea for time was made, a desperate attempt to buy precious moments before the inevitable. A somber apology hung in the air, the weight of the words pressing down on them both. One woman, her face etched with worry, looked at the other, whose defiant expression belied the danger they both faced. The stakes were clear. Survival demanded a sacrifice. She licked a lollipop, her gaze unwavering. The limited time was a stark reality, a constraint that added to the tension already thrumming in the room. The urgency of the situation was palpable. A young man, clearly frustrated, voiced his concerns about the time constraints, highlighting the unpreparedness of the team. His impatience was a stark contrast to the gravity of their task. With a swift, defiant gesture, she channeled her power. A surge of energy crackled around her, a visible manifestation of her resolve. The energy swirled, a vortex of power building. It was a dangerous, unpredictable force, yet she controlled it with practiced ease. Her outburst was a testament to her frustration. The young man, witnessing this display of power, could only stare in stunned silence, his earlier complaints forgotten in the face of her raw energy. The scene shifted, revealing a grim reality. A young man lay on a table, his legs severely injured, blood staining the sterile surface. The urgency of the situation was underscored by the stark command. A woman with glasses, her expression grim, prepared to act. The sharp glint of a blade reflected the cold determination in her eyes. The decision was made. In a sterile, brightly lit room, one woman urgently pleaded with another. She needed a favor, a desperate request for a small window of time. The plea was met with a sigh, a weary acceptance of the grim reality. Lives hung in the balance, a heavy price for a few stolen moments. The weight of the situation pressed down on them both. 10 minutes, a meager amount of time against the encroaching threat. Elsewhere, a chaotic scene unfolded. A man barked orders, his frustration palpable as he urged his team to work faster. One woman, defiant and powerful, unleashed a burst of energy, a show of force that echoed the urgency of the moment. The raw power surged, a swirling vortex of energy that momentarily overshadowed the tension in the room. In another part of the facility, a young man watched, his concern evident as he observed the unfolding events. A grim decision was made, a desperate measure to control the escalating crisis. The scene was brutal, swift, and final. The situation was dire. A doctor frantically sought updates, the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. Nurses worked tirelessly, their concern for their patients evident. The question of evacuation hung heavy in the air. One nurse voiced her concern, the absurdity of abandoning their patients weighing heavily on her conscience. Meanwhile, another nurse desperately tried to contact someone, her hope dwindling with each unanswered call. The ground trembled, a low rumble that escalated into a terrifying crescendo. Then, with a deafening boom, destruction rained down, chaos erupting in the wake of the cataclysmic event. Snow fell softly, blanketing the city in a hush. Inside, chaos reigned. Two women crumpled to the ground, their cries echoing through the sterile hallway. One of them, clutching her side, gasped in disbelief. A gun? How? The scene shifted to a room where a group huddled together in terror, their faces a mask of fear as a chilling scream pierced the air. A young woman, her face streaked with tears, sobbed uncontrollably. The horror was palpable. A wave of shadowy figures surged through the building. Their grotesque forms a testament to the unfolding nightmare. The entrance was blocked, escape impossible. Panic seized the remaining people, their desperate cries swallowed by the encroaching darkness. A sinister figure emerged, his eyes glowing with malevolent intent. "Come, it's feeding time," he announced, his voice dripping with menace. The horde surged forward, their hunger a palpable force. Screams of terror filled the air as the monstrous figures attacked, their movements swift and brutal. Amidst the chaos, a figure moved with surprising speed, a blur of motion against the backdrop of carnage. She paused, a look of dawning realization on her face. Where was he? Her eyes widened as she spotted him. It was him, the man responsible for this nightmare. He smirked, preparing to unleash another wave of icy destruction. A crimson blade flashed, slicing through the air with deadly precision. Blood sprayed. The woman with vibrant pink hair hissed, a cruel smile twisting her lips as she tasted the blood. A powerful blow shattered the ice, sending shards flying. He stood amidst the falling ice crystals, a chilling calm in his eyes. "Ice," he murmured, a single word hanging in the frigid air. She watched him, her expression unreadable. The fight was far from over. The swirling ice intensified, a vortex of freezing energy. With a roar, he unleashed a devastating attack, the force of it sending shockwaves through the air. "Fricks," he bellowed. The impact sent her sprawling, the ground cracking beneath her. He watched her intrigued. "You have an interesting ability," he observed, his voice a low rumble. "Who are you?" She glared back, her voice dripping with disdain. "Shut your trap. Your breath smells foul. You should have just stayed in the dark, eating the blood of corpses. Why'd you have to crawl out and harass me?" He laughed, a chilling sound that echoed through the shattered ice. He was trying to break free. She smirked, a glint of triumph in her eyes. "By force?" she taunted. The battle raged on, a whirlwind of ice and blood. Ice shattered, a violent spray of crystalline shards erupting outwards. A wave of frigid energy pulsed through the air. A hand, impossibly blue and sharp, reached down, its touch leaving a trail of frost and crimson. She couldn't believe it. He had broken free so easily. He was no ordinary vampire, she realized, a surge of adrenaline coursing through her. The pink-haired woman, her face a mask of grim determination, moved with surprising speed, a lollipop clutched between her teeth. She muttered to herself, the sheer number of ghouls overwhelming her. Freezing them all was proving impossible. The ice around her began to crack, the strain of her power evident. These corpses, she realized, were ghouls. The sight of the ghouls sent a chill down her spine. Their vampire master must be nearby, she concluded, a sense of dread washing over her. A voice, smooth yet chilling, cut through the air. The words hung heavy. "You have an interesting ability." The speaker, a figure shrouded in ice, remained unseen, only a sharp jawline and piercing gaze visible. The question, "Who are you?" was a desperate attempt to break the silence, a challenge thrown into the icy void. A retort, sharp as shattered glass, echoed the icy demeanor of the unseen figure. "The blood of corpses. Why did you have to crawl out and harass me?" A young woman, her face partially obscured by a hood, watched with growing alarm. Her thoughts were clear. No way. Is he trying to break free by force? With a sudden, powerful movement, the icy figure lashed out. A wave of energy, a whoosh of motion, marked its attack. The crimson energy of the counterattack met the icy assault. The clash was brutal, a dance of destruction. The ice began to crack, the strain of the conflict visible in the spreading fractures. The unseen figure was clearly struggling. Another woman, her face pale with exertion, collapsed to the ground. She gasped, "I can't believe he broke free so easily. He's no ordinary vampire." The hooded woman, her breath ragged, struggled to her feet. She muttered, barely audible, 10 minutes? I don't think I'll last 10 minutes. A crimson claw slashed through the air, a whirlwind of violence. The words "Caesars" echoed the ferocity of the attack. The woman in the crimson dress was thrown back, her body impacting the ground hard. The attack had been brutal, swift, and effective. She looked up, her eyes wide with dawning horror. The realization hit her. A blood weapon? The young woman, seeing the danger, knew she had to escape. "This is dangerous. I have to run," she thought, her heart pounding. Panic erupted around her. Screams filled the air as people pleaded for help. The hooded woman, however, felt only a grim satisfaction. "Tsh, what a pain." With a guttural cry, the figure unleashed a torrent of icy energy, the blue tendrils snaking and crackling with raw power. Their face contorted in a rictus of fury, eyes blazing with an unnatural light. The impact was immediate and devastating. A thunderous boom echoed as the ice shattered against their opponent. Above, a group huddled together, fear etched on their faces as the ice rained down around them. They watched, helpless, as the battle raged below, each impact sending tremors through the floor. The figure, its power seemingly limitless, sneered, its words dripping with cruel satisfaction. Your compassion is wasted. One of the group, a young woman with fiery red hair, shouted, urging them to escape the impending doom. She pushed others toward a nearby exit, her voice filled with desperate urgency. A monstrous figure lunged from the shadows, its claws extended, aiming for one of the fleeing group. Screams pierced the air as the creature attacked, its icy grip crushing its victim. The figure, watching the carnage unfold, declared that no one would leave alive. The young woman, defiant despite the terror, retorted that the figure shouldn't twist their words. A brutal struggle ensued, the young woman fighting with surprising strength against her attacker. She was thrown back, her vision blurring as pain overwhelmed her senses. A chilling smile stretched across the pale face. The words hung in the air, heavy with a cruel satisfaction. I told you. The attack continued, the aggressor's breath hot and foul on their opponent's face. A sharp retort cut through the air. Shut up. A flash of light, a swift movement. The blade found its mark, a deep gash appearing on the attacker's arm. Blood spurted, painting a gruesome picture of the brutal exchange. The fight was far from over. One combatant fell, their body hitting the ground with a thud. The fight had taken its toll. The other, wounded but defiant, stood their ground, their anger fueling their next move. A hateful curse escaped their lips. Fuck you. Gasping for air, the wounded fighter pushed themselves up, their resolve unwavering despite the pain. Their face contorted in a grimace. The fighters struggled to regain their composure. The battle had left its mark. With a sudden burst of speed, they leaped, aiming for a decisive blow. The moment was tense. The attacker, watching the approach, smirked, a cruel amusement in their eyes. They commented on the opponent's self-harm, adding insult to injury. She cut off her own arm. I like her. The attacker, seemingly unfazed, even considered a date with their opponent. Their thoughts were a stark contrast to the violence unfolding. A desperate question hung in the air. How'd the transplant go? Did it work? The scene shifted to a hospital room, the aftermath of a procedure. A chilling realization dawned. He's dead. A blinding flash of light erupted, followed by a powerful gust of wind that sent debris flying. He grunted, a pained expression twisting his features as he braced himself against the force of the attack. The impact sent him sprawling, a curse escaping his lips as he slammed against the ground. He was furious. With a predatory grin, he launched himself forward, a blur of motion. He reacted instantly, leaping back as a projectile whizzed past, narrowly missing his head. The man was clearly skilled. A gloved hand snatched a magazine from a table, the metallic gleam of a rifle barrel visible in the reflection. With a powerful leap, the figure cleared a significant distance, landing with a resounding thud. A sneering figure, his face contorted in rage, swooped down from above, a furious outburst escaping his lips. The blond man, caught off guard, barely managed to evade the attack, his body narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. The scene shifted to a desperate firefight. A barrage of bullets echoed through the corridor, but it was proving futile. The crimson-clad woman and the long-haired man watched from the shadows, their expressions grim. He had finally done it. A chilling satisfaction spread across his face as he surveyed his handiwork. His smile was a predatory grin, sharp teeth bared in a chilling display of triumph. The red energy pulsed, a tangible sign of the power he now wielded. A swift, precise strike landed, shattering the crystal and unleashing a wave of energy. He reeled from the impact, the force of the blow sending him sprawling. The resulting explosion ripped through the room, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. He lay defeated, his body broken, the fight finally over. A low growl rumbled from his throat, a final defiant act before succumbing to his injuries. The aftermath was chaos. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the scene. The battle's aftermath hung heavy in the air. A figure, their face contorted in agony, cried out, the word petrification, a desperate question echoing their pain. Above, a taunting voice dripped with cruel amusement. How does it hurt? A guttural groan escaped their lips, a sound of pure, unadulterated suffering. The image of the figure, frozen in a rictus of pain, was the final image before the darkness closed in. Bound to a cold, metallic table, a young man lay still, blood staining the white fabric beneath him. The sterile environment of a laboratory was starkly contrasted by the crimson spreading across his clothes. A shaft of ethereal light pierced the darkness, illuminating a figure slumped against a wall. The faint glow revealed a scene of devastation. Broken concrete and twisted metal littered the ground. He landed hard, a dull thud echoing in the confined space. The impact sent a jolt through his body, a sharp pain radiating outwards. Another figure, cloaked in shadow, fell nearby. The sound of their impact was almost swallowed by the oppressive silence that followed. A young man, his face etched with disbelief, watched the scene unfold. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The impossible had happened. He gasped, clutching his head in agony. The pain was unbearable, a searing wave of agony that threatened to overwhelm him. Two other figures approached cautiously, concern etched on their faces. One asked what was wrong. The other, more practically, inquired about the nature of his pain. His face contorted in pain, he barely managed to utter the word petrification. The sheer terror in his eyes spoke volumes. One of the onlookers, a blond man, stared in disbelief. Petrification? How is that even possible? Meanwhile, above, another scene played out. A figure fired a weapon, the flash momentarily illuminating the chaos below. The blond man's eyes widened. He saw the figure below, alive, and a wave of relief washed over him. It didn't matter why. The important thing was that he was alive. Suddenly, the injured man was grabbed roughly from behind. A cry of pain escaped his lips as he was dragged away. Gasping for air, the young man struggled against the creeping numbness. His companion urged him to regain control, but the petrification was relentless, spreading with alarming speed. He knew he had to stop it, the gravity of the situation pressing down on him. This was far worse than he'd anticipated. The aftermath of the abduction was a scene of chaos. A body lay broken amidst the wreckage of a car, a grim testament to the violence that had just transpired. Rebecca's hand twitched, a spasm of pain rippling through her as the petrification process began to take hold. A sickening squelch echoed as the petrifying substance spread, consuming everything in its path. Sue and the others watched in horror. The monstrous tendrils slithered, tightening their grip on their victims, pulling them further into the abyss. More slithering, more consuming, the petrification continued its relentless advance. Meanwhile, in the city's underbelly, a different kind of struggle was unfolding. A figure stumbled through the wreckage, clearly exhausted. He gasped for breath, the effort of moving through the debris taking its toll. The petrification was spreading too fast. He couldn't afford to waste time. The relics were at stake, and he wouldn't lose them again. His companion observed, noting the petrification as a sign of blood loss. The question of the bleeding's origin hung heavy in the air. He was clearly struggling, his limbs showing signs of the petrification's advance. The source of the bleeding remained a mystery. A scream ripped through the air as the petrification reached a critical point. The blood crystal, the source of his power, was failing him. The crimson glow pulsed from the embedded crystal, its malevolent energy draining the life from the man before them. It was the blood crystal, they realized, the source of his agonizing transformation. A guttural scream tore through the air as the crystal continued its gruesome work, absorbing his very essence. His body shuddered, the petrification spreading with terrifying speed. He gasped for air, his face contorted in silent agony. Nearby, another man, desperate, clutched a knife, his own lifeblood staining his hands. His pleas were desperate, a silent prayer against the encroaching darkness. This was the only way, he knew, a grim acceptance etched on his face. With a swift, brutal movement, the knife sliced through flesh and bone. The crimson tide flowed, a grim sacrifice. A final, agonizing cry escaped his lips as the life drained from his body, leaving behind only the chilling silence of death. The blood crystal pulsed, its hunger sated for now. A single drop of blood fell, then another, and another, each a stark punctuation mark against the stark white background. A plea escaped, barely audible, lost in silence. The blond man clutched at his bleeding abdomen, his face contorted in agony. His eyes, wide with terror, darted around the room. His attacker, a figure with fiery red hair, recoiled slightly, a look of grim satisfaction on his face. A guttural sound escaped his lips. The red-haired man leaned in, his tongue flicking out to taste the blood that flowed freely from his victim's wound. A single, malevolent red eye filled the frame, a cold, pitiless gaze that seemed to pierce the very soul. The plea from before echoed in the silence. The blond man, his body battered and bruised, let out a pained groan. He was clearly in dire straits. He struggled against his attacker, his voice filled with rage and desperation. He screamed for them to get off him. The red-haired man ignored him, his expression unchanging. He continued his assault, his blows relentless. A voice, sharp and commanding, cut through the chaos. It was a desperate attempt to break through the red-haired man's frenzy. A hand reached out, grabbing a pistol from a nearby bag. The weapon was ready. He ignited the lighter, the small flame a defiant spark in the darkness. His eyes burned with a cold fury. The blond man, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and rage, glared at his attacker. He had reached his limit. With a sudden, decisive movement, he plunged the lighter into the red-haired man's side. The attack was swift and brutal. The red-haired man screamed in agony, his body convulsing. He collapsed to the ground, defeated. The blond man, his breath ragged, collapsed onto the grimy floor, his body slick with sweat and blood. His red-haired opponent, barely conscious, lay beside him, a gruesome wound marring his arm. A sharp crack echoed as the red-haired man's arm twisted at an unnatural angle. Panic seized the blond man. He fumbled frantically, muttering about a coagulant. He hissed in pain, his own arm now bleeding profusely, the source of the injury glowing with an unnatural light. The glowing substance spread, seeping into his flesh, a sickening squelch accompanying its advance. He trembled, the pain intensifying with each passing second. A cruel smile stretched across his face. He had them where he wanted them. He raised his weapon, aiming it at his fallen foe, promising death. The red-haired man coughed, a weak gasp escaping his lips. The blond man's eyes widened, his own body racked with pain and fear. He struggled to breathe, his vision blurring as he fought against the encroaching darkness. He cursed, his anger a fragile shield against the overwhelming agony. He slumped to the ground, his body giving way under the combined weight of his injuries and exhaustion. He cried out in despair, the harsh reality of his situation crashing down upon him. Alone, defeated, he huddled in the shadows, the city's indifference a stark contrast to his inner turmoil. A quiet night, punctuated only by the distant hum of the city. A lone figure walked, their thoughts drifting to Sarah and Kitty. The scene shifted abruptly to a bloody operating room. A figure lay on the table, their legs severed. Two individuals observed the scene, their faces etched with grim determination. One of them, a woman, spoke of the transplant preparations being complete and the missing leg. A bloody knife was shown, the implication of its recent use heavy in the air. A woman turned away, her face obscured. The woman, her resolve hardened, declared she would do anything to make the transplant work, regardless of the cost. She spoke of Michael, her voice laced with a mix of grief and steely determination. The scene shifted to a sterile laboratory, where several limbs were preserved in cryogenic chambers. The woman's determination was unwavering. She was going all in on this surgery. The success of the transplant was confirmed, but the relief was short-lived. A man's face, etched with worry, filled the frame. He winced in pain, the effects of the coagulant wearing off. His hand cracked under the strain. The man's hand was shown, broken and bleeding. The pain was evident. He knew he didn't have much time. A sense of urgency filled the air. Another man, his face bruised and battered, lay nearby. He was unstable, but he had to be kept alive. The first man's determination remained firm. He had to keep the injured man alive and get him to Sarah. He knew the vampires wouldn't give up easily, so he had to prepare himself. But first, he had to deal with the immediate crisis. He moved towards an elevator, his silhouette dark against the metallic doors. The injured man remained behind. Outside, the city lights cast long shadows, a stark contrast to the turmoil inside. Two figures watched from the shadows. The aftermath of a brutal fight. A desolate industrial landscape stretches into the distance, punctuated by the skeletal remains of machinery and twisted metal. The air hangs heavy with the metallic tang of blood. Three monstrous figures, their bodies contorted and scarred, emerged from the shadows. Their eyes glowed with a malevolent red light, and one of them hissed, "Blood!" A figure, their face obscured by shadow, twitched violently. A crimson stream flowed from a gaping wound, a stark contrast to the darkness. The word twitch echoed the body's involuntary spasm. A close-up on a horrifying visage. A creature's mouth, a maw of jagged teeth and dripping blood, opened wide. The sound of slurp was a visceral echo of its hunger. A bloody hand clutched a detonator, the wires frayed and sparking. The device beeped ominously. He frantically worked on a vehicle, the metallic clack of components echoing in the confined space. A glance revealed his distress. He was running out of time. He hoped he wouldn't have to use it, but the situation was dire. He stood alone, silhouetted against the chasm of a ruined city. A woman with flowing blonde hair stood amidst a tranquil garden, a stark contrast to the destruction elsewhere. She called out to someone named Red, her voice laced with urgency. Rebecca, her face partially obscured, responded with a single word, "I'm." The city's infrastructure crumbled around him, a testament to the recent chaos. A young man, wounded and weary, lay amidst the debris. He muttered a name, Jean, a whisper lost in the ruins. His face was etched with weariness, a silent plea hanging in the air. How long would this continue? He was not one to back down easily, but the threat was palpable. The weapon remained pointed. The scene was grim, a stark reminder of the chaos that had unfolded. He lay wounded, a victim of circumstance. A fleeting glance, a moment of recognition, perhaps. He seemed to dismiss the conversation. The injured man, still clutching his side, questioned the other's words. Confusion clouded his features. He scratched at a wound, a small gesture of discomfort in the face of a larger problem. The bomb was still ticking. Their location was a mystery, a dark, subterranean passage. The hospital's collapse had led them here. He tapped at a console, his fingers dancing across the keys. A glimmer of hope, perhaps, in the face of impending doom. His fingers flew across the keyboard, a desperate attempt to regain control. Each key press was a prayer. The machine beeped, a mechanical heartbeat in the tense silence. Then, a sudden violent slam. He cursed, his frustration boiling over. The elevator was malfunctioning, a cruel joke in their desperate situation. He demanded patience, his voice raw with urgency. The pressure was mounting. He tried to remain calm, but the task was proving difficult. The system was proving resistant. He considered his options, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. Time was running out. He rose, a flicker of determination in his eyes. The basement was the key, but more importantly, they met again, their gazes locking. A shared history, a shared fate. Blood stained his lab coat, a grim testament to recent events. He stood with his back to the viewer, the silence amplifying the weight of his injuries. The rhythmic taps of a finger against a metallic surface punctuated the quiet. A question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. How much did he remember? A surge of anger, raw and visceral, contorted his features. The memory of a brutal act, a leg severed, fueled his rage. He lurched forward, the sudden movement jarring. The impact echoed the violence of his memories, a brutal reminder of what had been done to him. He hung his head, blood staining his clothes. A single word escaped his lips. Across the room, another figure stood, silhouetted against the dim light. The rhythmic tapping of something metallic echoed in the silence. His face was a mask of pain, marred by cuts and bruises. He had no intention of apologizing. The other man, his blonde hair matted with blood, stared in disbelief. How was he still alive? He didn't know. Some unseen assailant had attacked him while he was unconscious. The injured man's gaze shifted to his companion. He asked if they remembered what had just happened. The blonde man scoffed, his memory conveniently failing him. He was furious. The other man, still struggling to catch his breath, muttered about a strange power. A surge of energy erupted from him, a violent release of power. The force of the outburst was immense, causing a shockwave that ripped through the room. The scene shifted, showing the aftermath of the explosion. Debris rained down. He collapsed, gasping for air, the blonde man beside him, equally winded. His mind raced back to the events that had transpired. What had happened? The blonde man spoke, his voice strained. He was ready to fight. He questioned the nature of the power, the transformation it implied. Was he becoming something less human? The blonde man clenched his jaw, his eyes welling up with tears. He braced himself. The red-haired man, eyes blazing, slammed the blonde man against the wall, his grip tight on the other's injured arm. What's that supposed to mean? The blonde man winced, his face contorted in pain. The question hung in the air. What was the meaning behind the brutal attack? He had been calm during the procedure, but now, facing his attacker, a torrent of questions poured forth. What is a blood crystal? And what are these arms and legs? A cruel smile stretched across the red-haired man's face, his one good eye gleaming with a chilling intensity. What'd you do to me? Tell me. The blonde man, his body racked with pain, could only offer a weak, I don't know. His denial only fueled the red-haired man's rage. You bastard. The blonde man's protests were cut short by a wave of self-recrimination. But, fuck, do you think I wanted things to turn out this way? His voice cracked, revealing the depth of his despair. I'm just a newbie assistant. The red-haired man's face hardened, his anger still simmering. He needed answers. He dragged the injured blonde man away, their destination unclear, but the tension palpable. The red-haired man paused, a sudden thought striking him. You can get angry later. I have to figure this out first. He tapped the blonde man's shoulder, his gaze intense. Did you see a woman nearby when you found me, by any chance? The blonde man, still weak, struggled to recall the details of his discovery. He remembered a woman with long blonde hair, strikingly beautiful. His memory flickered, a single detail emerging from the fog of pain and confusion. She has long blonde hair and is super hot. A flashback of the past, a moment of clarity amidst the chaos. Suddenly, a distant rumble shook the ground, a sign of something far more significant than their personal conflict. A tremor ran through the ground, a low rumble that vibrated through his very bones. He felt it first, a deep unease settling in his gut, before the earth itself began to shake. His companion, equally startled, stared at a monitor, its incessant beeping a counterpoint to the growing unease. Something had fallen, he knew, but what? The monitor displayed a stark image, an unexpected arrival, far sooner than anticipated. A curse escaped his lips, they were not prepared. A hand, cracked and bleeding, reached out from the earth, the tremors intensifying. The ground itself seemed to be tearing apart. He doubled over, a groan escaping his lips as the petrification process began again, a familiar agony. His eyes, wide with terror, darted around, searching for answers in the chaos. Who had dared to interrupt their plans? Vampires. The word hung in the air, a chilling confirmation of their worst fears. A dark, ethereal presence filled the space. The petrification spread, consuming everything in its path. They were hunting dogs, unleashed upon the city. A woman watched in horror as a figure, cloaked in shadow and wielding immense power, revealed themselves. Their eyes glowed with an unnatural light. A chilling wind swept through the desolate cityscape, carrying with it the whispered word, vampires. They were hunting, a dark shadow moving through the night. A figure, cloaked and mysterious, watched from the shadows, their eyes burning with an eerie red glow. Inside, a desperate struggle ensued. Trapped, they searched for an escape. One of them, frantic, worked feverishly at a console, muttering about time. The other, impatient and on edge, urged them on, their frustration evident. Fingers flew across the keyboard, a desperate attempt to buy them time. With a final tap, the system unlocked. A heavy door hissed open, revealing a sliver of hope. Relief washed over them. They had succeeded. They moved quickly, but the sound of the door closing echoed behind them. One of them dashed ahead, adrenaline pumping. The other followed, but the sounds of pursuit were growing closer. A sudden, sharp pain. Blood flowed. He clutched his mouth, blood trickling down his fingers. A wave of nausea washed over him. The impact had been brutal. The contents of a heavy bag spilled onto the floor. He looked up, his eyes meeting another's, filled with a mixture of concern and disbelief. "What are you doing?" He responded curtly, his voice strained. He warned against using the blood coagulant carelessly, explaining its limited supply and temporary effectiveness. The other man's response was a mixture of disbelief and anger. The urgency in his voice was palpable. They needed to run, to escape, and any discussion would have to wait. He winced, the pain sharp. The other man's words hung in the air. "It's because of what you said earlier." His eyes widened, a look of dawning horror. The words, "You have to live, survive, and find Sarah," echoed in his mind. He was haunted by the memory of that day, the day the meteor fell, and the fact that he arrived 30 minutes too late. He was told to ask Sarah. The question hung in the air. What? He was enraged, his face contorted in fury. The other man's words, "What are you talking about?" "Are you talking about Jean?" fueled his anger. He shoved the other man, the action born of frustration and desperation. The other man's question, "Did you see her?" "Tell me," hung unanswered. He was urged to find Sarah, who would explain everything. His mind raced, desperate for answers about Jean. He moved with a sudden burst of speed, a metallic clunk echoing as a heavy object fell to the floor. He was in agony, his face a mask of pain. The other man's words, "Did you see her? What happened to her?" pierced his consciousness. He selected the first floor, his hand trembling slightly as he pressed the button. The other man's rage was palpable. He stood there, defeated, his plea hanging in the air. "Please tell me. I'm begging you." He punched in the code. The elevator doors hissed open. Going up. With a whoosh, the elevator ascended, carrying him higher into the facility. A sudden, violent crash echoed from above. He braced himself, anticipating trouble. His hand, already injured, cracked further under the strain. Pain shot through him. He looked at his damaged hand, a question forming in his mind. Was this the end? A gunshot rang out, followed by the thud of a body hitting the floor. He was not alone. A figure emerged from the shadows, their eyes fixed on him. The question hung heavy in the air. Was he the one with the blood crystal? A hand, marred by deep crimson cracks, pulsed with an eerie, glacial blue light. The wounds were fresh, the pain palpable. He stared at his own injured hand, a question forming on his lips. Is this it? The question hung in the air, a silent query about the nature of the glowing crystal embedded in his flesh. Was this the legendary blood crystal? Suddenly, he was seized from behind, a figure cloaked in shadow looming over him. Terror choked his next breath. Two women watched from the shadows, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and anticipation. One of them inhaled sharply, the scent of blood heavy in the air. They followed, their silent steps echoing in the cavernous space. The air crackled with unspoken tension. The woman with long dark hair frowned, her keen senses detecting a change. The blood crystal's scent had vanished. She suspected foul play. He felt a sudden shift in his surroundings, a prickling sensation on his skin. What? He wondered, a sense of unease washing over him. He reacted instantly, drawing his weapon with practiced ease. The metallic click echoed in the confined space. With a swift movement, he fired. The bullet found its mark, a spray of blood marking the impact. He stumbled back, his body racked with pain. The fight was far from over. He lunged forward, his blade flashing. The attack was precise, deadly. He gasped for air, his chest heaving. The fight had taken its toll. His attacker stood over him, their eyes burning with intensity. "Where did you hide the blood crystal?" they demanded, their voice laced with menace. He spat blood, his body trembling. The end was near. A young man, blood staining his hands and clothes, sat hunched over, trembling. His eyes, wide and filled with a desperate plea, betrayed his outward bravado. The unspoken question hung heavy in the air. Why was everyone threatening him? He looked up, his gaze hardening. The scene shifted, showing him moments before, standing defiantly. A sudden, violent blow sent him sprawling. The impact echoed in the silence. He thrashed on the ground, pain contorting his features. A guttural cry escaped his lips as he struggled against his attacker. His face, a mask of agony, twisted into a snarl. He cursed his attacker, his voice raw with pain and defiance. His opponent, a figure cloaked in shadow, smirked, unmoved by the man's suffering. The air crackled with menace. The attacker raised a weapon, the glint of metal catching the dim light. A chilling promise hung in the air. The attacker continued their relentless assault, their words dripping with cruel intent. Each blow was calculated, each threat precise. The attacker pressed their advantage, demanding answers. The wounded man, despite his pain, remained defiant. A sinister laugh echoed in the confined space. The attacker's amusement was palpable. The wounded man, despite his fear, scoffed at the attacker's taunts. He was clearly trying to maintain his composure. The attacker pressed for a response, their patience wearing thin. The wounded man's silence was infuriating. The attacker, relishing the moment, prepared to continue their game. A new toy to play with. He warned the wounded man of the consequences of his actions. The line had been crossed. The wounded man, gasping for breath, braced himself for the inevitable. His fate hung precariously in the balance. He reflected on his choices, the weight of his actions settling upon him. The darkness was closing in. A ragged breath escaped the wounded man's lips, a cruel smile twisting his bloodied features. He seemed to relish the pain, his words dripping with dark satisfaction. Across from him, a blonde woman with striking facial markings listened, her expression unreadable. She seemed to be assessing the situation, her patience wearing thin. He continued, his voice laced with cruel amusement, adding a final, spiteful remark before the action began. The woman reacted instantly, her hand moving with lethal precision. A small device clicked into place, signaling the start of something dangerous. His eyes blazed with fury, the wounded man's face contorted in a mask of rage as he prepared to meet his fate. The scene shifted, revealing a dark, futuristic cityscape. A vehicle, sleek and menacing, hurtled through a decaying subway tunnel. The vehicle continued its relentless journey, the rhythmic beeping of its systems echoing through the desolate space. Outside the tunnel, the city's decay was palpable, a grim testament to a world ravaged by conflict and neglect. Back inside the tunnel, the blonde woman and another figure moved swiftly, their movements precise and deadly. Meanwhile, the wounded man's attacker appeared, her face partially obscured, but her eyes burning with cold determination. He gasped, a wave of self-doubt washing over him as he grappled with the consequences of his actions. A poignant message, a simple expression of longing, filled the air between them, a stark contrast to the violence unfolding. His face, etched with pain and regret, reflected the weight of his choices, a silent confession of his failures. A fiery explosion rocked the city, the destructive force a stark reminder of the conflict's brutal reality. The aftermath of the blast was catastrophic, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation and chaos. The accusation hung heavy in the air. "You bastards crossed the line," one of them hissed, his voice dripping with venom. He smirked, a cruel glint in his eyes. "Soon," he promised, "you'll regret what you've done to this world." His words were a chilling prophecy. "You should have stayed in the darkness," he added, the threat implicit in his tone. A harsh laugh escaped him, a sound born of triumph and cruelty. "You'll be the ones crying in the end," he chuckled, the blood on his face a grim testament to his words. He turned to his companion, a bored expression on his face. "Are you finished?" he asked, his impatience evident. The other man, his face a mask of pain and fury, snarled. "One more thing, asshole," he spat, his voice laced with barely controlled rage. He raised a hand, a glint of metal catching the light. "You won't be alive to see what happens next," he said, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. His eyes burned with a furious intensity, his face contorted in a silent scream of rage. The rhythmic beeping of machinery filled the air, a stark contrast to the violence that had just transpired. A train hurtled through a damaged tunnel, the scene a testament to the destructive power unleashed. The aftermath of the destruction was laid bare, a landscape of ruin and devastation. A figure moved through the wreckage, their movements purposeful and swift. A woman's voice cut through the silence, a cry of alarm and fear. "Misty!" she screamed, her voice filled with terror. He staggered, his body racked with pain. "Sarah," he whispered, his voice barely audible, a question hanging in the air. "Did I do good?" A flash of light illuminated the scene, a sudden burst of energy. He smiled, a sad, almost serene expression on his face. "I miss you," he thought, a final, quiet farewell. The earth shook. A deafening explosion ripped through the city, sending shockwaves that shattered windows and buckled the streets. Debris rained down from the sky as the initial blast gave way to a fiery inferno. Another explosion rocked the area, this one closer, the heat intensifying. A low rumble echoed through the devastated landscape, a prelude to further destruction. A large crate, seemingly untouched by the chaos, plummeted from above. A blinding flash erupted from its center, the force of the blast throwing nearby objects into the air. A young man, his face partially obscured by bandages, stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. "What the hell?" His eyes widened, reflecting the horror and confusion of the moment. The elevator rattled, a mechanical groan accompanying the ongoing tremors. A message appeared. "The elevator will arrive shortly. Please take a step back." The doors shuddered, the metallic sound a stark contrast to the destruction outside. Another explosion rocked the building, this time closer to the elevator. The doors opened. The elevator car plunged downwards, the interior a chaotic mess of debris and fire. The word blood appeared, stark and crimson against the backdrop of smoke and shadow. A swirling vortex of dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the view. A hiss escaped from the heart of the destruction, a chilling sound that spoke of something sinister. He collapsed, coughing, amidst the fiery wreckage. The air tasted of smoke and despair. His eyes, wide with disbelief, reflected the inferno he had unwittingly unleashed. "What did you do?" he gasped, the question hanging heavy in the smoke-filled air. Panic clawed at him. He needed an escape, a way out of this self-made catastrophe. A grim determination set in. He would find a way out, even if it meant clawing his way through hell itself. The building crumbled around him, a testament to the raw power he had unleashed. Debris rained down, obscuring his path. He pushed himself onward, ignoring the pain that shot through his battered body. Others were still trapped, and he had to save them. A monstrous tentacle lashed out, catching him off guard. He was thrown back, the impact jarring his already injured body. He slammed against the ground, the breath knocked from his lungs. The creature was relentless. A strangled cry escaped his lips as he felt a searing pain. He was injured badly. He tried to scramble away, but the tentacle whipped around him again, pulling him back down. He slid across the broken floor, his body scraping against the jagged edges of the debris. He had to escape. The tentacle pursued him relentlessly, its movements swift and deadly. He was trapped. He found himself ensnared, the tentacle wrapping tightly around his legs. Escape seemed impossible. He struggled against the constricting grip, his muscles screaming in protest. He had to break free. With a desperate heave, he managed to grab onto a piece of rubble, a lifeline in chaos. He pulled himself upward, the strain immense. He was almost free. A figure, bandaged and bloodied, cried out in pain as a section of the dilapidated building crumbled around him. The ground cracked beneath his feet. His face contorted in a desperate plea. He yelled for help, his voice raw with anguish and fear. He collapsed, his body hitting the ground with a thud. His weapon, a pistol, lay discarded nearby. With a final surge of adrenaline, a hand reached out, grasping for the fallen pistol. He fired wildly, the shots echoing through the desolate urban landscape. The recoil jolted his already battered body. The pistol slipped from his grasp, falling into the rain-slicked street below. His injured hand, barely clinging to life, twitched and spasmed. A slimy, tentacled creature wrapped around him, tightening its grip. The creature's tentacles slithered, constricting his movement. He was trapped. The creature pulled him towards a gaping maw in the wall, a dark, ominous void. Another victim, barely alive, begged for blood, their voice a desperate rasp. The creature, its hunger insatiable, lunged forward. The man, his body racked with pain and fear, twitched as the creature's grip tightened. The aftermath of the attack was a gruesome tableau. Two figures, ravaged and barely alive, clawed at the air, their pleas for blood a desperate rasp. One, a woman with blonde hair, her face a mask of decay, was the most vocal. Their cries echoed the agony of a young man nearby, his own blood staining his crimson hair. His eyes, wide with a horrifying mixture of pain and something akin to hunger, reflected the carnage around him. A monstrous figure, its flesh a sickly blue, clawed at the air, a guttural plea for blood escaping its broken lips. Nearby, another victim, its face a mask of agony, writhed in a desperate attempt to escape. The scream ripped through the night, a raw, visceral sound of pure terror. A wave of monstrous figures surged forward, their cries a chorus of insatiable hunger. Amidst the chaos, a young man fought back, his movements desperate but precise. A discarded pistol lay on the ground, a silent testament to a failed defense. With a sudden crackle of energy, the young man unleashed a hidden power. He fired, the shot echoing in the confined space. The bullet, imbued with strange energy, spiraled towards its target. He felt a searing pain as something pierced his arm, a horrifying realization dawning on him. The monstrous creatures lunged, their hunger palpable. Their slimy bodies writhed, closing in. He felt their cold, wet embrace, a whisper of a name escaping his lips. His vision blurred, a single word echoing in his mind. Sorry. A woman's voice, sharp with impatience, cut through the air. You're late again. She stood there, a vision of blonde hair and a pink silk dress, her face a mask of barely contained irritation. Today's a special day, she conceded, so I'll forgive you just this once. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted, the world momentarily consumed by white. The light vanished, revealing a monstrous figure, its gaping maw a terrifying sight. A guttural growl escaped its lips. What is this? A young man, his body racked with pain, launched himself into the fray, a desperate counterattack. He was bleeding profusely, his movements ragged and desperate. The woman watched, her earlier irritation replaced by a dawning horror. A gun appeared in his hand, a dark glint of metal against the crimson backdrop of his struggle. The gunshot echoed, but the creature merely recoiled, its rage undiminished. You think this will stop me? The creature roared, a sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of reality. What? A surge of energy erupted from within the creature, a wave of crimson power. The young man was thrown back, his body impacting the ground with a sickening splat. The creature's form began to disintegrate, its monstrous body dissolving into a shower of crimson fragments. From the wreckage, a shadowy figure emerged, its form vaguely humanoid, yet undeniably monstrous. The woman, her face contorted in a grimace of fear and revulsion, watched in horror as the creature approached. The young man, battered and bruised, struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with a desperate determination. He gritted his teeth, a low growl escaping his lips. Fuck! Clawing desperately at the crumbling stone, he strained against the unseen force that held him captive. Crimson stained his hands, a stark contrast to the icy blue crystals that pulsed faintly within his wounds. A warning echoed in his mind, a chilling reminder of the cost of his power. The more he relied on the blood crystals, the less human he would become. He was told to use the coagulant if he felt unwell, a temporary fix for a rapidly worsening situation. His breath hitched, a ragged gasp escaping his lips. The creatures loomed, their presence a suffocating weight. A hiss escaped their jagged maws as they advanced, their claws dripping with a viscous, dark fluid. His body trembled, the pain a searing brand. He could feel his humanity slipping away with every pulse of the crystals. Staggering back, he stumbled through the debris-strewn alleyway, the weight of his injuries and the encroaching darkness threatening to overwhelm him. The city sprawled before him, a broken monument to a forgotten age. Jagged skyscrapers pierced the bruised sky, a testament to the devastation wrought by the creatures. He stood amidst the ruins, his face a mask of grim determination. In the distance, he could see them, a horde of monstrous figures, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. A guttural curse escaped his lips. He heaved, a ragged breath escaping his lips as he wrestled with the strange, glowing cylinders. A hiss escaped the punctured metal, a prelude to something far more sinister. The cylinders shattered, their contents spraying across his hands. A searing pain shot through him, a burning agony that made him wince. He recoiled, a tremor running through his body. The wounds, deep and raw, pulsed with an unnatural light. Staggering, he stumbled out into the night, the city's harsh glow offering little comfort. His face, contorted in pain, was a mask of agony. He clutched it aside, the pain a constant, throbbing reminder of his ordeal. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. He would not succumb. The city was a ruin, a testament to the devastation that had swept through it. Above, the sky was a bruised purple. Two figures moved through the debris-strewn streets, their forms silhouetted against the dying light. They seemed to be searching for something. A wave of despair washed over him as he saw the hordes of the infected, their moans echoing through the desolate landscape. Fuck! His face was a mask of grim determination, his eyes burning with a fierce resolve. He would survive this. He moved silently, his feet barely disturbing the dust. The shuffle of countless feet echoed in the distance. The infected lurked, their movements slow but relentless. Their hunger was palpable. He crouched low, hidden amongst the rubble, his heart pounding in his chest. He was surrounded. The streets were a charnel house. The wounded man, his face streaked with grime and blood, could only stare in horror at the sheer number of infected. He stumbled onward, his destination a desperate hope. Home, only a block away. But the 22nd Street subway station loomed, a grim reminder of the chaos that had swallowed the city. His thoughts turned to the newcomer, the one who had been with him, now lost in the maelstrom. What had become of them? A voice, sharp and urgent, cut through his despair. He was more important than he knew. The speaker's face was a mask of frantic concern. Survival, they insisted, was paramount. Another memory surfaced. The day the meteor fell, the day everything changed. He had arrived 30 minutes after Sarah. The advice was clear. Find Sarah. She held the answers. He wondered if Sarah even knew whether Jean was still alive. The woman who had severed his legs haunted his thoughts. The weight of his injuries and the events of the night before bore down on him. He felt lost, confused, and desperately in need of Jean's coffee. A wave of nausea washed over him. Had he drunk too much the previous night? He needed coffee, a desperate plea escaping his lips. A steaming mug sat on the counter, a beacon of hope in the desolate landscape of his mind. He stared at the mug, his reflection a ghost in the steam, his eyes filled with a profound weariness. Sarah entered, placing a mug before him. No cream, 2 sugars, just the way he liked it. A weary sigh escaped his lips as he offered a simple thanks. Her response was sharp, a hint of impatience in her voice. Is that all I get? The scene shifted, focusing on a tender moment between the two, a kiss shared in the midst of chaos. His thoughts drifted to Jean, a name whispered on his lips. He collapsed against the door, the weight of exhaustion and injury heavy upon him. The need to get home was paramount. His face, etched with worry, reflected the uncertainty of Jean's whereabouts. He might have gone home. He moved cautiously, the shuffling sounds of the infected nearby a constant threat. The chilling sight of the infected spurred him into action. He needed a weapon. He considered his options, a grim determination hardening his gaze. He might be able to use a horn. With a surge of adrenaline, he made his decision. The horn was his only chance. He clutched the horn, a desperate measure in a desperate situation. It was a risk, but one he was willing to take. There was no need to take the more dangerous route. The title card for Bloodblade, Chapter 36, Part 4, appeared, promising a continuation of the intense narrative. A hand reached out, its fingers brushing against a swirling, ethereal orb, a pulse of energy thrumming beneath the surface. A sharp crackle of energy filled the air as the orb reacted, causing a man to recoil with a pained groan. The man's arm, already wounded, fractured further under a sudden strain, a sickening crunch echoing the internal damage. He collapsed to his knees, his breath ragged, the scene illuminated by the faint glow of the mysterious orb. Nearby, others watched, their faces etched with a mixture of concern and apprehension. The tension was palpable. A metallic clang echoed as he struck something hard, the impact jarring him further. A zombie's guttural growl cut through the silence, its eyes fixed on the wounded man, a clear sign of impending danger. More zombies shuffled into view, their decaying forms a testament to the grim reality of the situation. One of them sniffed the air, its senses drawn to the scent of blood and fear. The zombies shuffled closer, their movements slow but relentless, their hunger palpable. Another zombie appeared, its ragged clothes and desperate hunger adding to the growing sense of dread. The zombies continued their advance, their putrid breath heavy in the air, their hunger driving them forward. A close-up on a zombie's face revealed its decaying features, its eyes filled with a primal hunger. More zombies surrounded their prey, their numbers overwhelming, their intentions clear. The wounded man, despite his injuries, fought back, his eyes burning with determination. A guttural growl ripped through the night air. Blood coated the man's chin, a stark contrast to his furious expression. He stumbled, his legs giving way beneath him. The impact echoed in the narrow alley. His hand, slick with blood, reached out, grasping desperately at the grimy wall for support. A sudden surge of energy erupted from within him, a violent spark that sent a shockwave through the air. The force of the blast sent him reeling, his body twisting violently. A sharp crack echoed as something within him broke. He cried out in pain, his face contorted in agony. The orb, clutched in his hand, pulsed with an eerie light. A horde of the undead surged forward, drawn by the unnatural energy. Their hunger was palpable. He braced himself, his body screaming in protest. The first zombie lunged, its claws outstretched. He dodged the attack, narrowly avoiding the creature's grasp. His movements were desperate, fueled by adrenaline. Another zombie grabbed him, its rotting flesh clinging to his arm. He roared in frustration. With a grunt of exertion, he used his momentum to throw the zombie off, sending it crashing to the ground. The creature's head exploded in a spray of gore, its lifeless eyes staring blankly at the sky. He kicked another zombie, sending it flying to a nearby car with a sickening thud. He was fighting for survival. More zombies swarmed him, their rabid growls echoing his own desperate struggle. He was surrounded. He swung the makeshift club with surprising force, connecting with the zombie skull. A sickening thud echoed through the alley. The blow sent the creature sprawling, but its rage was far from spent. A guttural roar ripped from its throat. He stumbled back, narrowly avoiding a swipe from the zombie's clawed hand. The stench of decay filled his nostrils. Another zombie lunged, its jaws snapping shut inches from his face. He was surrounded. He kicked out, sending one attacker sprawling. But more kept coming. The ground trembled beneath the weight of the horde. He was losing ground fast. With a desperate heave, he swung his weapon again, connecting with another zombie's head. The impact was brutal. He fell back, his body slammed against the grimy alley wall. He was bleeding. A desperate, brutal strike. The blade sliced through flesh and bone. The zombie's body crumpled to the ground, but the relentless assault continued. He was exhausted. A spray of blood erupted as he delivered another blow. His vision blurred. He gasped, his breath ragged. The taste of blood filled his mouth. He collapsed, his body heavy with exhaustion and pain. The fight was far from over. His hand trembled as he gripped the bloodied weapon. He had to keep fighting. Why? The question echoed in his mind, a desperate plea against the overwhelming odds. He stared at his weapon, confusion and despair etched on his face. Why wasn't it working? A gruesome injury was inflicted, a ragged tear across flesh and bone. Blood welled, staining the surrounding area. Following the initial strike, a metallic object was withdrawn, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. The swirling blood painted a macabre picture. He stared at his wounded hands, a silent scream trapped behind his eyes. The pain was evident, but so was something else, a grim determination. His gaze dropped to the injury, a grim understanding dawning. These hands, he realized, responded only to metal. The camera focused on the wound, a stark X carved into the skin. The blood continued to flow, a grim reminder of the ordeal. The words "to be continued" appeared, promising more to come. Two figures grappled, a sickening crunch echoing as one was violently overpowered. A swift, brutal blow connected, sending the attacker sprawling. The victim thrashed, a desperate struggle against overwhelming force. A bloody end arrived swiftly, the scene stained crimson. More blood spurted, painting a grim picture of the ongoing struggle. He collapsed, gasping for breath, his body slick with sweat and blood. A desperate question hung in the air, unanswered. He struggled with a burning question, his frustration mounting. His efforts proved futile, the mystery deepening. With a sudden, violent movement, he sliced his hand. He examined the wound, a grim realization dawning on him. The wound was deep, a stark reminder of his limitations. More figures slammed into the scene, the relentless assault continuing. The man, his face contorted in a grimace, fought back against a wave of undead, their decaying bodies clawing and snapping at him. A sickening crunch echoed as he sent one sprawling. More emerged from the shadows, their groans a chilling chorus. He braced himself, the weight of the relentless assault pressing down. Trapped, surrounded, he felt a surge of despair. Escape seemed impossible. With a guttural roar, he met the next attacker head-on, his fist connecting with a sickening thud. The creature staggered back. He retaliated swiftly, a brutal strike slicing through the air. The creature's arm was severed with a sickening rip. Another lunged, its claws extended. He parried the attack, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. He grunted, the strain evident on his face. His breath came in ragged gasps. He sent another attacker flying with a powerful kick, but the relentless onslaught continued. A vicious slash tore across his side, pain lancing through him. He gritted his teeth, refusing to yield. He fought on, his movements becoming increasingly desperate. He was tiring, his strength waning. He felt a searing pain as another creature's claws raked across his chest. He stumbled back, his vision blurring. He barely dodged a blow from a new attacker, a shadowy figure emerging from the darkness. The fight was far from over. He braced for another attack, his body screaming in protest. His movements were slow, labored. He managed to land a blow, but the creature's grip tightened, its claws digging into his flesh. He felt a searing pain. With a final, desperate effort, he broke free, but not without cost. He was severely wounded. His body screamed in protest, his movements sluggish and weak. He realized, with a chilling certainty, that he was at his limit. The relentless rain hammered down as figures tumbled through the air, a desperate struggle for survival amidst the downpour. One, in particular, braced for impact. He landed hard, the breath knocked from his lungs. His desperate thought echoed the grim reality. At this rate, he would die. A wave of grotesque figures surged towards him, their hunger palpable, their snarls a chorus of death. He needed a weapon, and fast. A surge of crimson energy erupted from within, a desperate plea answered. A weapon materialized. With blinding speed, he reacted, the weapon now in hand. The fight was far from over. He moved with a newfound power, each strike precise and deadly. But even this enhanced strength had its limits. One of the creatures lunged, its claws tearing at his defenses. He barely parried the blow. He stumbled back, the impact jarring. He was running out of time, and his strength was waning. The weapon, a makeshift tool born of desperation, felt heavy in his hand. Blood stained its surface. He stood defiant, his resolve unwavering despite the overwhelming odds. He would fight to the bitter end. A chilling grin split the face of his attacker, a cruel mockery of his struggle. The weapon clicked into place. He held the weapon, a grim determination etched onto his face. The rain continued to fall. With a final surge of power, he unleashed a devastating blow, sending the horde reeling. But the cost was high. A brutal blow landed, the impact echoing in the sudden silence. Blood splattered, painting a grim picture on the ground as the attacker vanished. He moved with a desperate grace, a whirlwind of motion amidst the chaos. The crimson stains spread across the floor, a testament to the ferocity of the attack. The weapon hissed, a trail of smoke and blood marking its deadly passage. The heat from the barrel was intense, a searing brand on the air. He stood there, breathing heavily, the gun still smoking in his hand. His clothes were torn, his face streaked with grime and blood. The weight of the moment pressed down on him. A chilling smile stretched across his face, eyes gleaming with a predatory intensity. The rain seemed to fall harder, mirroring the storm within him. The gun clicked empty, panic flared in their eyes, a silent scream trapped behind their lips. The moment stretched, heavy with dread. With a guttural roar, he launched himself forward, a force of nature unleashed. The ground trembled beneath his might. She fired, the shots echoing through the night. Each bullet found its mark, a small victory in the face of overwhelming odds. Grimacing in pain, he squeezed the trigger again. The recoil shook him, but he held firm, his resolve unwavering. Another shot rang out, the sound swallowed by the surrounding chaos. The fight continued, a brutal dance of survival. He lunged, a desperate grab for survival. The creature's claws tore at his flesh, a searing pain ripping through him. Explosions rocked the area, a symphony of destruction. He fell, the impact jarring his body. The world spun around him. A sickening splattering sound filled the air as bodies hit the ground. The violence was relentless, a brutal ballet of death. They fought back, a desperate struggle for survival. Each blow was a testament to their will to live. A monstrous claw descended, a shadow of death looming over him. He braced himself, accepting his fate. The final shot echoed, silencing the beast. The world fell silent, the aftermath heavy with the weight of loss and victory. Gunfire erupted. A figure, hair the color of dried blood, stumbled back, the force of the blast throwing him off balance. The recoil sent a shockwave through the scene. Nearby, monstrous figures were flung violently against a wall, their bodies splattering against the surface. Another blast rocked the area, sending debris flying. The fight was brutal and relentless. Above, more of the creatures tumbled from the sky, their bodies lifeless. He crashed to the ground, the impact jarring. A wave of dizziness washed over him. His vision blurred, but he could still feel the searing pain as blood gushed from a fresh wound. Each shot took its toll. The man's body screamed in protest with every pull of the trigger. The relentless assault continued. He felt drained, as if something was sucking the life from him. With a guttural cry, he lunged forward, too late to avoid the creature's grasp. He knew he was outmatched, the realization hitting him with the force of a physical blow. He had to stop them, no matter the cost. He raised his weapon, determined. A swirling vortex of dark energy erupted from his hand as he fired. Metal clashed against metal. The man parried a blow, narrowly avoiding a fatal injury. He was overwhelmed, the weight of the battle pressing down on him. Another creature lunged, its claws extended. He braced himself for the impact. The strain was immense. He couldn't hold them off forever. His body was reaching its limit. A desperate plea escaped him, a desperate need for a weapon capable of swift, decisive destruction. He channeled his energy, a surge of power erupting from his hands. A triumphant grin spread across his face as he felt the power surge. But the resulting weapon was crude, far from ideal. He tested his makeshift weapon on a nearby foe, frustration evident on his face. His companions watched, concern etched on their faces. He knew he needed something more effective. With renewed determination, he focused his energy again. The power built, swirling and intensifying. A monstrous creature lunged, its gaping maw a terrifying sight. The creature's attack was met with a swift, brutal counter. He cleaved through his foes with newfound power. A satisfied smirk played on his lips as he surveyed the scene. He was ready for whatever came next. The battle raged on, a maelstrom of violence and destruction. The aftermath of battle lay scattered across the ground. Limbs and bodies were strewn amidst the debris, a grim testament to the ferocity of the recent conflict. A monstrous arm, torn and bleeding, pulsed with an unnatural energy. Tendrils of dark energy swirled around the wound, hinting at a power beyond human comprehension. A hand, clawed and bleeding, reached out from the shadows. A hiss escaped its broken lips, a sound of pain and primal rage. He stood amidst the carnage, his own body marred by wounds. His eyes, however, burned with a fierce determination, reflecting the bizarre new abilities he now possessed. The scene shifted. A building burned in the distance, flames licking at the night sky. The sounds of battle still echoed, but now a sense of desperate retreat filled the air. A flash of light, a sudden burst of energy. The force of the blast was immense, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Two figures stood silhouetted against the ethereal glow. One, seemingly defeated, collapsed to the ground. The other, powerful and resolute, watched over them. They stared at each other, the weight of the battle heavy in the air. The words, "These new arms are so bizarre," hung between them, a shared thought. She gasped, her face contorted in pain and fear. Nearby, a man lay wounded, his labored breaths a testament to his suffering. His face was a mask of agony, blood streaming down his chin. The fight was far from over, and the cost of survival was becoming increasingly clear. Razor-sharp claws slashed through the air, a crimson spray erupting as they tore into unseen flesh. The attack continued, a brutal dance of destruction. Crimson tendrils lashed out, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. A monstrous figure, its form barely visible through the haze of battle, roared its approval. "Yeah, now that's more like it." He grinned, a predatory smile splitting his face. The fight was far from over. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground, the force of the blow echoing through the battlefield. A lone figure stood amidst the devastation, surveying the scene with grim satisfaction. The bodies of the fallen lay scattered around him. Another violent motion, a swirling vortex of energy, erupted from the ground. A hiss escaped the wounded hand, the pain a searing reminder of the battle's toll. He clutched at his chest, his breath ragged. The new arms felt alien, unsettling. A wave of disorientation washed over him. These new arms are so bizarre. The city crumbled around him, a testament to the battle's destructive power. A building collapsed, sending debris raining down on the ravaged streets below. A flash of light, a sudden gleam, cut through the darkness. Energy crackled in the air, a powerful force unleashed. The clash of opposing energies was imminent. She gasped, her face etched with pain and exhaustion. The battle had taken its toll. He heaved a ragged breath, his face a mask of pain and barely contained fury. His features contorted in a grimace, the raw agony etched deep into his flesh. She recoiled, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and revulsion at the sight of his wounds. "Look at my face," she cried out. A sharp blow landed, silencing her cry. "Ugh, master," she gasped. He winced, his own pain momentarily forgotten in the face of her plea for forgiveness. "Look at me. How can you ask for forgiveness?" His anger flared again, a brutal slap echoing through the room. "This is all because you took your fucking time. Useless bitch." She flinched under the force of the blow, whimpering, "Master, please." She gasped for air, her face bruised and bleeding. He stood over her, his expression cold and unforgiving. "I won't forgive you next time." He turned his attention elsewhere, his gaze searching. "Where's the blood crystal?" She flinched at his question, fear gripping her. "Misty, the blood crystal." She sniffed, tried to regain her composure, but something was wrong. "Something is mixed in the blood again. I can't sense it." He sighed, his patience wearing thin. "Useless girl." He straightened, his posture radiating power and menace. A small, cylindrical object lay discarded on the floor. He picked up the object, examining it closely. "Can you warp?" A woman knelt beside a fallen figure, her face etched with grief and determination. She whispered a promise, a vow to take him to the master, one last time. The fallen man's companion examined the body, their gaze searching for clues. Hope flickered, perhaps something useful could be gleaned from the fallen man's brain. The injured man winced, pain lancing through him. His words were a threat, a promise of vengeance for the agony he endured. But first he needed blood. His face, a mask of fury and pain, was a testament to the brutal fight. A chilling smile played on his lips. Above, the city sprawled beneath a bruised sky, a landscape of devastation. The aftermath of the battle was stark and unforgiving. A lone figure trudged through the rubble, the weight of the world on their shoulders. The name, Jean, hung heavy in the silence. He was close, just around the corner. Each breath was a struggle, each step labored. He continued his journey, his back to the viewer, his destination unknown but clearly defined in his mind. The city loomed before him, a monument to destruction. He was approaching a tall, ruined tower. He moved through the debris-strewn streets, his gaze fixed on his goal. The city's desolation mirrored the turmoil within him. He descended a staircase, the steps echoing in the silence. The scene was dark, hinting at something hidden below. He continued his journey, the sounds of his footsteps a rhythmic counterpoint to the city's silence. He was nearing his destination. He reached a vantage point, surveying the ruined cityscape. The faint tapping sound was almost imperceptible against the backdrop of the city's decay. He sat by the window, a bandage obscuring one eye, staring out at the ravaged landscape. A shattered mug lay on the table beside him, a silent testament to the chaos that had passed. The image of a steaming mug filled the space, a simple order. No cream, 2 sugars. A stark contrast to the destruction outside. A woman with long blonde hair, dressed in a crisp white shirt, sipped her coffee, her expression pensive, lost in thought. Another woman, this one with shorter blonde hair and a more mischievous glint in her eyes, watched from the shadows, a subtle smile playing on her lips. The remains of the mug, broken and discarded, mirrored the state of his own shattered world. He stood amidst the wreckage, his clothes torn, his face etched with weariness. The weight of recent events bore heavily upon him. A sudden wave of dizziness overcame him, sending him stumbling to the ground. He landed hard, a dull thud echoing in the silence. The broken mug, a final casualty, slipped from his grasp. His hand clutched at his side, a fresh wound opened, pain lancing through him. "Jean," he whispered, the name a prayer, a curse. He sank to the floor, overwhelmed by despair. The question echoed in his mind. "What should I do now, Jean?" A wave of energy pulsed outwards, shattering the window and leaving behind a trail of glittering debris. From the wreckage, a figure emerged, their form silhouetted against the ethereal glow. He moved with a quiet determination, each step measured and deliberate through the ravaged cityscape. The faint, almost imperceptible sounds of his movements echoed in the desolate surroundings. He paused, listening intently, before continuing his journey through the ruined building. He stopped, a hand instinctively rising to touch the bandage covering his eyes. Meanwhile, in a stark contrast to the destruction outside, a steaming mug sat on a pristine white table. She picked up the mug, a quiet contentment settling over her as she prepared to take a sip. She smiled faintly, savoring the familiar comfort of her drink, exactly as she liked it. She placed the mug down, her hand lingering on the table's edge for a moment. Her eyes, though, held a depth of emotion that belied the calm exterior. A subtle shift in her expression hinted at a complex internal struggle. The remnants of a shattered mug lay scattered on a surface, a silent testament to a moment of violence. A whisper escapes the man's lips, barely audible. Jean. He stood amidst the ruins, his back to the viewer, the weight of the world etched onto his blood-stained shirt. He turned, the movement slow and deliberate, revealing the extent of his injuries. His injured leg, wrapped in makeshift bandages, throbbed with pain as he shifted his weight. A heavy thud echoed through the desolate space, the sound of something falling. He clutched the broken pieces of the mug, a groan escaping his lips. Ugh. He clutched his head in despair, the pain both physical and emotional. The name, Jean, echoed in his mind, a painful reminder of his current predicament. He stared into the ruins, the question hanging heavy in the air. What should I do? The question repeated itself, more desperate this time. What should I do now, Jean? He sat there, defeated, his injured leg throbbing. A sudden flash, a blink, a moment of disorientation. Another blink, the scene shifts, revealing a new perspective. He blinked, his eyes fluttering open. Disoriented, he struggled to focus. His head throbbed, a dull ache that pulsed with every beat of his heart. He sat up, his movements slow and deliberate, as if his body was not quite his own. Suddenly, he noticed something familiar amidst the rubble, his phone. He picked it up, his fingers tracing the cracked screen. It was locked, and he found it inside a bag. A silent plea escaped his lips. He needed to make contact. He frantically tapped the screen, desperately trying to unlock it. With a surge of hope, he saw the locked screen, but the call failed. The automated message was a cruel reminder of his isolation. He looked around at the desolate urban landscape, the city a graveyard of broken glass and twisted metal. He tried again, but the call failed once more. Frustration mounted. A sharp pain shot through his arm as he slammed his fist against the wall. A curse escaped his lips. Leaning against a crumbling pillar, he let out a pained sigh. He was alone, injured, and utterly lost. A grim smile touched his lips. A spark of defiance ignited within him. He would not give up. He would find a way. Frustration boiled over as he cursed the unreliable phone service, blaming the recent meteor shower for the disruption. A video message notification appeared, a small flicker of hope in the digital chaos. He grumbled, annoyed by the message, dismissing it as another pointless interruption. His companion, impatient, urged him to connect the call. A wave of anxiety washed over him. He was late again, and Jean's wrath was a terrifying prospect. He received a video message, a response to his earlier communication. He tapped the screen, eager to see what news awaited him. The video began to play, the familiar interface of his messaging app displaying the progress. A notification popped up, a new video message from Jean. With a touch, he initiated playback. The video started, and a sharp voice immediately greeted him with an accusation of lateness. The video showed a furious Rebecca, her anger palpable even through the screen. She knew he would be late. Rebecca's anger was justified. Jean's notorious for his tardiness, especially on anniversaries. The man's face fell. He knew he was in trouble. He had tried to help someone else, but that had only led to more problems. Rebecca's frustration was evident. She'd been pulled into another mess. She rhetorically questioned how many times this had happened, highlighting the recurring nature of the situation. But the words hung in the air between them, a tender confession against the backdrop of a fiery sunset. That's what I love about you. She turned, her blonde hair catching the light, a pensive expression on her face. The unspoken weight of their situation hung heavy. A sharp retort followed, a challenge laced with a hint of exasperation. If you're going to help someone, do it right. If you half-ass it, I won't forgive you. The camera pulled back, revealing a cityscape, a stark contrast to the intimacy of the previous scene. A lone tree stood amidst the towering structures, a symbol of resilience in an otherwise cold, urban landscape. Her voice, though soft, carried a promise. I'll be here, waiting for you. She walked away, her figure a silhouette against the vibrant sunset, leaving a lingering sense of anticipation and uncertainty. Meanwhile, a different scene unfolded. A woman, seemingly unconcerned, simply stated, I'm not worried. Her confidence stemmed from a deep-seated trust. You always keep your promises and show up in the end. Her face, a picture of serene hope, reflected the unwavering faith she held. The woman's quiet confidence was juxtaposed with a playful remark. You're just late sometimes, he. A declaration of love and unwavering commitment followed. Read, I'll wait for you. I love you. A cracked cell phone screen displayed a picture of the blonde woman, a poignant reminder of their connection. The phone screen showed a paused video call, a symbol of interrupted communication and lingering questions. The scene shifted to a desolate urban landscape, the remnants of a catastrophic event. Debris littered the ground, a stark reminder of the destruction. A lone figure, hunched over, sat amidst the rubble, his posture conveying exhaustion and despair. A pained groan escaped his lips. Blood stained his neck, a grim testament to recent violence. He was alive, but barely. The remnants of a shattered window framed a devastated cityscape, a bleak panorama of destruction. He stood amidst the rubble, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, a solitary figure in a ruined world. His face, partially obscured by shadow, betrayed a deep weariness, the weight of his experiences etched into every line. The memory of the meteor's impact, the devastation it wrought, fueled his determination. He would go to the place where Jean had said she would wait for him. Nothing would change until he saw her. His eyes, burning with an inner fire, reflected the intensity of his resolve. The words, "Jean is alive," echoed in his mind, a beacon of hope in the desolate landscape. The city, once vibrant, now lay in ruins, a haunting testament to the meteor's destructive power. He walked towards the city, his steps determined, his heart filled with a mixture of hope and trepidation. He wouldn't be late this time. He wouldn't let her down again. A colossal tree, its roots intertwined with the skeletal remains of a futuristic building, pierced the overcast sky. Its branches, heavy with an unnatural luminescence, reached toward the sky, perpetually shrouded in twilight. Closer inspection revealed the building to be more than just ruins. It was a monument slowly being reclaimed by nature. Vines snaked across its metallic frame, while strange, glowing flora pulsed with an eerie light. The words hung in the air, a challenge as much as a statement. Helping someone required commitment, not half measures. A sharp retort followed, laced with anger and a deep-seated resentment. The city sprawled before them, a concrete jungle bathed in the fading light of day, a stark contrast to the intensity of their emotions. Despite the harsh words, a promise was made, a silent vow hanging in the twilight. She walked away, her blonde hair flowing behind her like a banner of defiance, yet a hint of worry lingered in her stride. The scene shifted, the vibrant colors of the previous moment giving way to the muted greens of indoor plants, a stark change of scenery. The words, a testament to unwavering faith, echoed the sentiment of the promise made earlier. Her face, partially obscured by shadows, held a quiet confidence, a subtle smile playing on her lips. A soft chuckle, a nervous reassurance, betrayed a hint of uncertainty beneath the surface. The declaration, though simple, carried the weight of unspoken feelings, a quiet declaration of love. A message, a digital echo of the promise, appeared on a phone screen, a testament to enduring affection. He scrolled through images, a mixture of curiosity and something darker in his eyes. The scene shifted again, the vibrant colors replaced by the bleakness of a ruined cityscape, a stark reminder of the harsh reality. He knelt amidst the rubble, his body bearing the marks of a recent struggle, his posture reflecting defeat. A single, pained breath escaped his lips, a testament to his exhaustion and despair. He turned, his back to the viewer, his silhouette a symbol of quiet suffering. The city was a ruin, a skeletal landscape of broken buildings and shattered dreams. Amidst the devastation, a young man stood, his clothes torn, his face etched with worry. His gaze was fixed, his expression grim. He was searching, desperate for a sign, a glimmer of hope in this desolate urban wasteland. A close-up revealed the intensity of his determination, the weight of his unspoken anxieties etched onto his features. He resolved to go to the place where the meteor had fallen, the place where Jean had promised to wait for him. His eyes burned with a fierce resolve. Nothing would change until he saw her with his own eyes, until he knew she was safe. The city's destruction was a stark reminder of the forces at play, the scale of the catastrophe that had befallen this once thriving metropolis. He walked through the ruins, the city's broken skyline a haunting backdrop to his solitary journey. He paused, a flicker of hope in his eyes. He called out to her, his voice a fragile whisper in the vast emptiness. He vowed not to be late this time, a silent promise to himself, fueled by a desperate hope. The city was shrouded in mist, a veil of ethereal fog obscuring the details of the devastation below. A solitary tree stood silhouetted against a bruised, twilight sky, its branches reaching towards an unseen source of light. In the distance, a colossal structure pierced the clouds, its form both organic and mechanical, a testament to an unsettling fusion of nature and technology. The scene shifted to a shadowed alleyway, where the remnants of a recent struggle were still visible. A city, scarred by conflict, stretched out before them, a landscape of broken buildings and shattered dreams. From a high vantage point, the city's bleak panorama unfolded, a stark contrast to the quiet intensity of the moment. A woman, her face contorted in a grimace of pain and exertion, let out a guttural cry. She gasped, a trickle of blood tracing a path down her chin. She cried out again, her body racked with pain. Her anguished cry echoed the turmoil within her. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged, its presence both menacing and alluring. With a swift, brutal movement, the figure seized the woman, its grip tightening. A sickening sound echoed through the air as the shadowy figure consumed its prey. The creature roared in triumph, its hunger momentarily sated. Standing amidst the ruins, a monstrous figure emerged, its silhouette casting a long, ominous shadow. Terror seized the three women as a shadowy figure descended upon them, its presence filling the confined space with an oppressive dread. One of them, eyes wide with disbelief, could only gasp, "What the hell?" The two others, equally horrified, reacted with a mix of fear and desperation, their cries echoing the growing sense of doom. Meanwhile, a monstrous figure with immense horns and glowing red eyes emerged from the shadows, its presence radiating menace. Its grotesque face, contorted in a predatory grin, revealed sharp teeth as it let out a guttural sound, lick. A desperate hand reached out, a silent plea against the encroaching horror. The two women, their faces etched with terror, cried out in unison, "No!" A voice, filled with urgency, cut through the chaos. "Master!" The monstrous figure paused, its attention momentarily diverted. A figure appeared, apologizing for the interruption. "I'm sorry for disturbing your meal." The monstrous figure turned its gaze to the newcomer, a man in a suit and glasses, his expression unreadable. The man calmly stated, "The preparations are complete." He observed the scene with a detached, almost clinical interest. A powerful energy surged, a wave of destruction unleashed. A swirling vortex of dark energy crackled, the raw power palpable. He gritted his teeth, the strain evident on his face as he channeled the chaotic energy. A curt affirmation escaped his lips. The preparation was complete. He stood silhouetted against the twilight, a figure of quiet intensity. The colossal structure pierced the clouds, a fusion of organic and mechanical. Inside, the air hummed with barely contained power. A system link was established, the process initiated. The mother crystal was clear, the path was open. Below, the crystal pulsed with an ominous red light. Energy flowed, connecting to the doll. The injection began, a surge of power coursing through the system. 95% complete, the culmination was near. The charge was complete. A woman, reclined within a circular device, remained still, her expression unreadable. Life response, clear. A figure in a lab coat watched intently. They checked the doll's status. Her eyes fluttered open, a hint of weariness in their depths. All systems were normal. The scientists exchanged a relieved glance. Preparations were complete. A man with silver hair and glasses observed the scene with a mixture of apprehension and anticipation. A soft tap echoed in the otherwise silent lab. A hand hovered over a keyboard, poised to initiate the next phase. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupted from the device. The woman within screamed. A beam of energy shot out, a precise strike aimed at the heart of the operation. The impact was devastating. A protective barrier shimmered into existence around the central crystal. The barrier had formed, shielding the mother crystal from further harm. The energy beam continued to batter the shield, but it held firm. The barrier remained intact, damage at 0%. The scientists, faces etched with worry, ordered an increase in power. The power surged, increasing by 50%. The outcome remained uncertain. The energy barrier protecting them flickered and died, its integrity at 0. A catastrophic failure. A surge of raw power erupted from the core, a blinding white light. The operator's eyes widened in alarm. The energy levels were far beyond what the containment unit could handle. The strain was already tearing at the containment unit's physical structure. Its body was breaking down. Despite the warnings, the order was given. Increase power to maximum. He remained resolute, his face a mask of grim determination. The consequences were irrelevant. The mission must proceed. With a decisive tap, he initiated the final sequence. A searing energy bolt shot forth, striking its target with devastating force. The impact sent the unit reeling, its body screaming in protest. The energy beam continued its relentless assault. It was useless. The barrier remained unaffected by the attack. The creature roared in defiance, its power undiminished. The damage to the unit continued to rise, nearing critical levels. The unit's systems were failing. The strain was too much. At this rate, the unit would collapse before the barrier could be breached. Panic set in as the scientists watched the situation deteriorate, one shouting for the doctor. He scoffed, a hint of annoyance in his eyes. This attack, it was barely a challenge. The man's face was grim, his jaw clenched tight. He barked an order. Ignoring the pain, he pushed himself harder, the flames around him intensifying. He needed to keep going. A desperate plea for help, a frantic tap on the shoulder. The urgency was palpable. A fiery vortex erupted, consuming everything in its path. The heat was intense. The swirling flames intensified, a destructive dance of fire and chaos. With a powerful leap, he launched himself forward, aiming for the heart of the inferno. A blinding beam of light shot out, narrowly missing its target. He dodged with practiced ease. A surge of energy pulsed from the core, a beacon of power in the heart of the city. It was almost overwhelming. He moved with supernatural speed, a blur of motion amidst the flames. His movements were precise and deadly. The two figures clashed, a whirlwind of blows and counterblows. The fight was fierce and unrelenting. A kaleidoscope of light and energy exploded outwards, a dazzling display of power. A deafening explosion rocked the city, sending shockwaves through the very ground. Buildings crumbled. Debris rained down from the sky. a testament to the destructive power unleashed. The aftermath was devastating. The aftermath hung heavy in the air, a silence broken only by the rhythmic drumming of rain against unseen surfaces. Dust motes danced in the weak light, filtering through the gloom, remnants of the cataclysmic explosion that had just ripped through the area. A hand swiftly tapped the keys, a rhythmic percussion in the otherwise silent room. The screen glowed, reflecting in the operator's focused eyes. A blinding flash erupted from the screen, momentarily obscuring everything. The lights subsided, revealing a woman in distress, her body convulsing. A beam of energy shot across the room, striking its target with precision. The impact was immense, shaking the very foundations of the room. A protective barrier shimmered into existence, enveloping the source of the energy. The barrier held, a testament to its strength against the relentless assault. The assault continued, but the barrier remained unyielding. Meanwhile, in a nearby control room, two figures watched with growing alarm. One of them, a man with white hair, expressed his concern about the increasing power. The other, equally worried, confirmed that the barrier was failing. The source of the energy pulsed, its power growing exponentially. The energy continued to surge, threatening to overwhelm its container. The man with white hair warned that the system wouldn't be able to contain such power. Despite the imminent danger, the order was given to increase the power further. The order was given, increase power. A scientist, his face etched with worry, watched the readings intently. A hand, swift and precise, tapped commands into a console. The energy surged. The resulting blast was immediate and devastating. A scream cut through the air. Rebecca, her face contorted in pain, was thrown back by the force of the blast. Blood sprayed from her mouth. The energy beam continued its relentless assault, tearing through the lab's defenses. It was useless. The barrier was taking zero damage. The situation was critical. The damage to the experimental subject was already at 35% and rising. She was barely holding on, her body strained to its limits. At this rate, the subject would break before the barrier could be breached. A doctor frantically called for help, but even this extreme measure was proving insufficient. The scientist's expression hardened. He knew what he had to do. The conflicting orders echoed in his mind. Shut it down, don't stop. Another figure, cloaked in shadow and wielding fire, appeared, adding to the chaos. A surge of crimson energy swirled, a chaotic dance of fire and power. From the heart of the maelstrom, a figure leaped, propelled by the very force they commanded. The beam struck its target. A blinding flash of light momentarily obscured the scene. Below, a monstrous entity stirred, its many limbs reaching out like grasping claws. The figure, now engulfed in flames, punched through the energy barrier with a defiant roar. The barrier buckled, the energy twisting and contorting under the immense pressure. The impact was devastating. A colossal explosion rocked the city. Debris rained down from the sky as a massive structure crumbled. Far below, the city was in chaos, the scale of the destruction becoming horrifyingly clear. They braced themselves, the energy of the blast washing over them. With a grim determination, he extended a hand towards the still unstable energy source. A figure strode purposefully, their polished shoes clicking on the cold, metallic floor. The air hung heavy with anticipation. He paused, surveying the damage. "Master, it's not even scratched. I guess it'll take more than brute strength," he muttered, his voice laced with frustration. Two figures stood silhouetted against the harsh light, their faces partially obscured. Tension crackled between them. The immense structure pulsed with an inner light. "It won't allow anything to approach it," one of them observed, a hint of awe in their tone. The other, a man with dark hair, gazed at the glowing crystal. "So this is the mother crystal," he breathed, a mixture of wonder and apprehension evident in his voice. A woman with blonde hair spoke, her voice firm despite the gravity of the situation. "We drew the meteor here to get our hands on the blood crystal. We're this close. This can't be a dead end." The blonde woman continued, her words carrying a note of conviction. "I believe that the shard will be the key to opening the mother crystal," she stated. Two figures, one with dark hair and the other blonde, engaged in a hushed conversation. The blonde one asked about the progress of a search. The dark-haired man responded, his expression grim. "How is the search going?" he inquired. The two stood facing each other, a palpable tension hanging in the air. The dark-haired man's face was etched with worry. The blonde man spoke, his voice heavy with the weight of the news. "It seems like Zod is dead," he said. The dark-haired man reacted with shock and disbelief. "What? He's dead?" he exclaimed. His eyes blazed with a furious intensity. "And Hitch?" he growled, the question hanging in the air. He sighed, a weary resignation etched onto his features. The situation was far from ideal. The report was grim, detailing the extent of the damage. 70% of her body was compromised. A doctor reviewed the data, his expression a mixture of concern and grim determination. Despite the severity of the injuries, there was a glimmer of hope. Her core remained intact. A team of scientists worked frantically, their faces illuminated by the harsh fluorescent lights. Against all odds, she was still alive. A miracle, or perhaps a testament to her resilience. The doctor, however, remained unconvinced. His gaze was cold, his thoughts far from celebratory. He muttered to himself, his disappointment palpable. She had failed, proving utterly useless. She gasped for air, tears streaming down her face, her body racked with pain. The urgency of the situation was clear. This was a Blood Crystal District 1 incident. A call was made, a request for immediate assistance. But the response was disheartening. The medical team was unavailable. The focus shifted to disposal, a grim necessity. Her face was a mask of pain and despair, her eyes reflecting the harsh reality of her situation. Meanwhile, another figure watched from afar, their presence ominous and foreboding. A figure moved swiftly, their actions purposeful and decisive. The moment was critical. She cried out in agony, her body failing, her spirit broken. A woman's hand trembled, blood staining her pale fingers. The tremor spoke of deep-seated fear. Tears streamed down her face, mirroring the inner turmoil that racked her being. A metallic clang echoed through the desolate space, a sound that cut through the silence. She sat alone, defeated, in the aftermath of a brutal encounter. A figure in a white dress lay, slumped nearby. The woman's trembling intensified, a fresh wave of despair washing over her. Her gaze fell to the blood on her hands, a grim reminder of the violence she had witnessed. Two figures emerged from the shadows, their presence adding to the growing tension. She remained huddled on the ground, her body a testament to the trauma she had endured. One of the newcomers spoke, his words revealing a chilling truth about the situation. The other man explained the woman's role in the unfolding events, highlighting her importance. A question hung in the air, a subtle challenge to the man's priorities. The man's response revealed a callous disregard for human life, his focus solely on the mission. A sharp order was given, emphasizing the urgency of the task. His face contorted in a grim expression, reflecting the weight of responsibility and the potential consequences of failure. A subordinate responded with a fearful affirmation, highlighting the power imbalance. The woman lay prostrate, her body trembling with a mixture of fear and exhaustion. A frantic demand echoed through the sterile laboratory. "Angel, I don't care what you do. Give me information." The speaker, a man with stark white hair, his face partially obscured by shadow, watched intently as another figure, blond and prone on the floor, coughed up blood. His eyes widened, a sudden realization dawning. The blond man was not merely injured. He was a key to something far greater. The white-haired man approached cautiously, his gaze intense. The blond man's blood was a grim reminder of the stakes. A cruel smile stretched across the white-haired man's lips, a chilling contrast to the grim scene before him. He addressed the unconscious figure, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. "It's nice to see a familiar face." Meanwhile, in another part of the facility, a tense exchange unfolded. A dark-haired man, his face etched with worry, pleaded, "Leave it to me, master." His master, equally concerned, responded with a grim determination. "The princess will be arriving soon. We must have everything ready by then." The weight of expectation hung heavy in the air. The dark-haired man's words carried a sense of foreboding. The desire of our people is on the verge of coming true. The princess, the focus of their plans, remained unseen, her presence felt only in the hushed anticipation. A sinister figure, his eyes burning with malevolent intent, spoke with chilling confidence. "We'll take this world back from the humans." His ambition was clear, his voice dripping with malice, and become the one and only queen and ruler of this world. The means to achieve this ambition were laid bare. To do so, we need to retrieve the object within the Mother Crystal. A shadowy figure stood before a glowing, hexagonal structure. The Mother Crystal, its power palpable. A desperate order was given. "Do anything you can to open that door." A dramatic announcement cut through the tension. "Attention, my brothers and sisters." A crowd gathered below, their faces obscured by shadow, gazing upwards at a towering structure. An air of anticipation hung heavy in the atmosphere. From the building's precipice, a figure emerged, their silhouette stark against the pale sky. The moment they spoke, a hush fell over the crowd. The ritual, it was announced, would commence upon the arrival of the princess. Among the onlookers, a collective sigh of relief, or perhaps anticipation, escaped their lips. Finally, the moment had arrived. The preparations, however, were far from celebratory. A chilling command echoed through the air. A close-up revealed a face contorted in a silent scream, eyes blazing with a terrifying intensity. The weight of the coming sacrifice was palpable. The sacrifice, they explained, would pave the way for their queen, a path drenched in human blood. A sea of faces, identical in their grim determination, echoed the chilling words, "For the queen." 3 figures, their eyes glowing with an unnatural red light, smiled with cruel anticipation. Their devotion to the queen was absolute, unwavering, and terrifying. The hunt, the command rang out, was to begin. The humans were to be hunted. A foot landed heavily, a sharp tap echoing in the silence. The hunt had begun. A lone figure moved through the desolate cityscape, a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding elsewhere. The young man with fiery red hair stood amidst the rubble of a shattered city, his gaze distant and troubled. A biting wind whipped through the skeletal remains of buildings, carrying with it the scent of dust and despair. He adjusted the strap of his worn satchel, his movements deliberate and precise. Even in this desolation, a certain quiet grace clung to him, a stark contrast to the surrounding chaos. With a determined stride, he began to walk away, disappearing into the gloom. The weight of the world seemed to rest on his shoulders, yet his resolve remained unshaken. A hushed urgency filled the air. The princess's arrival was imminent, and preparations had to be completed. Silhouetted against the bleak cityscape, two figures stood, their conversation unseen. Their purpose was clear. The people's yearning for change was on the cusp of fulfillment. One of them, a man with a haunted look, muttered about the princess, his voice barely a whisper. He vowed to reclaim the world from humanity's grasp. His ambition was absolute, to become the sole queen and ruler. To achieve this, a crucial artifact needed to be retrieved, the Mother Crystal. Two figures stood before a shimmering, hexagonal portal, the weight of their task heavy upon them. A desperate plea echoed, do whatever it takes to open the door. A sudden call for attention cut through the tension. A crowd gathered, their faces a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. The moment they had all been waiting for had finally arrived. A cloaked figure stood on a precipice, a silent sentinel. A collective sigh of relief, of anticipation, rippled through the onlookers. The chilling command echoed, prepare the sacrifices. A guttural roar of primal fury erupted, a terrifying prelude to the events to come. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, declared their intention, to pave a path for their queen using human blood. The chilling words echoed through a throng of figures, their eyes glowing with an unnatural red light, their faces contorted in grim determination. All for the queen. Among them, a man with piercing red eyes and a cruel smile stood out, his presence radiating menace. The command was given, hunt the humans. A single, sharp tap echoed in the silence. He moved with a silent grace, a dark figure descending from the shadows. The city sprawled beneath him, a desolate landscape of broken buildings and decaying infrastructure, a testament to the conflict's brutal toll. He stood on the precipice, a young man with fiery red hair, surveying the devastation. His gaze was intense, his posture resolute. He was ready. He muttered to himself, noting the destruction of even the roads, adding to the already immense challenges he faced. He sighed, a grim determination etched onto his face. Finding another way was his only option now. A sudden, sharp sound pierced the air. He reacted instantly, his head snapping up, eyes narrowed in alertness. He moved with practiced ease, scaling the building's exterior with the agility of a seasoned urban explorer. Below, a desperate plea echoed through the streets, a cry for help amidst the chaos. A man, glasses askew, stumbled through the rain-slicked streets, pursued by a relentless mob. The urgency in his voice was palpable. He urged them to flee, to escape the encroaching danger. His gaze was fixed, a mixture of worry and determination clouding his features. The sounds of pursuit grew closer, the tension ratcheting up. With a sudden burst of energy, a mechanical device discharged, crackling with electricity. The electric arc struck, incapacitating one of the pursuers. Another attacker lunged, but he was met with swift, decisive action. The fight was brutal, a flurry of blows and desperate defenses. The electrical discharge continued, a stunning display of power. The remaining pursuers were thrown back, shocked and disoriented. Gasping for air, a woman stumbled, her pursuer close behind. The chase continued, relentless and brutal. She pushed herself harder, her lungs burning. Their pursuers, a trio of figures, emerged from the shadows, their determination clear. One of them, a man with a cybernetic arm, barked orders. A swift movement, a blur of motion. The woman urged her companion onward, their escape route narrowing. Above, a glimmer of hope appeared. Heeding the advice, they darted into a narrow alley. Their pursuers were gaining ground, closing in fast. A shot rang out, the sound echoing through the alley. The impact sent a shockwave through the air. One of the pursuers reeled from the blow, his body convulsing. His face contorted in agony, eyes blazing with a hellish red glow. A figure, his face obscured by shadow, stalked through the alleyway. The cold, damp air hung heavy, thick with the scent of decay and fear. He was pursued. The sounds of a desperate chase echoed behind him. Two figures, one a young woman, the other a man, were hot on his trail. The pursuers burst through a doorway, their urgency palpable. The man, weapon drawn, was ready for confrontation. Suddenly, the alleyway erupted in chaos. A SWAT officer found himself grappling with the shadowed figure, the fight spilling into the street. The woman, her face etched with terror, urged her companion to flee. "Run!" she screamed, her voice barely audible above the din. He shoved her away, a desperate attempt to buy her time. The shadowed figure was relentless, its movements swift and brutal. With a surge of energy, a bright light pulsed from the figure's hand. The air crackled with power. The resulting explosion rocked the street, sending debris flying. The force of the blast was immense. The shockwave sent the pursuers reeling, momentarily stunned by the unexpected attack. They were thrown back by the sheer force. He landed hard, the impact jarring his body. But he was already moving again, his resolve unbroken. He continued his escape, his movements fluid and precise. He was a ghost, a phantom flitting through the urban landscape. His pursuer, a grim-faced man, watched him go, a mixture of frustration and grudging respect in his eyes. The energy from the device drained, leaving a tingling sensation in his hand. He felt the effects of the exertion. Meanwhile, the woman, nursing her injuries, glared at the retreating figure. "Ugh, you brute," she muttered, her voice laced with anger. He turned, a flicker of something akin to apology in his eyes. "Don't worry, I didn't kill them," he said, his voice low and strained. The man crumpled to the ground, the energy having finally left him. He lay there, defeated, the fight over. The chase continued, the runner's silhouette a fleeting shadow against the decaying urban backdrop. A figure watched from a shadowed alleyway, their expression unreadable. Further down the street, a woman pressed herself against a wall, her face etched with terror, tears welling in her eyes. She was clearly involved somehow. The news arrived, terse and urgent. "We have a runner." A man with a predatory gleam in his eyes watched the unfolding scene. His tongue darted out, a silent, chilling promise. He was not alone. Nearby, another figure observed, their face partially obscured, their expression inscrutable. The woman continued her desperate flight, the rhythmic tap-tap-tap of her shoes echoing in the desolate street. She sobbed, a broken apology escaping her lips. "I'm sorry." Her breath hitched, each footfall a testament to her fear. She was running away, but from what? "Alone," she whispered, "away by myself." A sudden crack echoed behind her, the sound of something breaking. She didn't dare look back. An explosion rocked the street, sending debris flying. The force of the blast was immense. The shock wave tore through the air, a destructive force unleashed. The woman was thrown back. A hissing sound followed, a chilling whisper of something escaping. The air crackled with unseen energy. He walked away, his silhouette a dark omen against the cityscape. The hunt was far from over. A figure cloaked in darkness stood amidst the rubble of a shattered city street, his form crackling with barely contained energy. A woman, small and vulnerable, huddled nearby, her face etched with fear. He clenched his fists, the silent fury palpable. The woman whimpered, blood trickling from a fresh wound on her lip. The woman's eyes darted nervously to a nearby alleyway, her breath catching in her throat. A man watched from the shadows, his own fear evident in the way he gulped. Elsewhere, a woman in a crisp white blouse stood amidst the ruins, her expression unreadable. The scene was one of stark contrast, her composure against the chaos. A man approached her, his voice a low murmur. He questioned her hunger, suggesting they eat their recent catch. He shook his head, his response a grim acknowledgement of their shortfall. Even with this capture, their quota remained unmet. The woman offered a counterpoint, suggesting that at least they would have full bellies when their mission ended. She scratched at her arm, a nervous habit. The tension was thick, even in this brief moment of respite. With a curt nod, she gave the order to proceed. A shadowy figure loomed behind her, his eyes burning with a cold intensity. The shadowy figure moved, his presence filling the frame. A woman, bound and helpless, was his focus. From a nearby rooftop, another figure called out, demanding a share of the spoils. The man sighed, his expression one of weary resignation. There wasn't enough to go around. The woman from earlier, her face partially obscured, glared at the newcomer. Her words were sharp, accusing. The newcomer recoiled, surprised by the accusation. Confusion and a hint of fear flickered across his features. The hunters surveyed the ruined cityscape from a rooftop, their quarry still at large. One, with fiery red hair, leaped from the building, pursuing the target. A dark, swirling energy erupted from a hand, forming into a pistol. A crimson spray erupted as a bullet found its mark, the victim collapsing. More shots rang out, another figure falling victim to the hunter's deadly accuracy. The red-haired hunter landed, his pursuer now at his mercy, blood splattering the ground. A low hiss filled the air, a subtle prelude to the violence about to unfold. A figure, cloaked in shadow, stood over a woman who had fallen amidst the rubble of a destroyed building. She gasped for breath. The woman, her face bloodied, struggled to rise, her breaths ragged and heavy. Nearby, another individual watched, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and apprehension. The woman in white, still bleeding, looked towards the shadowy figure, her expression unreadable. One of the shadowy figures spoke, stating that their quota wasn't yet filled. Another of the figures responded, acknowledging that they would still be short even if they caught their current target. The same figure licked his lips, anticipating the satisfaction of completing their task. A woman with a mechanical arm scratched her chin thoughtfully, conceding a point. A commanding voice declared it was time to proceed. The woman with the mechanical arm prepared herself for action. Another individual called out, requesting a share of the spoils. The man with the woman with the mechanical arm sighed, noting there wasn't enough for three. A man's sharp hearing picked up the sounds of betrayal. His companions were abandoning him. He reacted with fury, his eyes blazing with red. From a rooftop vantage point, the scene unfolded. One of the fleeing figures leaped from the building, attempting to escape. Another figure, drawing a weapon, prepared to fire. The gunshot echoed, and a victim fell, blood spurting from a head wound. More shots rang out, each one finding its mark. Another figure fell, their body crumpling to the ground. Amidst the chaos, two figures engaged in a fierce struggle. A witness, observing the carnage from afar, reacted with shock and disbelief. Rebecca, her face contorted in a grimace, ran, the rain blurring her vision. Close behind her, a figure with red hair pursued her relentlessly. The chase continued through the rain-slicked streets. Suddenly, Rebecca turned, firing her weapon. Two shots rang out. The impact of the shots sent a shockwave through the air. Rebecca's pursuer, however, was unfazed, continuing their advance. With a swift movement, the pursuer launched a projectile. The projectile whizzed past Rebecca, narrowly missing its target. The pursuer lunged at Rebecca, their attack connecting. Rebecca, despite the injury, declared that it was nothing. Her face, now bloodied, showed a grim determination. Rebecca gasped, momentarily stunned. The pursuer unleashed a brutal slash. Blood splattered as the attack landed. The red-haired figure vanished, leaving Rebecca wounded and alone. A figure, his face contorted in pain, cried out, "Chief!" The chief stood, his imposing figure silhouetted against a backdrop of blood spatter. Meanwhile, another figure, his arm glowing with energy, declared, "I'm going to kill you." He lunged forward, a blur of motion. A powerful energy crackled in the attacker's fist. The energy built a palpable tension in the air. A man with red hair and intense eyes watched, a predatory grin spreading across his face. The attack connected, sending the victim sprawling. The impact created a shockwave. A woman, caught in a blast, was thrown back, her face a mask of terror. Another figure, seemingly an ally, engaged the attacker. The energy continued to surge, crackling through the air. The force of the attack caused destruction around them. A blinding flash of light erupted. The resulting explosion was devastating. A figure, moving at speed, streaks across the sky. The figure collides with another, sending a shockwave through the air. One of the figures, a hulking man with a grotesque grin, demands to know the other's identity and affiliation. The other figure, seemingly unfazed, dismisses the question as irrelevant. The hulking man grabs the other figure's arm. The figure retaliates, unleashing a burst of energy. The hulking man boasts of his victory, confident in his capture. He vows to destroy the other figure. The captured figure's face contorts in a grimace. A surge of energy erupts from the captured figure. The hulking man is shocked as his arm is destroyed by the energy. The energy dissipates, leaving a trail of destruction. The captured figure laughs, revealing that he was never truly captured. He reveals that he was the one who set the trap. The hulking man recoils in shock and pain. The captured figure prepares for a counterattack. A swirling vortex of dark energy appeared, its tendrils reaching out like grasping claws. The vortex continued to expand, obscuring the scene. A figure with a metallic hand emerged from the vortex, its grip tightening around a victim's eye. The victim cried out in pain as the metallic hand crushed their eye socket. Meanwhile, a young man with crimson hair smirked, his words laced with dark amusement. "You look confused." A sudden electrical discharge crackled around him, the sound echoing like thunder. The young man's pursuers were closing in, a chilling realization dawning on them. They were being hunted. One of the pursuers, a figure with a metallic eye, was struck by a surge of electricity, his face contorted in agony. The electrical assault continued, the air crackling with energy. More electrical discharges erupted, intensifying the attack. The crimson-haired young man unleashed a powerful electrical blast, sending his opponent flying. The impact of the blast shook the ground, creating a deafening boom. The defeated pursuer's body was consumed by electricity, his face contorted in a final grimace. A mechanical hand, sparking with energy, reached out toward the woman. Tears streamed down her face as she recoiled from the approaching device. Her expression was one of pure terror, her eyes wide with fear as she braced for impact. Meanwhile, a man with crimson hair and a scar over his left eye stood silently observing the scene from a distance, a grim determination etched on his features. The woman flinched as the mechanical hand neared, her body tensing in anticipation of the inevitable. A man's face contorted in agony as a powerful force impacted him, the word VWOM echoing the intensity of the blow. The force continued its assault, causing a blinding flash of light. He cried out in pain, his arm severely injured. What the fuck? My arm. A metallic hand, glowing faintly, emerged from the swirling chaos. The attacker, a figure with crimson eyes, smirked. You think you're the one who caught me? What a dumbass. His smile revealed sharp teeth, a predatory grin. Meanwhile, another figure with fiery red hair launched a counterattack. The metallic hand descended, its grip tightening. It seized the man's face, the word grab, emphasizing the force of the action. Blood flowed from the wound inflicted by the metallic hand. The attacker observed his opponent, noting their confusion. You look confused. He unleashed another powerful blow, the sound, tzk, accompanying the impact. He spoke with a chilling calmness. Don't worry, you'll get used to how it feels. The figure, cloaked and ominous, raised a hand. A crackling energy pulsed from it, the air itself seeming to vibrate with anticipation. The words, to be hunted, echoed in the silence. Closer inspection revealed the source of the energy, a glowing orb within the figure's palm, crackling with raw power. The energy intensified, the crackling growing louder, a prelude to something far more destructive. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupted. The figure unleashed a devastating blast of energy. The force of the attack sent a shockwave through the ground, shattering the earth around the target. The impact was immense. A deafening boom resonated through the air as the ground trembled. The victim, caught in the blast, roared in agony as the energy tore through their body. Meanwhile, in a different location, a young woman, Sue, watched in horror as a mechanical arm, sparking with energy, descended towards her. Tears streamed down Sue's face as she braced for the inevitable impact. A man with red hair and a scar over his eye stood nearby, observing the scene with a grim expression. He watched Sue, his face a mask of concern, as the mechanical arm continued its descent. The city was a desolate landscape, buildings scarred and crumbling under a hazy sky. A lone water tower stood sentinel against the backdrop of a distant, indistinct skyline. A small group, led by a man in a dark suit, moved cautiously through the debris-strewn streets. Their faces were grim, their expressions reflecting the weight of their unspoken concerns. The man showed a picture on his phone to his companions. It was a young woman with long blonde hair. He asked if anyone had seen her. The group discussed the missing woman, their worry palpable. One of them, a man with dark hair, held up his phone, seemingly showing something to the others. A woman in the group remained silent, her thoughts clouded with uncertainty and apprehension. The man in the suit, his face etched with worry, continued to question the others, his gaze searching for any sign of recognition. He thought he recognized the woman in the picture. A wave of grim determination washed over him. A young woman, her eyes wide with fear, checked her phone, a silent plea for help in her expression. She suggested a place where they might find information about the missing woman. The man in the suit listened intently, his hope flickering. He learned that survivors were gathering at Central Station. The young woman offered a suggestion. Central Station might be a place to find someone who had seen the woman. She spoke of the possibility that his girlfriend might already be there. The man's face was a mixture of hope and apprehension at the mention of Central Station and the possibility of finding survivors, including his girlfriend. He asked for more information, his voice barely a whisper. It was as she had said. Immediately after the meteor's impact, their communication systems remained functional. A woman with brown hair was being roughly handled by a group of soldiers. The soldiers, having received orders, were heading south towards the Central Station. Meanwhile, a surviving contingent of soldiers had established a base to protect civilians. A group of soldiers approached a young man with reddish-brown hair, urging him to join them. The young man, identified as Gene, considered their offer. He pondered the possibility of someone waiting for him at Sky Park. The thought of Gene waiting for him at Sky Park caused him considerable anxiety. He decided to check Sky Park before going to the Central Station. He was warned to avoid 21st Street South, as it was infested with monsters. A group of people, including a woman with brown hair, questioned his destination. He simply stated that he was heading to Sky Park. Gene's expression turned serious. A group of people reacted with alarm to his announcement. His decision was deemed unwise. One of the people expressed concern, having just escaped that area. The grim reality of the situation was laid bare. The area had become a haven for ghouls and vampires. A desolate, almost apocalyptic cityscape loomed in the background, a testament to the devastation wrought. The remnants of a military unit, battered and broken, were desperately trying to escape the encroaching horror. A soldier, his face etched with fear and desperation, urged his comrades to retreat, emphasizing the suicidal nature of their mission. Meanwhile, a SWAT team, their movements tense and cautious, navigated the ravaged streets. One of the soldiers, his brow furrowed in thought, questioned the feasibility of their escape, given the complete destruction of all routes to Sky Park. He looked down, lost in thought. Another soldier offered a glimmer of hope. The 7th bridge remained intact. A concerned voice questioned the wisdom of venturing into such a dangerous place. Despite the warnings, the soldier remained resolute, a steely determination in his eyes. His thoughts turned to the person awaiting him at his destination. The cityscape at night offered a stark contrast to the daytime chaos. A lonely figure stood silhouetted against the skyline. A farewell, laced with apprehension, was exchanged. The soldier warned against going to Sky Park, emphasizing the deadly consequences. A woman, her face etched with fear, was being pulled along by the determined soldier. The soldier's plea for her to join them echoed in a tense atmosphere. A man in a blue uniform clutched his arm, a pained expression etched on his face. A figure in a dark suit extended a hand, revealing a glowing blue pattern. He whispered a single word, barely audible. His face contorted in agony, his teeth bared in a silent scream. A man with red hair shouted a warning. Petrification. Step away from him. Meanwhile, a woman in a gray dress watched in horror as the situation unfolded. The onlookers reacted with fear and panic. One man cried out, "He's been bitten." The man in the suit cursed, "Shit." A woman aimed her rifle at the red-haired man, yelling, "Lift." Another man, armed, warned, "Stay back." The man in the suit, his hands still glowing, tried to stop them. Someone urged, "Come with us." The red-haired man commanded, "Leave immediately." The red-haired man, now visibly shaken, stared blankly ahead. He muttered to himself, "I won't shoot you, but you can't." The bystanders were paralyzed by fear, their faces contorted in terror. One of them whimpered, A young woman, her face etched with terror, clutched at her own arms, tears streaming down her cheeks. A man's hand, adorned with a glowing blue device, dropped to his side. The camera focused on a man with a bandage over his eye, his expression one of pained resignation. Meanwhile, a figure with red hair turned away from a small crowd, walking away. A woman, her back to the viewer, flinched as something lightly tapped her shoulder. She looked up, her eyes wide with fear. The woman called out to someone, her voice strained. She continued to walk quickly down the street. She expressed her gratitude to the departing figure. The red-haired man paused, his back to her. She thanked him for saving her. Tears welled in her eyes as she realized the gravity of the situation. He continued walking, seemingly unfazed by the encounter. The young man with reddish-brown hair continued walking, his back to the viewer, seemingly unaware of the faint, ethereal particles drifting around him. The scene shifted, showing a wider view of the same desolate landscape. The particles were more visible now, swirling gently in the pale light. He continued his solitary journey, the particles now seeming to follow him, their movement subtly mirroring his steps. A chilling growl echoed through the city streets. The skeletal remains of buildings clawed at a pale sky, a stark contrast to the vibrant red title card from the previous sequence. A horde of ghouls shuffled forward, their movements jerky and unnatural. Their guttural cries filled the air. They were moving through a narrow alleyway, the decision made in the previous sequence proving necessary. The group felt the weight of their choice. A woman, visibly shaken, clutched her companion's arm. He, armed with a heavy weapon, scanned their surroundings. He expressed regret at leaving someone behind, a decision that weighed heavily on the group. The woman voiced her hope that a cure might be found at a nearby station. The man looked on, his expression grim. He saw the ghouls. His gaze fell upon the horrifying reality of the situation. More ghouls shuffled into view, their forms grotesque and disturbing. The woman reflected on the loss of life and relationships, now reduced to monstrous forms. A gruesome scene unfolded before them. A ghoul had violently attacked another. The man explained the grim reality of petrification and its inevitable outcome. A close-up revealed a ghoul's terrifying visage, its words confirming the hopelessness of their situation. The world had descended into chaos. A single, expletive-laced thought echoed the speaker's despair. Two figures, a woman and a man, watched, weapons at the ready, as events unfolded before them. The woman voiced her disbelief at the scene, questioning how the man in question could have killed the vampires. Her companion, equally stunned, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Meanwhile, another woman, witnessing the same event from a different vantage point, smirked. She had seen something extraordinary. The woman from the previous panel recalled the events, describing how a blood-formed gun materialized in the man's hand, followed by gunfire. The man then absorbed the vampire's weapon, a chilling display of power. A man with crimson eyes and a sinister grin reassured someone nearby, claiming they would get used to the feeling. His words hinted at a grim reality. The hunt had begun. The man with crimson eyes, a predator in his element, smirked, confirming his method. He moved with terrifying speed, his actions a blur of motion. The woman from earlier, still reeling from the events, whispered her astonishment. The man's movements continued, swift and deadly. The woman from before expressed her admiration for the man's skill. Meanwhile, another man, witnessing the same event, expressed his disbelief at the absurdity of it all. A SWAT officer, his face grim, is being questioned by a woman with short brown hair. Her expression is one of disbelief, but she insists it's true. The officer remains unconvinced, his skepticism evident. The woman presses further. I saw it with my own eyes. Meanwhile, a group of people, their shadows long in the dim alleyway, continues their hurried journey down a narrow street. One of the group, a young man, turns to look back, his voice filled with urgency. I'm telling the truth. From a high vantage point, a figure observes the group making their way through the desolate urban landscape. The observer is a woman with long dark hair, clad in dark clothing, and she holds a katana. She seems to be following them. The group passes a restaurant sign, the neon lights flickering faintly. Suddenly, a figure leaps from a rooftop, shouting, "Run!" The group scatters, panic setting in as they try to escape. One of them cries out in pain, "Arg!" A hand falls to the ground, a sickening thud echoing the impact. Blood splatters across the ground as the hand lies still, lifeless. A lone figure, cloaked in shadow, moved swiftly across the rooftops, the city sprawling beneath them like a concrete jungle. Below, the grim aftermath of a brutal encounter was evident. Several bodies lay scattered, their faces contorted in silent screams. A trail of blood marked the ground, a grim testament to the violence that had transpired. One victim, his eyes wide with terror, stared blankly at the sky, his lifeblood staining the cold stone. Nearby, a ghoul, its features grotesquely distorted, crouched over a fresh corpse, its tongue lolling out as it prepared to feed. A young woman, her face pale with fear, watched from a distance, a sinister figure approaching her. The figure, tall and imposing, cast a long shadow, its presence radiating menace. The woman, her voice trembling, asked about the man who had created a gun from his own hand. The ghoul's response was a horrifying grin, its mouth stretched wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth. Fear gripped the young woman. She trembled uncontrollably. She was paralyzed by terror, tears streaming down her face as the ghoul loomed closer. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The rain fell relentlessly, washing the blood from the streets, but not the horror. The scene opens on a city street, ravaged by destruction. Buildings stand broken, debris litters the ground, and a sense of desolation hangs heavy in the air. A section of an overpass has collapsed, adding to the chaotic landscape. A man's hand, marked with strange, icy patterns, trembles as he holds a small vial. A faint sound escapes his lips. The trembling intensifies. The man's hand is clearly in distress. He gasps, his breathing ragged. The destruction around him seems to mirror his internal state. Meanwhile, a man with reddish-brown hair walks through the ruins, his posture heavy with exhaustion. He stops, his breath catching in his throat. Only 2 vials remain. The reddish-brown-haired man examines the 2 remaining vials, a question forming in his mind. What will happen when he runs out? He slumps, overcome by a wave of exhaustion and despair. A question hangs in the air, unsaid but palpable. What am I? A group of men huddle together, their faces etched with terror. One of them utters a sound of distress. A young woman weeps, her face a mask of fear and helplessness. The reddish-brown-haired man looks up, his expression unreadable. He clenched his injured hand, ignoring the pain. He decided to focus on the task at hand, pushing aside his worries for later. His resolve hardened. He needed to concentrate. He moved swiftly, his steps silent and purposeful. The desolate landscape stretched before him, the remains of a bridge visible in the distance. A sign indicated Sky Park was 4 kilometers away. He was reminded that Jean was waiting for him across the bridge. The city skyline loomed in the distance, a stark contrast to the ruined bridge. He called out to Jean, confirming his presence. He continued his journey, his face set with determination. The path ahead was littered with debris from the destroyed infrastructure. He approached a damaged gate, his shadow stretching long in the dim light. Suddenly, the sound of screeching tires filled the air. The city was in ruins. A lone figure walked across a shattered overpass, their shadows stretching long in the dust-filled air. Below, a young woman with dark hair perched precariously on the edge of a collapsed structure, her gaze fixed on something in the distance. The camera pulled back, revealing the extent of the devastation. A wide chasm split the road, a testament to the destructive forces that had ravaged this place. Suddenly, a red scooter appeared, speeding towards the woman on the edge. The driver, a young woman in a dark hooded cloak, expertly navigated the rubble-strewn path. The scooter screeched to a halt, narrowly avoiding a pile of debris. The woman on the scooter, her face still hidden, dismounted. She pulled back her hood, revealing a striking face with vibrant red hair. A smirk played on her lips as she held a lollipop. From a shadowed alcove, a voice called out, "There you are." A figure with red hair leaped from a considerable height, his foot striking a wall with a resounding step. He landed gracefully, continuing his descent. The man reached the bottom, finding himself in a desolate urban landscape. A sign reading North Gate 4 kilometers was visible amidst the rubble. He stood atop a pile of debris, surveying the damaged cityscape. He thought to himself that Jean was waiting for him across the bridge. In the distance, a long bridge stretched toward the city skyline, partially obscured by a hazy atmosphere. He declared, "I'm coming, Jean." He began to move towards the bridge. He walked across the damaged road, carefully navigating the rubble. The sound of screeching tires echoed as a vehicle sped past. The road ahead was severely damaged, with large sections broken and crumbled. A woman on a motorcycle approached the damaged section of the road. She looked up, a determined expression on her face. A young woman, her legs clad in dark leggings, sped along on a vintage red scooter, the Union Jack emblazoned on its side. She was a striking figure, with crimson hair peeking from beneath a dark hood, her eyes glowing with an intense red light. A lollipop was held between her lips. She spoke, her voice calm yet menacing. There you are. The scene shifted to a desolate cityscape, a large tree with dark, thick roots growing out of a ruined building. The camera panned to show the extent of the destruction, buildings crumbling into dust. A monstrous creature emerged from the shadows, its form vaguely reptilian, a crimson crystal pulsating at its chest. A man in a dark suit stood before it, seemingly unfazed, a similar, though smaller, crystal glowing behind him. The man reached out a hand towards the energy field surrounding the crystal. With a surge of energy, he shattered the crystal. The crimson crystal lay broken, its light fading. The man, his expression one of disdain, muttered to himself, "This is ridiculous." He addressed an unseen individual, his voice sharp. "How dare a mere meteor reject me?" His eyes narrowed, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He declared, "I'll open you up, no matter what." A thought crossed his mind. He needed a new subject. He should visit the storage room. He considered his options, a question forming in his mind. Should he use this time? The previous subject had been too weak. He needed one with a stronger body. Rows of containment units lined the room, each holding a potential candidate. He observed them carefully. He turned, his gaze settling on a particular unit. He paused before the unit, number 13. The man stroked his chin thoughtfully, a decision forming in his mind. He declared, "Yes, this one will do." The image showed a woman with vibrant red hair, her body glowing with an ethereal light. He expressed his satisfaction. "Yes, yes, very nice." The woman, now contained within a transparent unit, was observed by the man and another figure in a dark dress. High above the ruined city, a figure looked down. Misty, they mused, would soon join their family. The figure, a man with sharp features and glasses, turned to address a woman with dark hair, her face bruised and tear-streaked. The woman, Misty, offered a weak smile, stating that she was happy. The man's smile was sharp, almost predatory. He seemed pleased. He addressed Misty again, noting the damage to her face and asking if Hitch was responsible. Misty responded, expressing her frustration with Hitch's lack of respect for her creator's work. She explained that Hitch had punished her for a mistake. The man and Misty stood in a laboratory, a figure contained in a glass tube behind them. He dismissed the incident as not being his fault. Misty questioned if the man was her master. The man turned, a chilling expression on his face. He told her to listen. He gently touched her head, his expression one of cold authority. The glass tube behind them contained a smaller version of Misty. The man declared himself to be her only master. He revealed a sinister smile. He stated that he was the one who created her. The image showed Misty, seemingly in a meditative state, submerged in a glowing blue liquid. A woman's form, seemingly ethereal, floated within a transparent tube. A voice, booming with authority, declared, "I'm the one who created your soul and breathed life into you." The perspective shifted, revealing a figure falling from a great height, the city sprawling beneath them. The falling figure continued its descent, the vastness of the ruined city emphasizing its isolation. The figure landed heavily. A voice filled with a chilling mixture of pity and menace stated, "I'm the one who showed mercy to a defective doll like you, instead of incinerating you into ashes."
Trembling, the figure looked up, eyes wide with fear and pain.
The voice continued, "Remember, I'm the only one who can take your life from you." A close-up revealed the face of the speaker, a man with piercing red eyes behind round glasses, a cruel smile playing on his lips. The figure, still trembling, whispered, I have only one master." The man's voice cut through the silence. "So let me ask you again. Who's your master?" The figure's face was etched with horror as a realization dawned. "And, that's you?" "Dr. Angel." Dr. Angel smirked, a single word escaping his lips. "Good." The scene shifted back to the tube, showing the woman's body, still inside. Dr. Angel instructed, "Go back to Hitch for now." He added, thoughtfully, "I'll let you know if I learn anything new." Dr. Angel, along with two other figures, observed the figure strapped to a chair in a laboratory setting. In a dimly lit medical facility, a doctor addressed a patient, receiving a curt affirmation, "Yes, doctor." The camera focuses on the patient's back, revealing extensive injuries. The doctor and another figure observe him. Meanwhile, in a separate location, an older man with glasses looked up, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He murmured, "Long time no see, Michael." The patient, Michael, a young man with dark hair, cracked a grim smile, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. His gaze fell, his expression shifting to one of pain and exhaustion. The older man's face was streaked with blood, his expression one of profound distress. A young woman with long dark hair walked down a dimly lit alleyway, her footsteps echoing in the silence. She continued her journey, her pace quickening slightly as she neared the end of the passage. The woman's boots hit the ground with a soft thud, each step measured and deliberate. She paused before a heavy metal door, her hand hovering over the cold steel. Hesitantly, she pushed the door open, revealing a fiery scene within. A man in a hazmat suit watched from a distance as she entered the room, flames licking at the walls. A large metal container filled with bodies was engulfed in flames, the crackling fire casting an eerie glow. Two more men in hazmat suits observed the scene, their faces grim. They moved cautiously, their boots making a quiet sound on the metallic floor. One of the burning bodies let out a final, pained scream. The woman's eyes widened, tears welling up as she witnessed the horrific scene. She covered her mouth, her body trembling with a mix of fear and sorrow. A young woman sobbed, her face buried in her hands. "I'm sorry." She hiccuped, the words barely audible. She was alone, in a dimly lit alleyway, the remnants of a recent struggle visible around her. The woman looked up, her eyes filled with despair. "I hate this. I want out of this hell," she cried. She clutched at her throat, a visible mark there, a silent testament to her suffering. Desperation clawed at her. She whispered a plea into the darkness. "Please, help me." She sat huddled on the ground, her body trembling, her clothes torn. Her voice cracked as she cried out again, this time a desperate cry for help. "Help us." The scene shifted. A wide shot revealed a large bridge, stretching far into the distance. The bridge was damaged, parts of it destroyed, a grim landscape of destruction. Below, amidst the wreckage of vehicles and debris, lay more victims of the catastrophe. The extent of the damage was horrifying, a chaotic jumble of twisted metal and shattered glass. Further down the bridge, the destruction continued, a trail of devastation stretching as far as the eye could see. A lone figure, a man in a dark suit, ran towards the scene, his face grim and determined. A large wrecked tanker truck lay on its side, debris scattered across the asphalt. Further down the road, a similar scene unfolded, more wreckage and destruction. The side of the tanker read, "Oil R.Energy." A young man with reddish-brown hair walked past the wreckage, seemingly unfazed. The young man continued his journey, the devastation of the road a stark contrast to his calm demeanor. He came across a wrecked vehicle with a wounded man inside. The wounded man groaned, his body writhing. A close-up revealed the man's gruesome injuries. He was clearly suffering. Another man, observing the scene, muttered that going back was a bad idea. He explained that they had just escaped that area. He added that the place had become a nest for ghouls and vampires. The grim reality of the situation became apparent as they came across a group of dead SWAT officers. One of the officers was partially eaten, the horror of the scene palpable. The young man, his face partially obscured by a bandage, looked upon the carnage with a pained expression. He wondered how many had died. He had a bad feeling and knew he needed to leave immediately. A man in a suit is walking down a street. A voice shouts at him to get out of there. The man pauses, seemingly unfazed. The man's face is shown in profile. His expression is serious. The man walks past a scene of devastation. A figure sits amidst the rubble. A disembodied voice calls out a greeting. A man in a dark coat and red waistcoat sits casually amidst the rubble. He remarks that the man in the suit is late. The man in the dark coat's face is shown. He has a scarred face and one red eye. He explains that he was starting to get bored from waiting. The man in the suit thinks about the man in the dark coat. He reflects on a feeling of something falling. A man with blonde hair looks shocked. A beeping sound is heard. Another man, running, comments that the others arrived sooner than he expected. A young man with a bandage on his arm, his face contorted in a grimace, wondered aloud. Who showed up? Rain lashed down as he looked up, his expression one of dawning horror. His eyes widened in fear. He whispered, "It's them." Meanwhile, a laptop screen displayed a map, beeping rhythmically as data streamed in. A woman with long dark hair, her face etched with sorrow, realized the vampire hunting dogs. A figure emerged from the shadows, a tall man with long blonde hair and a wide-brimmed hat, his eyes glowing ominously. He removed his hat, revealing his face, partially obscured by shadow. The woman gasped. "It's that hunter." The hunter's attire was visible. He reflected on the implications. He survived that explosion. Which means, the hunter, his face grim, declared, "All right, it's time to work." He began to move with purpose. His boots tapped against the ground as he walked. The scene shifted to a desolate, rubble-strewn street. The hunter continued his advance, his footsteps echoing in the silence. A figure appeared in the distance, walking towards him. The two figures approached each other, the tension palpable. The blonde woman, Rebecca, glared at her adversary. She had endured considerable hardship to find him. He was clearly agitated, his movements sharp and precise as he tapped impatiently. His question hung in the air. What had become of the man who had been with him? He scoffed, his response dismissive. The man who set off the explosives was a nuisance, nothing more. Rebecca pressed her advantage, her tone sharp and insistent. She demanded an answer, her patience wearing thin. He flinched, a flicker of fear crossing his features. He found the situation unnerving. his fear palpable. His eyes burned with a malevolent intensity. He smirked, confident in his ability to control the situation. He challenged her, questioning her resolve. Rebecca's expression turned sinister, a chilling smile spreading across her face. A tremor ran through the ground, a sign of impending destruction. The ground shook violently as structures crumbled around them. Rebecca, her blonde hair a fiery streak against the pale sky, hurtled downwards. She was falling, the ground rushing up to meet her. Below, a man in a dark suit lay sprawled, his body twisted at an unnatural angle. His eyes, wide with shock, stared blankly upwards. The impact of her landing sent a shockwave through the earth. Dust and debris erupted as she hit the ground. A monstrous, crimson form emerged from the dust cloud, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. It was a creature of immense power, its very presence radiating menace. Crimson energy pulsed outwards, spreading like a stain across the landscape. The force of the blast was devastating. He declared it was time to get to work. A blond man in a dark coat began to walk down a street. His footsteps echoed faintly on the damaged pavement. The blond man continued his walk, the ground around him littered with debris. Meanwhile, a man with dark hair walked in the opposite direction. His shadow stretched long and distorted on the broken ground. The blond man wondered aloud how much trouble he had gone through to find his target. The dark-haired man questioned what had happened to his companion. He realized that his companion was the one who set off the explosives. The blond man reflected that his target had been a real pain. He demanded an answer from the dark-haired man. The dark-haired man's face contorted in a grimace. He found the blond man's expression terrifying. The question hung in the air, unanswered. What if he refused? His crimson-haired opponent smirked, unimpressed by the defiance implied in the silence. He leaned closer, his voice a low growl. He would make him talk. A challenge was issued, a doubt cast upon the other's resolve. Did he truly possess what was needed? The man with the mask, his eyes burning with a malevolent red glow, revealed a chilling smile. A section of the city's infrastructure crumbled, a testament to the power unleashed. The ground trembled violently as a vehicle was caught in the destruction. The masked man was sent flying backwards by the force of the impact. He landed hard, his body contorted in an unnatural position. The crimson-haired man gestured towards the chaos, urging the other to witness the results of his actions. A hand, adorned with dark rings, lashed out, leaving a crimson trail. The attack continued, a bloody spray arcing through the air. A gun, still smoking, dripped blood. A man in a suit, his face partially obscured, held a smoking gun. He fired, the bullet striking his opponent. Rebecca, blonde and in a white dress, grappled with the man. The man recoiled, his eyes wide with shock as he was shot. He assured her, "Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you." Rebecca's face was contorted in a grim smile, her eyes glowing red. She stated, "I'm going to take you in alive." She added, "But you only need to be able to walk." The gun clicked, and she prepared to disarm him further. A gun fired, the muzzle flashed momentarily blinding. Blood spattered across the frame. The shooter recoiled slightly from the force of the shot. The bullet found its mark. A man in a suit crumpled, clutching his side. He grinned, a cruel satisfaction in his eyes, as he prepared to fire again. More shots rang out. The man in the suit, despite his injuries, attempted a desperate maneuver. He skidded across the asphalt, leaving a trail of blood. A triumphant laugh escaped the shooter's lips. The shooter, however, felt a sudden impact. He stumbled. A dark, clawed hand erupted from his chest, glowing ominously. He was thrown back by the force of the emerging appendage, colliding with another figure. The attacker moved with terrifying speed. A blinding flash of light erupted from the attacker's hand, slicing through a nearby vehicle. A massive explosion rocked the street, sending a shockwave that shattered nearby vehicles. The force of the blast sent cars flying, their metal bodies twisting and crumpling like discarded toys. A man in a dark coat was thrown from the impact, landing hard on the asphalt. Rebecca, a blonde woman in a white dress, fired her pistol, the shot echoing through the debris-strewn street. She continued her assault, another shot ringing out as she moved through the chaos. Meanwhile, a man in a suit, his face contorted in pain, crashed into the ground. He quickly recovered, drawing a sword and deflecting an incoming attack. A gunshot echoed, the bullet narrowly missing its target. He continued his assault, firing multiple shots in rapid succession. The final shot hit its mark, sending a wave of fire and debris into the air. A massive explosion rocked the city. The force of the blast sent debris flying. The impact sent a car careening off the road. The car crashed through a bridge railing, sending it plummeting to the ground below. Meanwhile, a figure in a suit ran through the chaos, dodging falling debris. He was thrown violently to the ground by the force of the blast. He groaned in pain, struggling to catch his breath. He pushed himself up, his body aching. He looked around in disbelief, muttering, "What the fuck?" A blonde woman, Rebecca, urged him, "Over here, focus." He glared at her, asking, "How are you going to make me talk this way?" Rebecca smirked, a cruel glint in her eyes. She raised a gun, aiming it at him. A voice urged, "Over here, focus." The blonde woman lunged, her attack aimed at the red-haired man. He countered, his expression one of grim determination. He asked, "How are you going to make me?" The blonde woman, Rebecca, fell back, her face contorted in pain. She gasped, "Talk this way." Rebecca's hand tightened around a gun, aimed at the red-haired man's chest. A gunshot rang out. Bang! More shots followed in rapid succession. Bang! Bang! The red-haired man blocked the attack, his hand moving with surprising speed. His fist smashed through the ground, creating a large crater. A swooshing sound accompanied the movement. Debris flew everywhere as the force of the blow sent shockwaves through the area. Rebecca crashed to the ground, a crack echoing as the ground gave way beneath her. The red-haired man continued his assault, his movements swift and precise. Blood splattered across Rebecca's neck and shoulder. Rebecca's white dress was stained crimson. Blood splattered across her chest, a grim testament to the recent violence. Above her, the red-haired man, Jean, watched with a smirk. He commented on her impressive maneuver. Jean's hand clenched around the wooden handle of his weapon, the blood of his opponent still fresh on the wood. Rebecca, breathing heavily, struggled to regain her composure. She was clearly exhausted from the fight. Jean, a cruel smile playing on his lips, checked his weapon, a pistol with a satisfied click. He fired. The sound of the gunshot echoed through the air. Rebecca reacted instantly, but the bullet found its mark. Blood splattered as the bullet impacted. A question formed in Jean's mind. Was this the end? Jean's face twisted into a predatory grin as he taunted Rebecca. Rebecca, despite her injuries, was not ready to give up. She was waiting for an opportunity. Rebecca's eyes burned with fierce determination as she prepared for a counterattack. Rebecca, still reeling from the previous attack, braced herself, anticipating another assault. A flurry of bullets streaked across the sky, aimed at her. Simultaneously, a crimson energy blade slashed through the air, heading towards her opponent. Rebecca fired back, dodging the incoming attacks with practiced ease. Her opponent, the red-haired man, countered with a swift slash of his own. The clash of energy and steel echoed through the area. The red-haired man laughed, pleased with Rebecca's improved fighting skills. He continued his assault, unleashing another barrage of attacks. Rebecca's face contorted in pain as she was struck by a projectile. The red-haired man's laughter intensified as he pressed his advantage. Rebecca, despite her injuries, fought back with renewed determination. A powerful impact shook the ground as the two combatants clashed. The force of the collision sent Rebecca flying backwards. A massive explosion rocked the area, signaling the end of the intense confrontation. A massive explosion rocks a highway overpass, sending vehicles and debris flying. A figure watches the chaos unfold from a distance, a sinister smile playing on their lips. The aftermath of the explosion is shown, with the overpass severely damaged. Amidst the wreckage, a blonde woman, Rebecca, lies injured. Nearby, a red-haired man watches her, a cruel amusement in his eyes. He comments that this is fun. The red-haired man, Jean, laughs, relishing the situation. Jean admits he hasn't felt this much suspense in a long time. The red-haired man, Jean, breathes heavily, a triumphant grin on his face. He muses that it would be a shame if the fun ended too soon. Jean's face is shown in close-up, his eyes glowing with a sinister light. He declares, "Let's play," and summons his allies. The red-haired man shouts, "It's feeding time." A young man runs away from the scene. One of Jean's allies attacks the fleeing man. The young man is surrounded by Jean's monstrous allies. Rebecca, bleeding from a recent injury, lay on the ground, her body partially obscured by rubble. A powerful blow sent her attacker sprawling, the force of the impact shattering the surrounding pavement. He crashed into a nearby wall, the impact causing a small tremor. He skidded to a stop, his body momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, another figure, a tall woman in a crimson dress, observed the scene from a distance. She watched as the red-haired man, Jean, drew his pistol. He fired, the bullet spinning through the air. Jean smirked, a cruel glint in his eyes as the gun clicked empty. Jean's face, contorted in a predatory grin, revealed rows of sharpened teeth. A horde of zombies, their faces gruesomely altered, approached, led by a man with blonde hair. One zombie, its skin decaying, lunged forward. Jean's eyes narrowed, a flicker of recognition crossing his features. He addressed the approaching figure. "You recognize their faces, don't you?" A man with blonde hair, his face marred by dark markings, smiled cruelly, his eyes gleaming with malice. His words, a venomous hiss, cut through the air. "You fucker." The recipient of this insult, a man with fiery red hair, bared his teeth, his expression one of pure rage. The blonde man continued, a chilling announcement. "I brought you a special present." He chuckled, a sound devoid of humor, as he prepared his gruesome surprise. With a triumphant shout, he declared, "All right, let's get this party started." The sounds of violence erupted. A cacophony of pained cries and monstrous roars filled the air. One of the creatures, its face a mask of savagery, let out a guttural scream. The blond man urged his monstrous allies onward. Come on, you mutts. It's a party. Tear him apart. The red-haired man found himself surrounded, overwhelmed by the sheer number of his attackers. He fought back valiantly, but the odds were stacked against him. He was left bleeding, his body battered and broken, the result of the brutal assault. A crimson eye, blazing with fury, dominates the frame. A jagged wound mars the face above it, a testament to recent violence. The same face, contorted in agony, fills the screen. Blood trickles from a gash across the jaw. A horde of the undead, their faces a grotesque parody of humanity, surges forward. Among them, a figure in a business suit, now corrupted, stands out. He grits his teeth, the pain etched onto his features. His eyes burn with a mixture of rage and despair. The gentleman's voice cuts through the chaos, a chillingly calm question hanging in the air. Do you recognize their faces? His face contorted in fury, a guttural scream escapes him. You fucker. The gentleman smiles, a cruel, predatory expression spreading across his face. I brought you a special present. The gentleman's face fills the frame, his eyes burning with malevolent glee. A chilling grin stretches across his scarred visage. He throws his head back and laughs, a sound devoid of mirth. All right, let's get this party started. The horde erupts, a wave of flesh and teeth crashing down upon their prey. A grotesque, snarling face dominates the frame, its jagged teeth bared in a feral grin. Come on, you mutts. It's a party. It bellows, the words dripping with malicious glee. The command echoes, a chilling invitation to violence. From above, the red-haired agent is seen tumbling through the air, the impact imminent. He crashes into a pile of rubble, the force of the impact sending debris scattering. The rain continues to fall. He lies there, wounded, blood staining his face. His breath comes in ragged gasps. A monstrous figure looms, its eyes burning with a terrifying intensity. Its approach is swift and merciless. The red-haired agent struggles to his feet, his body screaming in protest. His face is a mask of grim determination, his eyes reflecting the desperate fight for survival. He grips his handgun, his knuckles white with tension. The weapon is his only hope. He fires, the shot echoing through the rain-soaked streets. The undead creature lunges, its gaping maw a terrifying sight. A guttural snarl, a face contorted in rage, blood-staining crimson lines across a jaw clenched tight. The red-haired agent's struggle was far from over. The sound of gunfire cracked through the air, a sharp bang echoing the agent's desperate fight for survival. Another undead creature fell, its skull shattered by a precise shot. The agent moved with lethal efficiency, each movement a blur of motion. He fired again, the impact sending a wave of destruction through the undead's ranks. The bodies crumpled, a testament to his skill. Bang! Another shot rang out, the bullet finding its mark with deadly accuracy. The agent's resolve hardened with each fallen foe. Two more shots, rapid and precise, tearing through the air. He was relentless, a whirlwind of controlled violence. A sickening splat as another undead creature met its end, its body collapsing in a heap of gore. Another splat, the sound echoing the brutal efficiency of the agent's assault. He showed no mercy. The gentleman watched from above, a cruel smile playing on his lips. His creation was proving more resilient than anticipated. He fell, the impact jarring, but the agent was already moving, his pursuit relentless. Two more bodies hit the ground, lifeless and still. The agent continued his advance, his eyes fixed on his target. A face contorted in a cruel smile, one eye glowing red, filled the frame. The gentleman's malice was palpable. His threat hung in the air, a chilling promise. I'll kill you. The red-haired agent launched himself forward, a blur of motion against the grim backdrop. He moved with lethal precision, a desperate dance of survival against the looming threat. A gunshot echoed. The gentleman's eyes blazed, a terrifying intensity in the midst of the chaos. He stood defiant, wounded but unbowed, his gaze locked on his adversary. Blood stained his shirt. He held the woman protectively, her terror mirroring his own grim determination. Her face, a mask of horror, reflected the brutal reality of their situation. Tears streamed down her cheeks. The words of the SWAT agent echoed in her mind. Survivors were gathering at the central station. Hope flickered. A glimmer of optimism touched her features. Perhaps her girlfriend was already there. A quiet gratitude filled her voice, a simple, thanks for saving me. Terror consumed her. Eyes wide, hands clasped to her cheeks. The young woman's silent scream echoed in the stark grayscale of the moment. The red-haired agent, his face a mask of grim determination, returned fire. A single gunshot punctuated the chaos. The gentleman, a cruel smirk playing on his lips, cocked his weapon. The click of the hammer echoed ominously. A gunshot. The gentleman's body recoiled, the impact sending him sprawling. Another shot rang out, this time aimed at the young woman. She crumpled to the ground. He plummeted, a dark silhouette against the bright chaos of the street. Blood splattered the ground. Her body, a canvas of crimson, fell limply. The fight was far from over. The red-haired agent gasped, his own blood staining his shirt. Pain etched itself onto his features. The earth erupted. A violent explosion rocked the street, sending debris flying as a car was ripped apart. The red-haired agent gasped, his breath ragged, blood staining his suit. Pain etched itself across his features. He clutched the young woman, her own body trembling, blood blooming on her blouse. A choked sob escaped her lips, a single word hanging in the air between them. Sorry. Their hands, clasped together, were slick with blood, a grim testament to the chaos that had unfolded. Tears streamed down her face, her voice barely a whisper as she repeated, I'm sorry. His eyes narrowed, a grim smile twisting his lips. The pain was evident, yet a cold fury began to simmer within him. She slumped against him, her body going limp, the weight of her unconscious form heavy in his arms. He looked down at her, his expression a mixture of grief and steely resolve. Rain began to fall. They lay amidst the rubble, a stark contrast of crimson and gray, the silence broken only by the rhythmic drumming of rain. The aftermath of an explosion was strewn across the street. The red-haired agent lay wounded, cradling the young woman in his arms, blood staining both their clothes. A figure emerged from the chaos, her blonde hair a stark contrast to the grim scene. She watched them, her expression unreadable. The question hung heavy in the air. Why? Gasping for breath, the agent struggled to speak, his voice raw with pain and fury. Why are you bastards doing this? He saw a figure approaching, the sound of a deliberate step echoing in the silence. The approaching figure was revealed, a man with long blonde hair, his face marred by dark, jagged markings. A single word escaped his lips. Why? The agent's companion whispered a question, her voice barely audible. Are we doing this? A heavy boot descended, connecting with the agent's jaw with a sickening thud. The impact sent him sprawling, the word stomp, echoing the brutal force. He crashed to the ground, the world tilting violently. The blond man's response was chillingly simple. That's because we are your masters. He stood over the fallen agent, his face a mask of cruel satisfaction. His words were a cold declaration of dominance. You humans exist to be our cattle. His fury exploded, a torrent of righteous anger. How dare you betray your masters and parade around like you own this world? The gentleman loomed over his victims, his blonde hair a stark contrast to the grim determination etched on his face. His words hung heavy in the air. It was time for humanity to pay the price. He addressed them with a sneer, his contempt palpable. Insects, he spat, as if their very existence was an affront. With brutal efficiency, a swift blow crushed one of the figures beneath his heel. The sound of the impact echoed, the casual cruelty of the act. The gentleman's laughter was cold, devoid of remorse. He didn't need a reason. Squashing bugs was simply a matter of course. The red-haired agent, however, remained defiant. His face, contorted in a grimace of pain and fury, mirrored the storm brewing within. He dared to challenge the gentleman, his voice a low growl of defiance against the looming threat. The gentleman responded with another crushing blow, his contempt for the agent's audacity evident in the force of his attack. He warned the agent to stay down, his words laced with a chilling threat. A surge of energy crackled around the agent, a sign of his defiance against the overwhelming odds. He grabbed something, his movements quick and precise, a glint of determination in his eyes. The object glowed with an ethereal light, a weapon of unknown power now in his grasp. His words were sharp, laced with anger and disbelief. What the hell was the gentleman talking about? The gentleman's face twisted into a cruel smile, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. A surge of energy crackled around the gentleman, mirroring the agent's earlier display, but with far greater intensity. The energy intensified, threatening to consume him, a prelude to something catastrophic. A massive explosion rocked the area, the aftermath shrouded in smoke and debris. The aftermath of the explosion was immediate and devastating. A shockwave of pulverized concrete and dust billowed outwards, obscuring everything in a chaotic cloud. From the heart of the destruction, a section of road crumbled, revealing a chasm where the earth had been ripped apart. A heavy boot, clad in dark fabric, descended, landing squarely on the fractured pavement. The force of the impact sent more debris flying. The gentleman skidded to a halt, the impact jarring him. He had clearly been thrown back by the blast. He wasn't alone. The red-haired agent, despite his injuries, was already moving, his form a blur of motion as he drew his weapon. His hand, glowing with an unnatural energy, crackled with power. The weapon was charged, ready to unleash its full potential. The gentleman watched, his eyes widening in disbelief. The words, "that weapon," hung in the air, a testament to his shock. His face, contorted in a grimace of pain and fury, revealed the extent of his injuries. A deep gash marred his cheek, blood welling up. He clutched his chest, his breathing ragged. The fight, it seemed, was far from over. The aftermath of a brutal attack unfolds, a crimson stain spreading across the cracked pavement. A body lies amidst the debris, a grim testament to the violence. A young woman clutches a wounded man, her face etched with terror. The scene is one of chaos and despair. The wreckage of a car is a stark backdrop to their plight. He gasped, blood staining his lips, the question echoing in his mind. Why? The sound of heavy footsteps approached, each step a thunderclap in the tense silence. A looming figure cast a long shadow over the scene. His face, a mask of cruel amusement, was partially obscured by shadow, one eye glowing with malevolent intent. The gentleman held a smoking gun. The gentleman's response was chillingly simple. That's because, with a swift, brutal movement, a heavy boot came down on the wounded man, silencing his cries. The impact echoed, a sharp, sickening thud that punctuated the grim scene. He crumpled to the ground, pain contorting his features. The world swam before his eyes. The gentleman's voice, cold and devoid of emotion, cut through the air. We are your masters. He stood over his fallen foe, his silhouette stark against the darkening sky. The weight of his power was palpable. His final words hung in the air, a chilling declaration of dominance. You humans exist to be our cattle. The gentleman's face, a mask of fury, contorted as he unleashed his rage. His words, a venomous hiss, echoed the contempt he held for those he deemed beneath him. He stood over his fallen foes, the weight of his power palpable in the air. The time for reckoning had arrived. With a dismissive flick of his wrist, he prepared to deliver the final blow. The red-haired agent and his girlfriend were mere insects to be crushed. A brutal stomp echoed through the rain-slicked streets, the sound of grim punctuation to the end of another life. There was no need for justification. They were expendable. The red-haired agent, battered but defiant, spat on the ground. His action spoke volumes. He wouldn't be broken so easily. He had taken lives, yes, but he refused to be treated as less than human. His defiance was a spark in the encroaching darkness. The gentleman's sneer widened. The agent's futile resistance only fueled his amusement. Another crushing blow landed, the force of it sending tremors through the agent's body. He was being systematically dismantled. A surge of energy crackled through the agent's hand, a desperate attempt to fight back. Hope flickered in the face of overwhelming odds. He lunged, his movements fueled by adrenaline and desperation. The gentleman's foot came down hard. The agent's eyes burned with fury, his voice a guttural roar. He refused to be silenced. The gentleman felt the surge of power, a jolt that sent a shiver down his spine. His expression shifted from amusement to something akin to surprise. The energy crackled, threatening to consume them both. The battle was far from over. The ground explodes outward in a violent eruption, sending debris flying. The red-haired agent is thrown backward by the force of the blast, tumbling through the air. He crashes into a nearby structure, the impact sending more chunks of concrete raining down. A powerful leg sweeps across the ground, kicking up dust and debris as it moves with terrifying speed. The gentleman skids to a halt, his momentum abruptly checked. He rises, his blonde hair slightly disheveled, but his expression remains one of cold calculation. He raises his weapon, aiming it with deadly precision. A bolt of energy crackles from the red-haired agent's hand, a sudden, unexpected display of power. The gentleman's eyes widen in surprise, a flicker of genuine shock crossing his features as he registers the new threat. His face contorts in a grimace, a mixture of anger and disbelief etched onto his features. He reflects on the events that led to this moment, a hint of regret in his eyes. The red-haired agent is struck by a bolt of energy, his body convulsing from the impact. A young girl lies on the ground, her eyes wide open, seemingly lifeless. A young woman lies bleeding on the ground, her eyes wide with pain and fear. Her body trembles slightly, a testament to the brutal attack she's just endured. Nearby, a figure stands, his silhouette dark against the grim backdrop. He reflects on the day's events, a day that has been far from ordinary. A flash of lightning illuminates the scene, revealing the extent of the woman's injuries. The gentleman stands over her, his expression unreadable. The gentleman's voice cuts through the silence, a chilling declaration of his intent. The red-haired agent's face is a mask of pain, blood trickling down his chin. His eyes, however, burn with defiance. The gentleman's face is a study in cruel amusement. His eyes gleam with a predatory light as he observes his opponent's weakened state. He grits his teeth, the pain a constant companion. But his resolve remains unbroken. He will not yield. A close-up reveals the extent of his injuries, the blood staining his face and clothes. Yet, a spark of determination flickers in his eyes. A violent clash erupts, the ground trembling under the force of their struggle. The air crackles with energy. Amidst the chaos, the red-haired agent stands defiant, his body battered, but his spirit unbroken. Rain lashes down, mirroring the storm raging within him. The gentleman, momentarily stunned, stumbles back, his composure shattered. He clutches his side, a fresh wound adding to his growing list of injuries. The gentleman's face contorts in a grimace of pain and fury. His eyes blaze with a dangerous intensity. He unleashes a chilling declaration, his voice dripping with menace. The fight is far from over. A close-up reveals the red-haired agent's face, contorted in a grimace of barely contained rage. His eyes, blazing crimson, reflect the inner fury that fuels his battered body. The gentleman lunges, a blur of motion, his fist a projectile aimed at the agent's jaw. He barely dodges, the impact sending a shockwave through the air. The force of a near miss throws him back, his body a projectile. A bolt of energy erupts from his hand, a desperate counterattack. The raw power of the blast sends the gentleman reeling, momentarily stunned. The agent, using the momentum of the recoil, propels himself forward, a human missile. He slams into the gentleman, the impact throwing them both into the air, amidst a flurry of debris. Cars explode around them, adding to the chaos of the aerial collision. The wreckage rains down around them as they continue their brutal exchange. A figure appears in the distance, a woman in a long coat, watching the scene unfold. The aerial battle raged on, debris raining down as cars exploded around them. From below, the gentleman looked up, his blonde hair whipping in the wind. He held his weapon, a grim determination etched on his face. The gentleman muttered to himself, his voice barely audible above the chaos. "It's no use." With a ferocious grin, he fired again, the gunshots echoing through the ravaged cityscape. Another car exploded, adding to the fiery spectacle below. The impact sent a shock wave through the air, shaking the ground. He fired again, the bullets whizzing past the red-haired agent, who was falling through the air. The red-haired agent, despite his injuries, fought back with renewed ferocity. From a distance, a figure watched, their face obscured by shadow. The red-haired agent fired back, the sound of gunfire punctuating the chaos. His face was a mask of grim determination, blood streaming down his jaw. The gentleman, his face contorted in a grotesque grin, seemed unfazed by the chaos. The impact of the collision sent a shock wave through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. With a deafening slam, the red-haired agent's body slammed against a nearby vehicle, the force of the blow shattering the car's windshield. He grunted, momentarily stunned, as debris rained down around him. The gentleman watched, a cruel smile playing on his lips. The gentleman, despite his own injuries, moved with surprising agility, his blonde hair a stark contrast to the grim scene. He landed gracefully, his dark coat billowing slightly as he surveyed the damage, his eyes gleaming with cold satisfaction. His hand reached out, fingers closing around the red-haired agent's weapon, a glint of steel reflecting the dim light. The gentleman's smirk widened as he prepared to disarm his opponent, his eyes burning with malicious intent. He leaned in close, his voice a low growl. "I'll be taking your weapon." Sparks flew as the red-haired agent desperately tried to retain control of his firearm, his grip tightening. He braced himself, his eyes narrowed in determination, a silent battle of wills. With a sharp clack, the weapon was dislodged, the gentleman's grip firm and unwavering. A gunshot echoed through the ravaged landscape, the bang punctuating the end of the struggle. The red-haired agent, a whirlwind of motion, spun away from the gentleman, blood blooming across his back. The impact of their clash echoed in the silent alley. He stumbled, the force of the blow nearly throwing him off balance. His breath hitched in his chest. The gentleman, a cruel smirk playing on his lips, taunted him with a single contemptuous word. "You moron." His face, a mask of chilling amusement, was a stark contrast to the crimson stain spreading across his coat. The agent, struggling to regain his composure, muttered to himself, his voice barely a whisper, "Why? Can't I absorb it?" His body trembled, the strain of the battle evident in every strained muscle. With a final, desperate heave, he collapsed to the ground. A heavy thud echoed through the narrow space, the sound swallowed by the encroaching silence. A dark pool of blood spread across the grimy pavement, a stark testament to the ferocity of the fight. He gasped for air, his chest heaving with each ragged breath. The gentleman approached, his footsteps measured and deliberate. He leveled his weapon at the fallen agent, his voice dripping with cold menace. "Does this look like a gun to you?" The agent's body lay still, his dark suit stained crimson. His eyes, however, flickered open, a spark of defiance burning within. A trickle of blood traced a path down his chin, a grim testament to his injuries. The gentleman's voice, low and dangerous, cut through the silence. "This isn't your average gun." A swirling vortex of crimson erupted from the gentleman's hand, coalescing around his weapon. He watched the blood, a cruel amusement in his eyes, as it snaked away from his grasp. The crimson trail continued its dance, a macabre ballet of death. With a sharp clack, the gentleman's weapon discharged, the bullet aimed directly at the red-haired agent's head. The agent's internal monologue echoed the disbelief. They had been right about his ability to absorb weapons. His face, a mask of pain and dawning horror, reflected the gentleman's growing satisfaction. The gentleman confirmed his suspicions. The weapon was one of their soldiers. A discarded, blood-stained robotic limb lay on the ground, a grim testament to the battle. The agent's thoughts raced. The ability to use a blood weapon was shocking, but even more so was the capacity to absorb others. He gasped, blood streaming down his face, his breathing ragged. The gentleman's declaration hung heavy in the air. This man was too dangerous. He needed the blood crystal. His cold words echoed the inevitable. The agent would die here. The gentleman's weapon clicked into place, preparing for the final shot. A crimson blur. The red-haired agent crumpled to the ground, the gentleman's weapon hovering inches from his chest. His breath hitched, a ragged gasp escaping his lips. The weight of defeat pressed down on him, the world fading into a hazy twilight. The gunshot echoed, a sharp bang that sliced through the tense silence. The gentleman, his face partially obscured by shadow, fired again, the crimson spray painting the scene. He was hit. The red-haired agent crumpled, the impact sending him sprawling. The gentleman loomed over his fallen foe, sneering, "You moron." His smile was a chilling display of triumph, a stark contrast to the blood blooming on his coat. The red-haired agent, eyes wide with disbelief, gasped, "Why? Can't I absorb it?" His face contorted in agony, a mixture of pain and confusion etched onto his features. A dark, crimson puddle spread across the ground, a stark testament to the violence. He struggled to his feet, his breathing ragged, huff, huff. The red-haired agent collapsed again, his body heavy with exhaustion and pain. The gentleman raised his weapon, a chilling question hanging in the air. "Does this look like a gun to you?" He fired again, the bullet tearing through the agent's coat. The red-haired agent's eyes, filled with a grim determination, narrowed. Blood trickled from a fresh wound, staining the agent's chin. The crimson stain mirrored the color of his hair, a stark contrast to the paleness of his skin. The gentleman smirked, a cruel amusement in his eyes. His words hung in the air, heavy with implication. This was no ordinary weapon. He gestured with the weapon, a dark energy swirling around it, a visual echo of the blood blooming on the agent's face. The dark energy dissipated, leaving only the stark reality of the agent's injury. His own blood, a grim testament to the weapon's power. The gentleman watched, his blonde hair a halo around his face, the blood swirling around his hand like a macabre dance. His expression remained unchanged, a mask of cold calculation. The agent's predicament was merely a detail in a larger game. He raised the weapon again, the dark energy gathering once more, a prelude to another attack. The weapon discharged, but this time, the result was different. A subtle shift in the air, a change in the energy's trajectory. The weapon struck the agent, but instead of piercing flesh, it was deflected. A metallic clang echoed in the silence. He had been right. The agent's ability to absorb weapons was no mere rumor. This was a reality, a terrifying one for the gentleman. The gentleman's eyes widened, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing his features. His carefully constructed composure began to crack. He recognized the weapon. It was one of his own soldiers, a chilling confirmation of the agent's power. The agent's hand, bloodied but defiant, lay on the ground, a testament to his resilience, his refusal to yield. He was struggling, but his determination remained unbroken. The ability to absorb weapons was a game-changer, a power he was only beginning to understand. He gasped, his breath ragged, his body screaming in protest. But his eyes, though bloodshot, held a spark of defiance. The agent knew he was outmatched, but retreat was not an option. He would escape, taking the blood crystal with him. The gentleman, a cruel smirk playing on his lips, leveled his weapon at the red-haired agent. "I'm afraid you'll have to die here," he declared, the threat hanging heavy in the frigid air. He fired, but the bullet found only air. The agent had anticipated the attack. The gentleman's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the agent move with impossible speed. With a blur of motion, the agent closed the distance, his movements a deadly dance of precision and power. The air crackled with anticipation as the two combatants clashed. A wave of ice erupted from the agent, shattering the ground and sending the gentleman sprawling. He staggered, his face a mask of shock and disbelief as he struggled to regain his footing. The gentleman, caught off guard, could only watch as the ice closed in, a silent, deadly threat. With a resounding wham, the agent's attack connected, sending the gentleman crashing into a nearby structure. The impact sent debris flying as the gentleman's body slammed against the metal. He was thrown back, his body a ragdoll, the force of the blow clearly evident. Eld watched from a distance, a grim determination hardening her features. A triumphant grin stretched across the red-haired agent's face, a stark contrast to the grim determination etched there moments before. He launched himself forward, a blur of motion, sending his opponent sprawling with a resounding impact. The chase continued, a whirlwind of speed and destruction tearing through the city streets. A cloud of dust and debris erupted as the impact of the collision sent shockwaves through the area. He sped away on a stolen scooter, the engine roaring as he navigated the chaotic aftermath. The sudden skid sent him careening off the road, narrowly avoiding a collision. The damaged scooter lay abandoned, a testament to the recklessness of the escape. Eld's voice cut through the air, a sharp command that demanded immediate action. The red-haired agent, his breath ragged, could only manage a pained whisper. His face, contorted in agony, reflected the toll of the brutal fight. The city lights blurred into streaks as he moved, his body aching with every step. A futuristic container, glowing faintly, held a mysterious object within its transparent walls. A shadowy figure emerged, their hand reaching out towards the container, their intentions unclear. A hand, mangled and bloody, reached out, fingers splayed as if grasping for something just beyond reach. She stood there, a silhouette against the neon glow of the city, her own wounds a stark contrast to the vibrant background. Crimson hair framed a face etched with pain, but her eyes burned with defiance. The red-haired agent, his suit torn and stained, was being dragged, his pursuer's face obscured by shadow. A crimson stain bloomed across the floor as he fell, the impact a sickening thud. Eld loomed over him, her face a mask of cold fury, her eyes reflecting the blood that streamed from his wound. A cruel smile stretched across her lips as she watched the life drain from him. He crumpled, a broken thing, his body a canvas of crimson against the stark white background. His legs gave way, and he collapsed, the fight leaving him. A hand clamped down on his throat, fingers digging into his flesh, the pain evident in his contorted face. Her eyes, wide and filled with a chilling intensity, focused on the gruesome task at hand. A fist clenched, knuckles white, the prelude to a brutal end. Eld, her pink hair a vibrant contrast to the cold metallic surroundings, stumbled backward, her body reacting instinctively to the sudden jolt. A voice, laced with apology, broke through the silence. The words, "Sorry for waking you up during your recovery, Eld," hung heavy in the air. Two women stood in the dimly lit corridor. One, with glasses, wore a concerned expression. The other, her arm bandaged, looked grim. The woman in glasses' gaze was fixed on a laptop. A statement of fact, delivered quietly. The signal from the laptop is moving. Her face etched with worry, the woman in glasses spoke again, a glimmer of hope in her voice. "I think Michael might be alive." Eld, still disoriented, confessed her helplessness. "I don't know what to do." She turned, her pink hair falling over her shoulder, a picture of vulnerability. She winced, a fresh trickle of blood tracing a path down her nose. Determination hardened her features. "We'll just have to save him," she declared, her voice firm despite the pain. Her gaze was unwavering, a steely resolve in her eyes. The question hung in the air. "He's our friend, right?" The woman in glasses, her voice choked with emotion, whispered, "Eld." Tears welled in her eyes, reflecting the weight of the situation. Overcome with emotion, she apologized for asking you to do this in such a state. The two women embraced, a silent promise of support passing between them. A woman's voice, laced with worry, cuts through the air. Her words, sharp with concern, land like a blow. "You haven't fully recovered from your last fight." The pink-haired woman, her face etched with worry, continues, her voice barely a whisper. "So if it gets dangerous out there, run. I don't want to lose you too." A determined glint flickers in her eyes. A small, almost imperceptible smile plays on her lips. She's resolved. Her voice, though firm, carries a tremor of vulnerability. The words, a promise whispered against the backdrop of unspoken fears. "I'll come back alive." A sudden, deafening explosion rocks the world. The force of the blast is palpable, a violent punctuation mark in the tense silence. The aftermath of the explosion is a chaotic ballet of destruction. Debris rains down, a testament to the raw power unleashed. A blur of motion streaks across the landscape. The speed is breathtaking, a desperate flight from the heart of the chaos. Two figures, one clinging precariously to the other, speed away on a scooter, a red streak against the gray canvas of destruction. Escape. A soft apology filled the sterile chamber. The words, "Sorry for waking you up during your recovery, Eld," hung in the air, a gentle murmur against the backdrop of humming machinery. A woman in a lab coat, her expression unreadable behind her glasses, observed Eld from a distance. Her presence felt more like a silent sentinel than an active participant. Eld clutched at her chest, a grimace twisting her features. The pain was evident, a stark contrast to the calm of her surroundings. The signal from the laptop, meanwhile, was on the move. The woman's eyes, visible now, reflected a deep concern, the weight of the situation pressing down on her. Tears welled, unspoken anxieties threatening to spill over. Her gaze was distant, lost in thought. The words, "I think Michael might be alive," formed silently on her lips, a fragile hope flickering in the darkness. Eld's face was a mask of uncertainty. The simple statement, "I don't know what to do," echoed the turmoil within. She turned, her back to the viewer, a silhouette of vulnerability against the cold, metallic backdrop. The weight of the situation was palpable. A sudden, sharp pain. A trickle of blood traced a path down Eld's lip, a silent testament to the unseen blow. Determination hardened her features. "We'll just have to save him," she declared, her voice firm despite the pain. A question hung in the air, a fragile thread of doubt amidst the rising tide of resolve. "He's our friend, right?" The woman in glasses wept silently, her shoulders shaking. The single word, Eld, escaped her lips, a choked sob. A heartfelt apology, laced with guilt, was offered. Eld, I'm sorry for asking you to do this in such a state. The words were a balm to the wounded spirit. A hug, a silent promise of support. But the concern remained, a stark reminder. You haven't fully recovered from your last fight. Tears streamed down her face, a silent testament to her fear. The weight of her worry was palpable, her grip tightening on the other woman's arm. A reassuring voice cut through the tension, a promise whispered against the backdrop of impending danger. Her gaze remained fixed, a steely determination hardening her features despite the unspoken anxieties. The words hung in the air, a defiant declaration against the uncertainty that threatened to consume them both. A deafening explosion rocked the world around them, sending tremors through the very ground beneath their feet. The force of the blast sent debris flying, a chaotic ballet of destruction unfolding before them. They were in motion, a desperate flight on a red scooter, the wind whipping through their hair. The scooter careened wildly, a precarious dance with disaster as they navigated the ravaged landscape. A violent impact shattered the illusion of escape, the world tilting violently. They skidded to a halt, the scooter a mangled wreck, the aftermath of a brutal collision. A pained groan escaped his lips, the impact leaving its mark. She braced herself, her own body protesting against the jarring stop. His eyes narrowed, a mixture of pain and fury burning within them. Recognition dawned, a shocking revelation in the midst of chaos. The question hung heavy in the air. The command hung in the air, sharp and urgent. Blood stained the agent's shirt, a stark contrast to his crimson hair. He needed to act now. His companion, equally injured, looked at him, questioning the meaning of the terse instruction. The reply was immediate, a curt dismissal of any pleasantries. The focus was on survival. A frustrated shout cut through the tension, a brief moment of defiance before the chaos resumed. The scooter lurched violently, the impact sending debris flying. The escape had begun. They sped through the city streets, the sounds of gunfire and screeching tires a constant reminder of the danger. Their pursuer, a figure of chilling elegance, emerged from the shadows, his movements fluid and deadly. He moved with a predatory grace, his eyes gleaming with a cruel amusement as he prepared to strike. The agent returned fire, her expression a mask of grim determination as she fought for their lives. The words were a defiant roar, a refusal to surrender. Another shot rang out, the impact sending the pursuer reeling. His laughter echoed, a chilling sound that spoke of confidence and impending doom. A triumphant grin spread across her face, a fierce joy in the face of danger. A furious face, contorted in a rictus of rage, dominates the frame. The man's eyes blaze with a terrifying intensity as he unleashes a chilling threat, to throw his enemies to the ghouls. The retort comes swiftly, a mocking laugh echoing the sentiment. A dismissive gesture follows, the words actually catch us, dumbass, hanging heavy in the air. A defiant middle finger is raised, a gesture of utter contempt. The pink-haired woman's smirk is sharp, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous confidence. The sound of gunfire erupts, a sharp bang punctuating the escalating tension. The blond man's face is partially obscured by the explosion, a low growl escaping his lips. Another gunshot rings out, the image a blur of motion and violence. The man's expression is one of pure, unadulterated fury. The chase continues, bullets flying. A crimson streak flashes across the frame as the red-haired man retaliates, his face a mask of grim determination. The vehicle explodes in a fiery burst, sending debris flying. The impact is immediate and devastating. The wreckage of the vehicle is shown, a testament to the ferocity of the explosion. The scene is one of chaos and destruction. More debris rains down, the aftermath of the explosion still unfolding. The chaos continues. The car continues its destructive path, spinning wildly out of control. The impact is brutal. Amidst the chaos, the blond man continues his pursuit, firing his weapon with deadly precision. He is relentless. Another explosion rocks the scene, the force of the blast sending shockwaves through the air. The chase intensifies. He is thrown from his motorcycle, the impact jarring. The red-haired man hits the ground hard. Grimacing in pain, the red-haired man clutches his side, blood staining his shirt. The sounds of his pain gasps fill the air. Gasping for air, the red-haired agent slumped against his companion, his body slick with blood. "Are you okay? Did you get hit?" she cried, her voice tight with worry. He urged her, "Don't mind me. Just drive." The urgency in his voice was palpable, a stark contrast to the pain etched on his face. The impact of the recent collision sent a jolt through them both. A moment of disorientation, then a renewed focus on escape. She gripped the handlebars tighter, her knuckles white. "Hang in there," she urged, her voice a mixture of determination and fear. Their escape route was clear. "Once we get off this road, we can hide in the city," she declared, her words a promise of safety. But their pursuer was relentless. A chilling laugh echoed behind them. "I won't let you get away." The gentleman's hand moved with deadly precision, his weapon a blur of motion. A bullet whistled past, narrowly missing its target. The near miss sent a fresh wave of adrenaline through the fleeing pair. He was thrown from his bike, the force of the impact sending him sprawling. Blood trailed behind him, a stark crimson against the gray asphalt. His attacker raised his weapon, the cold steel glinting in the rain-slicked street. The barrel of the gun was inches from his head, the threat palpable. He braced himself for the inevitable. Her scream was cut short by the deafening roar of the gunshot. The world exploded in a flash of light and fire. A blinding flash engulfed everything. The world dissolved into a chaotic blur of light and heat. From the heart of the explosion, two figures emerged, clinging precariously to a battered motorcycle. The red-haired agent, his face contorted in a grimace, wrestled with the controls, his grip tightening on the handlebars. A deafening boom rocked the air as the motorcycle careened off the road, hurtling towards a seemingly endless drop. Below, the ground exploded in a fiery maelstrom as the bike impacted, sending debris flying. They tumbled through the air, the force of the impact throwing them from their seats. Eld's scream was cut short by the wind. The vast expanse of the ocean stretched before them, a terrifying prospect. The red-haired agent braced himself, his eyes fixed on the rapidly approaching water. "We're going to fall," he shouted, the words barely audible above the roar. Eld, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and defiance, retorted, "Says who?" With a sudden burst of energy, a wave of icy power erupted from her hands. A shimmering wall of ice formed around them, slowing their descent. "Hang on," the red-haired agent urged, his voice strained. The ice cracked under the strain, the sound echoing the growing tension. The motorcycle shuddered violently. With a final, desperate surge, Eld channeled more power, propelling them upwards. They broke the surface of the water with a whoosh, gasping for air as they were thrown onto the shore. The world exploded in a blinding flash of white. Debris rained down as the scooter careened wildly, a chaotic ballet of metal and shattered glass. Eld, her pink hair a vibrant streak against the chaos, gripped the handlebars, her face a mask of grim determination. The red-haired agent, beside her, braced himself, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and adrenaline. Ice shards, propelled by Eld's powers, sliced through the air. The scooter, a projectile of destruction, hurtled towards an unseen obstacle. A deafening roar filled the air. The red-haired agent's face contorted in a grimace of pain. He was bleeding, his expression a mixture of shock and anger. Eld's smile was chilling, a predatory grin that revealed a hint of something dark and dangerous. They plunged downwards, the ground rushing towards them. The scooter was out of control. A heavy foot came down, the impact echoing through the street. The chase was far from over. The pair found themselves airborne once more, the scooter tumbling end over end. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness. Eld's eyes burned with fury, her face contorted in a mask of rage. She was clearly injured, but her spirit remained unbroken. The gentleman, his blonde hair disheveled, smirked. He had them exactly where he wanted them. The metallic click of a gun being cocked echoed in the air. He was ready to strike. The screen fades to black, punctuated only by the stark red of the team. Red logo, a promise of continued conflict hanging heavy in the silence. A simple "to be continued" underscores the unfinished battle. Red and Kale sped along the rain-slicked streets, their scooter a blur of motion. Suddenly, a powerful blast erupted behind them. The force of the explosion sent them flying from their scooter. A massive explosion engulfed the street, sending debris flying. They tumbled through the air, the ground rushing towards them. The impact sent them hurtling towards the ocean. They were falling fast, the water a looming threat. Red, gritting her teeth, unleashed a powerful icy blast. The ice shattered, creating a makeshift platform. Kale, clinging to the scooter, urged Red to hold on. With a roar of the engine, the scooter sped away. A massive explosion rocked the city, sending Red and Kale hurtling through the air on their scooter. She reacted instantly, her newly discovered ice powers manifesting as a protective barrier around them. The force of the blast sent their scooter careening wildly, but the ice shielded them from the worst of it. With a roar of the engine, they broke through the ice, escaping the immediate danger. Kale, however, was not unscathed. His face was bloodied, a testament to the ferocity of the blast. Red, on the other hand, displayed a chilling grin, her eyes gleaming with a newfound power. They continued their escape, the shards of ice left in their wake a testament to the power Red now wielded. They sped down the street, the sounds of sirens growing closer. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, pursuing them relentlessly. The blond man from the explosion was gaining on them. Red's expression hardened, her eyes blazing with determination. He had them in his sights. The blond man's sinister smile widened as he raised his weapon. He fired. He continued his pursuit, relentless in his advance. The sounds of gunfire echoed through the city. Another shot rang out, the bullet narrowly missing its target. Red and Kale, however, were not unscathed. They had sustained injuries during the initial barrage. The blonde man fired again, his aim unwavering. Red and Kale, despite their injuries, fought back with everything they had. Their scooter crashed, sending them tumbling. Kale's face was contorted in pain, his lip bleeding. Red, despite the impact, managed to regain her footing. They scrambled back onto the scooter, adrenaline surging through their veins. The blonde man pursued them relentlessly, firing shot after shot. One bullet grazed Red's head, narrowly missing her. The blonde man sneered, "You're such a pain in the ass, even when you're dying." He raised his weapon, preparing for another shot. The resulting explosion rocked the city. The aftermath of the explosion was a chaotic scene of pulverized concrete and debris. A cloud of dust and smoke still hung in the air. Red and Kale, clinging to their scooter, were thrown violently through the air, narrowly avoiding a collision with a large chunk of falling debris. More shots rang out as the blonde man pursued them relentlessly. He laughed, a cruel sound that echoed across the ravaged road. "There's no point in running away." He fired again, his aim true and deadly. "You won't be able to run from me." Red glanced back, her face grim. "He's going to catch us." Another shot grazed Kale's arm, causing him to wince in pain. "I know." Red gritted her teeth, blood trickling from a fresh wound on her lip. "Damn it, I've already used too much of my power." Kale looked at her, his expression filled with worry. "We won't be able to warp like this." Red's eyes narrowed, her determination unwavering despite her injuries. She considered her options. The blonde man fired again, his shots narrowly missing their target. They weaved through the heavy traffic, dodging cars and trucks as bullets whizzed past. A large tanker truck swerved wildly, nearly colliding with their scooter. Red and Kale sped towards a large oil tanker, their only hope of escape. The tanker, destabilized by the earlier chaos, tipped precariously, threatening to crush them. She landed hard, the impact jarring her entire body. The tanker's massive form loomed over her, a monument to their near escape. Red pushed herself up, her eyes scanning for Kale. "Bingo," she thought, spotting him nearby. Her expression hardened. The blonde man's pursuit was relentless. He appeared, his voice a cold command. "Hands on the ground." Kale's question hung in the air. "The ground?" They scrambled back onto their scooters, the oil or energy tanker a looming threat behind them. With a screech of tires, they sped away. The tanker, destabilized by their escape, began to tilt precariously. Red and Kale raced alongside the massive vehicle, the ground shaking beneath them. They swerved sharply, tires screeching as they narrowly avoided being crushed. The blonde man pursued relentlessly, his movements swift and deadly. A sudden explosion rocked the area, sending debris flying. Red and Kale, clinging to their scooters, navigated the chaos. From the shadows, a monstrous, clawed hand emerged. The blonde man fired, the shot echoing with a sharp clack. He grinned, a cruel expression twisting his features. His words were a threat. "Right back at ya." Red reacted instantly, her own weapon flashing as she deflected the attack with a shing of ice. The blonde man's face contorted in surprise as the ice shard struck him. Ice cracked around him, the sound a sharp crack. The force of the attack sent him reeling, his body encased in a rapidly growing prison of ice. Meanwhile, Red and Kale sped away on their scooters, the tires screaming in protest as they skidded around a corner. The ice continued to spread, engulfing the street and even the vehicles around them. The blonde man, trapped within the ice, watched them go, his expression one of furious disbelief. The ice hissed as it expanded, a chilling sound that spoke of immense power. He scoffed, his words laced with disbelief. "Don't make me laugh. Did you really think something like this would hold me?" The ice began to crack around him, the strain almost visible. He laughed, a chilling sound. "They're just icicles to me." Red's crimson eyes narrowed, a predatory glint reflecting the city lights. He remained frozen, encased in a rapidly expanding glacier of ice. The blonde man, still trapped, inhaled sharply, a chilling breath escaping his lips. "It's our special gift to you," he hissed, his voice barely audible. Behind him, another figure emerged, a man with fiery red hair and a cruel smile. "Burn him," he commanded, raising his weapon. Red, on her scooter, sped away, a middle finger raised defiantly. The ice continued its relentless advance, shattering the ground beneath them. They weaved through the city streets, narrowly avoiding a collision. An explosion rocked the city as their pursuer's vehicle was destroyed. The force of the blast sent shards of ice flying. The ice continued to spread, consuming everything in its path. The blonde man, now partially freed from the ice, roared in fury. Red and Kale, still on their scooter, fled the scene. The blonde man screamed in rage, his body engulfed in flames. He struggled against the icy grip, his face contorted in agony. Red scoffed, unimpressed. "Just icicles? Huh." Her adversary, a man with dark, flowing hair, smirked, a cruel glint in his eyes. A look of dawning horror crossed the man's face as he realized the true nature of Red's attack. Kale, Red's partner, urged her on. It's our special gift to you. Burn him. With a sharp clack, Kale fired his weapon. The bullet struck its target with a resounding bang. An electrical surge crackled across the scooter's surface. A massive explosion rocked the area. Debris rained down as the force of the blast sent shockwaves outwards. The blond man was thrown back, engulfed in a fiery, crystalline explosion. Red and Kale sped away on their scooter, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The blond man roared in agony, his body racked with pain. The blond man, his body racked with pain from Red and Kale's combined assault, roared in agony. A wave of intense heat emanated from his wounds. Red, perched atop her scooter, watched with a mixture of satisfaction and grim determination. How's that, you fucking vampire? He attempted to retaliate, but the pain was too intense. His grip on the scooter's handlebars faltered. Kale, ever vigilant, smirked. Wipe your nose first. Red and Kale exchanged a brief, knowing glance. The blond man's power was clearly waning. Red stifled a laugh, a small snort escaping her lips. Kale remained stoic, his expression betraying nothing of his inner thoughts. Suddenly, Red felt a sharp pain in her nose. A trickle of blood ran down her face. She wiped it away, her expression hardening. With a swift, precise movement, Kale drew his weapon. He lunged forward, aiming for a killing blow. The blond man tried to defend himself, but it was too late. Kale's blade sliced through the air, a deadly arc of steel. Red unleashed another attack, a wave of ice crystals exploding outwards. The combined assault sent the blond man flying backward, his body shattering into fragments of ice. The aftermath of their attack was a scene of devastation. A bridge crumbled in the distance, a testament to the raw power unleashed. She stood amidst the chaos, her breath ragged, the lingering scent of ozone heavy in the air. Red's eyes scanned the surroundings, assessing the situation. A sudden movement caught her attention. A dark figure descended from above, its movements swift and silent. Kale, his face etched with concern, grabbed Red, pulling her behind him as a blade flashed dangerously close. A new combatant emerged, a woman with long, flowing hair and an ethereal quality. Her eyes glowed with an unnatural light. Kale shouted a warning, his voice strained. The new woman lunged at them, her movements impossibly fast. Red reacted instantly, dodging the attack with practiced ease. The impact of a near miss sent a tremor through the ground. The woman's attack continued relentlessly. A brutal clash of power ensued, sending debris flying. The force of the conflict caused a catastrophic collapse. The bridge, already weakened, finally gave way. Kale groaned in pain, clutching his side. He had taken a significant blow. Kale coughed, blood welling in his mouth. Red, eyes wide with concern, knelt beside him. Are you all right? His face was pale, his breathing ragged. The impact of the recent battle was evident. Meanwhile, their assailant, a woman with long purple hair, launched herself into a swift, acrobatic maneuver. She wielded a long, slender blade with deadly precision, her movements a blur of motion. The woman's attack was relentless. Her expression was one of cold determination. Red, despite her injuries, reacted instantly, rolling away from a devastating blow. The force of the attack sent her flying backward, her body impacting the ground hard. Kale, attempting to help, was thrown from a scooter by the sheer force of the ongoing battle. Red, gritting her teeth, struggled to her feet, her body screaming in protest. Ugh, damn it! She braced herself, preparing for another attack. Her eyes burned with fierce determination. The woman with purple hair advanced, a cruel smile playing on her lips. Red met her gaze, a defiant glint in her own bloodshot eyes. She unleashed a powerful energy blast, striking her opponent with incredible force. The impact sent Kale reeling, his body slamming against a nearby structure. The resulting explosion rocked the area, sending debris flying. Red, seeing her partner injured, pursued the attacker relentlessly. She closed the distance quickly, her scooter a blur of motion. The impact of the collision sent both Red and her scooter skidding to a halt. Kale coughed up blood, his body racked with pain. He was clearly in dire straits. He gasped, "Hey, kitty cat, I won't be able to last much longer." The attacker, her hands now crystalline, lunged at Red, aiming for petrification. The crystalline grip began to crack under Red's strength. More cracks appeared, the attacker's power waning. Red, gritting her teeth, revved her scooter's engine. She sped away, leaving a trail of destruction in her wake. Red and Kale sped away on their scooter, the engine roaring as they navigated a path through the rubble-strewn streets. Explosions rocked the ground behind them, shaking the very foundations of the city. The woman with the purple hair stood amidst the chaos, a dark silhouette against the fiery orange sky. Her expression was unreadable, but a sense of quiet power emanated from her. They skidded to a halt, the scooter's momentum abruptly ending. Red's boots hit the ground, the impact jarring. The woman with the purple hair, her face now visible, watched them from a distance. Her eyes, dark and intense, seemed to pierce through the smoke and dust. She raised a glowing sword, its light cutting through the gloom. The weapon hummed with barely contained energy. Her gaze was fixed on Red, a silent promise of violence hanging in the air. A close-up revealed the woman's choker, a simple silver band with a small, dark cross. The scene shifted to show the desolate cityscape, the aftermath of the recent battle. The air hung heavy with the smell of smoke and destruction. Red, alone, walked through the ruined streets, her expression grim. She was alone, but her determination remained unshaken. The purple-haired woman followed at a distance, her movements silent and predatory. The purple-haired woman paused, a slight grimace on her face. A single word escaped her lips. Ugh. She moved with a predatory grace, her purple hair a stark contrast to the fiery wreckage around her. The air crackled with the residual energy of the explosion. The scene was one of utter devastation. A vehicle lay overturned, engulfed in flames. Amidst the chaos, a lone figure emerged from the debris, their silhouette stark against the inferno. He stood amidst the ruins, a cruel smile playing on his lips, his face partially obscured by blood and shadow. His eyes, however, burned with a malevolent light. His features were horrifying. Half his face was flayed, revealing a grotesque parody of bone and muscle. Yet his gaze remained chillingly focused. Red, clinging precariously to life, whispered a final, desperate message. Hey, kitty cat, I won't be able to last much longer. Her attacker, a figure shrouded in shadow, tightened his grip. Ice shards, the horrifying result of some unnatural power, pierced Red's flesh. The attacker grunted with exertion, his face contorted in a mask of grim determination. A sickening crack echoed as another shard tore through Red's defenses. The process of petrification was underway, the attacker's icy power slowly, but surely turning Red to stone. With a final, desperate surge of adrenaline, Red kicked out, breaking free from her attacker's grasp. She cursed, the word, damn it, escaping her lips. She scrambled to her feet, the pain momentarily forgotten in the face of immediate danger. A massive explosion rocked the area. Red and Kale, her companion, sped away on their scooter, narrowly escaping the blast's destructive force. The roar of the engine filled the air. In the distance, a new threat emerged. A woman with long, purple hair, wielding a wicked-looking blade. Her presence radiated menace. The purple-haired woman approached, her eyes burning with cold fury. Her expression was one of pure, unadulterated malice. She raised her blade, preparing to strike. The air crackled with anticipation. She watched them go, a grim determination etched onto her face. The city behind her was a wasteland, a testament to the recent battle. Her dark eyes, filled with unshed tears, reflected the devastation. The weight of the world seemed to rest on her slender shoulders. In the distance, the road stretched out, a path of destruction leading to an uncertain future. A lone figure could be seen in the far distance. Red and Kale continued their escape, the city's ruins a stark reminder of the danger they had narrowly avoided. The air hung heavy with the scent of smoke and destruction. They moved swiftly, their movements precise and efficient, as if they were one with the shadows of the ruined city. The purple-haired woman's blade glinted in the dim light. Red's face was etched with worry. The escape had taken its toll, leaving her breathless and exhausted. Suddenly, a hand reached out, grasping for something in the chaos. It was Kale, his eyes wide with fear and determination. An explosion rocked the ground, sending debris flying. The force of the blast sent both Red and Kale sprawling. Amidst the chaos, a figure emerged from the smoke and dust. It was the blond man, his face contorted in a cruel smile. Red shielded her eyes, the intense light momentarily blinding her. The air crackled with energy. The blond man stood amidst the wreckage, his coat torn and bloodied, a look of grim satisfaction on his face. He had won for now. His face, a horrifying mask of crimson and exposed bone, contorted into a triumphant grin. The blond man savored his victory. A stark reminder of the brutal fight. A ragged tear in his coat dripped with blood. His gaze fell upon the woman in the red dress, her face etched with fear and desperation. She whimpered, "Master." He turned, his eyes scanning the ravaged landscape. Where had they gone? The woman flinched as he approached, his expression hardening. She stammered, "Tish, they went toward Sky Park." His lips curled into a cruel smile. "You should have known better," she cried out. "I was worried about you, Master." He struck her, silencing her protest. "Shut up. How dare you talk back to me?" She crumpled to the ground, groaning in pain. He clenched his fist, blood dripping from a wound. The raw agony was a dull throb compared to the burning rage. His face contorted in a snarl. "Those bastards." The woman in the red dress, already injured, gasped in pain as he approached. He staggered, a fresh wave of pain washing over him. His breath hitched. Ignoring the pain, he continued his advance. His face was a mask of fury, his eyes blazing with a terrifying intensity. He panted, "Huff, huff." He muttered, "I need blood." He licked his wounds, a feral gleam in his eyes. He paused, his gaze distant and unfocused. The woman in the red dress whimpered, her body trembling. He lunged forward, his mouth open in a grotesque parody of smile. He watched, a cruel smile twisting his lips, as the woman in the red dress whimpered, her eyes wide with terror. Her body was already marred by wounds, her once elegant attire now tattered and stained crimson. Tears streamed down her face, reflecting the dim light of her surroundings. Suddenly, a sickening crunch echoed through the air as the blond man delivered a brutal blow. The woman in the red dress cried out in pain, her body contorting under the force of the attack. She struggled against him, but her strength was no match for his. The blond man leaned in, his eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger as he began to feed. A spray of blood erupted as he tore into her flesh. His face, already scarred and brutal, was now twisted into a mask of savage delight. With a final, sickening twitch, the woman's body went limp. The blond man stood over her lifeless form, his hunger momentarily sated. The city loomed, a concrete jungle scar by time and violence. A lone figure stood amidst the ruins, observing the scene. In the distance, a vehicle lay wrecked, engulfed in flames. The air crackled with the energy of destruction. Closer inspection revealed the wreckage to be a scooter, likely abandoned in haste. The view shifted, showcasing the extent of the urban devastation. Buildings stood broken, monuments to a forgotten past. A damaged overpass, a testament to the chaos, stretched across the cityscape. He watched as a young man, Kale, carried an injured woman. She gasped for breath, her face pale. The sounds of growls echoed through the broken city. A horde of the undead lurked in the shadows. They emerged from the ruins, their eyes burning with hunger. Their movements were jerky, their bodies decaying. From above, the sheer scale of the zombie infestation became horrifyingly clear. Thousands of undead filled the streets. The horde surged forward, a wave of decay and death crashing through the broken city. Kale and the injured woman scrambled to safety, desperately seeking refuge from the relentless onslaught. The city loomed, a concrete jungle scar by time and neglect. A sign pointed toward Sky Park, a kilometer away. The road ahead was choked with debris and dust, a testament to recent chaos. A wrecked scooter lay smoldering, a grim reminder of a hasty escape. In the distance, a solitary tower pierced the hazy sky. A lone figure, cloaked in shadow, moved cautiously across a crumbling overpass. They stopped, their breath catching in their throat. What the hell? Red and Kale, both visibly strained, struggled to move forward, carrying an injured man between them. The ground groaned beneath their feet as a horde of grotesque creatures emerged from the rubble. The creatures, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent, advanced with a guttural growl. From above, the sheer scale of the infected horde became horrifyingly clear. The wave of infected surged forward, a tide of flesh and decay. Red and Kale, perched precariously atop a crumbling structure, surveyed the devastated cityscape. A blood-splattered tank lay abandoned amidst the ruins, a grim testament to the conflict that had ravaged the city. The aftermath of a fierce battle was evident. Bodies lay scattered near a wrecked police vehicle. A shuffling sound echoed through the debris-strewn streets. The source of the noise became clear as a horde of ghoulish figures emerged from the shadows. They shuffled forward, their movements jerky and unnatural, their eyes glowing with an eerie light. Red, noticing the approaching horde, prepared herself for battle. She muttered to herself, disturbed by the sheer number of the undead. Her face contorted in a grimace as she realized the horrifying truth. The entire city, it seemed, had fallen to the ghoul infestation. The horde pressed closer, their hunger palpable. A monstrous ghoul lunged forward, its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. Red pondered the unsettling implications of the vampire horde's actions, their motives shrouded in mystery. She watched as Kale, her companion, stumbled back, clearly injured. He muttered a curse, his expression one of pain and frustration. The source of his distress became apparent. Strange, icy shards were embedded in his hands, causing him intense agony. Kale cried out in pain, the agony evident in his pained expression. He gasped for breath, his body racked with pain. His face contorted in agony, the icy shards continuing their relentless assault. Meanwhile, the pink-haired woman watched from a distance, her expression unreadable. Red rushed to Kale's side, her concern evident. Kale's bag lay discarded on the ground, its contents scattered and stained with blood. The pink-haired woman's face was streaked with blood, her eyes filled with a chilling intensity. A single word echoed in her mind. If the purple-haired woman and another woman stood before a darkened cityscape, their faces etched with worry. Something had happened to Michael. The second woman, her eyes brimming with tears, clutched her glasses. Her distress was palpable. She frantically adjusted her glasses, a sign of her agitation. The purple-haired woman, resolute, spoke. They needed to retrieve a laptop. She declared that they must do so at all costs. The laptop contained crucial data about a relic transplant. If they could analyze it, they could set things right. Suddenly, the purple-haired woman moved swiftly, a blur of motion. Despite the dire situation, she believed they could still turn the tables. Two bodies lay encased in transparent tubes, their forms pale and lifeless. The tubes were part of a complex, technological apparatus. The purple-haired woman observed the scene from above, her expression grim. She cursed the vampires, incredulous that they would resort to such drastic measures, dropping a meteor. Her resolve hardened. This would not stand. The only hope remaining was the relics. They were humanity's last chance to stop the encroaching threat. A series of containment units held the relics, their otherworldly forms barely visible within the glowing blue fluid. If they could successfully fuse the relics with a human host, then humanity might stand a chance. This fusion would imbue the host with the power of the relics, giving them the strength to fight back. One of the relics showed signs of damage, a deep wound marring its ethereal form. A woman with dark hair and glasses observed the process, her expression grim but determined. Humans would fight back, she vowed. Whatever it took, this had to work. The fate of humanity rested on this desperate gamble. Suddenly, disaster struck. The laptop containing crucial data was destroyed. The damaged laptop was discarded, its usefulness at an end. Meanwhile, Kale and Red arrived at their destination, breathless and exhausted. Red, her face streaked with grime and blood, confirmed the success of the transplant. She was determined to keep Kale alive, no matter the cost. Kale, however, was clearly suffering. The procedure had taken a heavy toll. Kale's body trembled. His eyes, wide and filled with pain, darted around the room. He muttered to himself, frustrated by his helplessness. He was always the one who ended up on the short end of the stick. Red, her face a mask of grim determination, pulled at her injured arm. The effort caused her to wince. Kale sniffed, his senses heightened by the lingering scent of blood. His eyes glowed with an unnatural red light, reflecting the intensity of his pain and growing rage. With a sickening crunch, Kale violently snapped a bone in his attacker's arm. The attack continued, a brutal flurry of blows. Red, her own injuries momentarily forgotten, watched with a mixture of horror and grim fascination. Kale, consumed by primal rage, slurped the blood from his attacker's wound. Red groaned, the sight of it causing her own stomach to churn. He let out a guttural sound, his body racked with pain and exhaustion. Kale gasped, clutching his side as a searing pain shot through him. Rain lashed down, mirroring the torrent of blood flowing from his wounds. Red, equally injured, struggled to her feet, her breath ragged. His vision swam, the world blurring into a crimson haze as he tasted blood. He could barely see, but a guttural sound escaped his lips. His attacker's hand, slick with blood, tightened its grip. Red, despite her own injuries, pleaded with their assailant. The blond man's grip remained firm, his expression devoid of remorse. Red watched, helpless, as the situation worsened. Meanwhile, another figure appeared, their face obscured by shadow. She questioned the state of the young man. Red explained the tragic fate of the young man. Kale's eyes welled with tears, his face etched with grief and exhaustion. A close-up on Kale's eye revealed the depth of his despair. He pleaded, his voice barely a whisper, a desperate plea lost in the echoing silence. The attacker, a figure shrouded in shadow, swiftly moved, a sickening flip sound accompanying the brutal action. A choked gasp escaped the victim's lips, a testament to the sudden, agonizing pain. Another figure, a blur of motion, appeared, a grim determination etched on his face. He lunged forward, a desperate attempt to intervene, but it was too late. The attacker's grip tightened, the scene a macabre ballet of violence. A furious outburst followed, a raw expression of disbelief and rage. He urged the dying man to resist, to fight against the encroaching darkness. A guttural cry of pain echoed through the space, a final, desperate struggle. The grim reality settled upon him. His companion was gone. Red clutched her head, her fingers stained crimson. A guttural sob escaped her lips. The weight of her grief was immense. She had failed to protect Kale. He died because of me, she cried silently, the words echoing in her mind. Blood coated Red's mouth, a crimson mask obscuring his features. A trickle of blood ran down his chin. He gasped for air, his breath ragged. His arm was badly wounded, the flesh torn and bleeding. Red's companion, Kale, spoke, her voice laced with a mix of annoyance and concern. She had been held captive, and her words revealed the struggle. Kale's own arm bore the marks of a violent struggle. Red remained silent, his gaze fixed on Kale. He wiped blood from his mouth, his expression grim. Kale's question hung in the air, a silent inquiry about the fate of their colleague. Red's response was a somber confirmation of the rookie's death, a sacrifice made to save him. Red's eyes reflected the weight of his loss, his silent plea a testament to his grief. Suddenly, another victim appeared, his body contorted in agony. A young man lay sprawled on the ground, blood staining his shirt. His eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the sky. Nearby, another figure screamed in agony, their face contorted in a mask of pain. The camera focuses on the fallen man's hand, still clutching a bloodied weapon. Another figure, their face obscured by shadow, violently grabbed the fallen man's head. A guttural cry of disbelief and rage escaped the witness. What the hell? A desperate plea was directed at the shadowed figure. Snap out of it. The shadowed figure's eyes glowed with a terrifying intensity, their face now visible, revealing a horrifying expression. A whisper of despair. No, he died. Red, her face buried in her hands, wept silently, overcome with grief and guilt. She sobbed, the words escaping in a broken whisper. He died because of me. She had become a vampire. The weight of recent events crashed down on her. A voice, filled with urgency, cried out, "Stop it!" Red walked away from the scene, her back to the viewer, the city a desolate wasteland behind her. Her companion, Kale, clenched his fist, his knuckles white with suppressed rage and grief. He muttered to himself, "Stupid rookie." His face was etched with sorrow and exhaustion, blood staining his shirt. Red turned, her crimson eyes blazing. "Why? Are you scared that I might turn into a ghoul?" Kale tried to reassure her, saying, "Don't worry." Red responded, "I'm different." He asked, "Can I just ask?" Red walked away again, her thoughts heavy. "That rookie, and even you." She finally turned back, her gaze questioning. "Why are you doing this for me?" A young man lay bleeding on the cold, hard floor. His dark attire was stained crimson, mirroring the grim scene around him. She stood over him, a smirk playing on her lips. Her pink hair framed a face that seemed both amused and uncaring. He looked up at her, his eyes filled with a mixture of pain and disbelief. His words were a harsh rebuke, a testament to his wounded pride. The city outside was a desolate wasteland, a grim reminder of the sacrifices made. She continued, her voice laced with a chilling certainty. A trickle of blood ran down her lip, a stark contrast to her otherwise composed demeanor. Her resolve was unshaken, her determination fueled by a desperate need. She wiped the blood from her lips, her expression hardening. His hands, stained with blood, trembled slightly. He spoke, his voice heavy with the weight of the world. His words hung in the air, a stark reminder of the stakes. His face, partially obscured by a bandage, showed the toll of his ordeal. She offered a simple word of thanks, her gaze unwavering. Whatever the reason, Red reflected, Kale had still saved her. She looked at him, his face partially obscured by a bandage. He told her to be quiet, that she seemed to be doing fine. Red snapped back, telling him to focus on his recovery. She conceded, and he grunted in response. Red's expression shifted. Something was wrong. She noted that the ghoul's behavior was unusual. They wouldn't act this way if they wanted slaves. The ghoul's appearance was disturbing. They couldn't even suck blood from their victims. There were far too many of them. A massive horde of ghouls surrounded them. Red watched from above, wondering what they were planning. Red's face was grim as she observed the scene. Red, momentarily stunned, shielded her eyes from the debris raining down around her. She looked up to see Kale, his face bloodied but determined, struggling to his feet. A warning cry pierced the air. "Watch out." An explosion rocked the area, sending Kale sprawling. The force of the blast sent a wave of destruction through the surrounding buildings. Red, reacting instantly, propelled herself forward, a blur of motion. She skidded to a halt, narrowly avoiding a collapsing wall. She crouched low, her eyes scanning the ravaged landscape. A guttural cry echoed, "Red." She saw a monstrous ghoul emerging from the dust and rubble. Following a trail of blood, the ghoul stated, "I knew I'd find you if I just followed this scent." With a swift, brutal movement, the ghoul crushed a small metallic container underfoot. A horrifying figure emerged, eyes blazing with crimson fury. The city crumbled around them, a testament to the ferocity of the recent battle. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the already dim light. She stood amidst the chaos, the blonde woman, her eyes glowing with an unnatural red light. A monstrous, shadowy figure seemed to writhe from her very being, its tendrils reaching out. Kale lay wounded on the ground, his body partially obscured by the debris. His breathing was ragged, his expression one of pained exhaustion. He felt a searing pain as the monstrous creature's claw pierced his side. A guttural sound escaped his lips, a mixture of pain and disbelief. With a surge of adrenaline, he managed to push himself up, his eyes blazing with a desperate determination. He urged his companion to flee, his voice strained but resolute. Red followed a scent, a trail of blood leading her through the rain-slicked streets. She found a discarded container, its contents spilled and broken. The ground cracked beneath her boots as she continued her pursuit. A monstrous figure loomed before her, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The creature's face was a grotesque mask of rage and hunger. The woman in the red dress watched from a distance, her expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Kale found himself cornered, the monster's massive hand descending upon him. He grunted in pain as the creature's grip tightened. Kale urged her to flee. Red cursed, her plan thwarted. She glared at the persistent attacker, her anger palpable. She lunged, a vicious grin splitting her face. Her intention was clear, to end her opponent. But the blond man, his face marred by a fresh wound, merely scoffed. He was not the one she should be focusing on. His eyes gleamed with a cold amusement as he watched her. Elsewhere, a swift, silent movement. A figure, dark and agile, launched an attack. The attack was precise, aimed at a vulnerable point. Red's eyes narrowed, her expression hardening with fury. A building exploded, sending debris raining down. One figure tumbled from the wreckage. She fell, a silent scream trapped in her throat. Below, a taunting voice echoed. Kale, his face a mask of pain and blood, gasped for air. Red, injured and bleeding, felt a surge of desperate determination. She would use every last drop of her strength. Red, her face streaked with blood, looked up, eyes wide with a desperate fury. She was surrounded, a sea of the undead closing in. The horde pressed in, their decaying bodies clawing and reaching. A building behind her groaned under the weight of the relentless assault. Two of the undead lunged, their rotting jaws snapping shut inches from her face. She barely had time to react. She reacted instinctively, delivering a brutal blow that sent one of the creatures reeling. The other, however, was relentless. The building behind her finally gave way, collapsing in a cloud of dust and debris. The impact sent a shockwave through the ground. More of the undead poured from the wreckage, their numbers seemingly endless. Red was trapped. She coughed, spitting out dust and blood, her body aching from the impact. She was pinned beneath a large chunk of concrete. A fierce determination hardened her gaze. She would not give up. With a grunt of effort, she managed to free one leg, kicking away some of the debris. She was still trapped, but she had a chance. A voice echoed, cold and menacing. You won't be able to run from me. The purple-haired woman appeared, a cruel smile playing on her lips as she raised her blade, ready to strike. The city skyline, a testament to both past grandeur and present devastation, loomed in the distance. A sense of foreboding hung heavy in the air. Below, amidst the rubble and the fallen, lay the bodies of the undead, a grim reminder of the ongoing struggle. Red, wounded and barely conscious, was among them. A colossal tree, its roots intertwined with a ruined building, stood as a stark contrast to the urban decay. Its presence hinted at a power beyond human comprehension. The camera focused on a damaged building, its skeletal frame a symbol of the city's plight. The scene was one of desolation and despair. Inside Sky Park, a massive crystal pulsed with an otherworldly energy. Its glow illuminated the surrounding darkness. A vehicle, possibly a scooter, sped through the ravaged landscape, its speed a desperate attempt to escape the encroaching danger. Kale, his expression grim, stood before a figure of authority. The weight of the situation was evident in his posture. He responded calmly, his words betraying a hint of apprehension. The master's expectations were high. The master, a sinister figure with a chilling smile, observed Kale with calculating eyes. His intentions were far from benevolent. The infinite energy of the Mother Crystal's core was a powerful force, capable of both creation and destruction. Its potential was immense, and the cerebral controller was a device of immense power, capable of manipulating minds and controlling actions. Its implications were terrifying. Three figures stood silhouetted before a massive, circular portal, its metallic frame intricate and imposing. He promised them absolute control over the ghouls, a constantly growing army. A guttural growl echoed through the city as the horde began to move. The streets were overrun by a sea of ghouls, their numbers seemingly endless. Their hunger was insatiable, their eyes burning with a terrifying light. The master explained that they would obey his every command. He smiled, a cruel, knowing expression on his face, as he spoke of their inevitable demise. Kale, ever the loyal servant, found the impending destruction entertaining. A smirk played on Kale's lips. He reveled in the chaos, finding it exhilarating. His eyes glowed with an unnatural intensity. All that remained was to obtain the final blood crystal fragment to unlock the core's power. The war was about to begin. Now that she was gone, he clenched his jaw, a cruel smile twisting his lips. He would break the skull and take what he needed. The man attempted to break himself free, but the force was too great. He cried out in pain. His agony was evident. Someone asked about the petrification and was informed that it had calmed down. They needed to leave. A bad feeling lingered. Meanwhile, another woman observed the scene, noting the vampire's resilience. She offered to handle the situation. She needed him to create a distraction. He was injured but determined. She scolded him for his slowness. The purple-haired woman, her expression grim, stood over her fallen opponent. A question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. Why hadn't she used her full power? Her gaze flickered to the young woman with pink hair, Red, a silent accusation in her eyes. Red's companion, Kale, a young man with reddish-brown hair, responded to the unspoken question, his voice laced with frustration. He explained the limitations imposed upon them, the artificial enhancements that restricted their abilities. Kale roared in pain, his face contorted in agony as he endured a brutal attack. The force of the blow caused a nearby wall to crumble, highlighting the sheer power of the attack. The blond man, their antagonist, watched with cold satisfaction as his opponent suffered. The blond man's face was a mask of cruel amusement as he witnessed the scene unfold. With a swift, precise movement, the purple-haired woman delivered a fatal blow, piercing the blond man's chest. The blond man, his body lifeless, fell to the ground, his final expression one of disbelief and defeat. The purple-haired woman launched a final, devastating blow. It sent the blond man crashing into a nearby wall, the impact echoing through the ruined building. He landed hard, a pained groan escaping his lips as blood welled from a fresh wound across his chest. His eyes, wide with disbelief, flickered to the woman who had defeated him. His face contorted in agony. The blond man struggled to catch his breath. His body trembled, the life draining from him. He looked up, his vision blurring. He could barely make out the figures of his attackers. With a final, shuddering breath, the blond man fell still. The battle was over. Red, her expression grim, approached cautiously. A predatory gleam shone in her eyes. She moved with practiced efficiency, her movements precise and deadly. She holstered her weapon. Kale, his face set in determination, spoke, his voice low and resolute. The fight, though won, had left its mark. His eyes burned with a fierce intensity, reflecting the lingering adrenaline and the weight of the victory. The blond man's face contorted in a final, furious expression. His eyes, blazing with hatred, were wide, reflecting the fading light. "You bastard," he roared, his voice a guttural rasp. The purple-haired woman stood over him, her own expression grim but triumphant. Blood stained her clothes, a testament to the brutal fight that had just concluded. Kale watched from a distance, his gaze fixed on the fallen antagonist. His face was a mask of weariness, but a hint of relief flickered in his red eyes. A monstrous figure, its face contorted in a silent scream, lunged forward. Its attack was met with a roar of defiance, a counteroffensive launched with brutal force. The impact sent tremors through the ground. A violent rumble shook the very foundations. A heavy boot came down, crushing the earth beneath it. The blond man, his face a mask of fury, was thrown back, his body impacting the ground with a sickening thud. He staggered, momentarily stunned by the ferocity of the attack. A swift, precise movement followed, a blade slicing through the air. Blood spurted, painting a gruesome picture of the ongoing conflict. The blond man, wounded but unbowed, retaliated with a desperate lunge. His opponent, however, was ready. A swift counterattack sent him sprawling. He crashed to the ground with a resounding slam. The woman in the red dress was caught in the crossfire, her body thrown against a crumbling wall. She groaned, her breath ragged. The woman in the red dress lay bleeding, her crimson gown a stark contrast to the pale stone beneath her. Her breath hitched in ragged gasps. Nearby, the blond man groaned, his face a mask of pain and barely contained rage. One eye was bloodshot, the other, wide with a terrifying intensity. He struggled to rise, his movements jerky and strained. A dark, swirling energy pulsed faintly around him. A heavy thud echoed as something landed nearby. The ground trembled slightly. Suddenly, Kale appeared, his eyes blazing with fury. He lunged forward, a blur of motion. His attack was swift and brutal, a crimson streak slicing through the air. Kale's face was contorted in a grimace of exertion, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. He snarled, "Let's finish this." The blond man's face was a horrifying mask of rage and pain, his eyes burning with hatred. He spat out, "You bastard." Red, her eyes narrowed, watched the confrontation unfold. Blood trickled down her face, but her expression was one of grim determination. A close-up on Red's face showed a chilling smile playing on her lips. The fight was far from over. Her crimson eyes, blazing with intensity, narrowed. Rain lashed against her face, blurring the already indistinct shapes of the city. The storm raged, mirroring the turmoil within her. A low growl echoed from the darkness. Ahead, a horde of the undead shambled through the ruined streets, their moans a chilling symphony of decay. A guttural roar erupted from the depths of the horde. One of the creatures, larger and more grotesque than the others, lurched forward. Its movements were jerky, almost twitching. Its eyes, vacant and bloodshot, focused on something beyond the immediate chaos. The creature lunged, its decaying hand reaching for its prey. A sickening crack echoed as bone met bone. A young woman with vibrant pink hair, her expression fierce, shouted a warning as she moved to intercept the attack. She launched herself into action, a blur of motion against the backdrop of the decaying city. The impact sent the creature sprawling, its body cracking under the force of the blow. Red, the young woman with vibrant pink hair, fought her way through a horde of groaning zombies. The decaying city provided little cover, and the relentless creatures swarmed her. She muttered to herself, noting their growing numbers. They were gathering like a pack of hyenas. With a swift movement, she fired her handgun, taking down a few of the closest zombies. However, she realized she was too exposed. She needed to find cover quickly. The ruined cityscape offered little protection from the relentless undead. Red sprinted, her pink hair a blur as she navigated the debris-strewn streets. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, wielding a long, gleaming blade. It was a woman with long, dark hair, her face partially obscured by the darkness. Red, her eyes blazing with fury, confronted the mysterious woman. She was persistent, and she would not back down. The dark-haired woman lunged, her blade a silver streak. A fierce clash of steel echoed through the desolate streets. Both combatants moved with deadly precision. Red, despite her injuries, continued to fight back with unwavering determination. The dark-haired woman, however, seemed to gain the upper hand, her movements swift and deadly. She smirked, a cruel glint in her eyes. It seemed someone had gotten prettier. Red, however, was less than amused. "I guess having odd eyes are in this year," she muttered. The purple-haired woman's expression hardened. Her gaze was intense. A sudden surge of energy crackled around her. Red reacted instantly, drawing her weapon. The ensuing confrontation was swift and brutal. A powerful blast of energy struck Red, sending her reeling. She barely managed to avoid a fatal blow, narrowly escaping the attack. The force of the impact sent debris flying. The ground trembled. The purple-haired woman calmly stated, "It's not polite." She continued, "To talk about someone's face like that." A powerful energy wave erupted from her. She questioned, "It's not polite?" The purple-haired woman lunged, her blade a blur of motion. Ice shards crackled around her, propelled by some unseen force. She moved with terrifying speed, a whirlwind of deadly grace. A wave of icy energy erupted from her blade, arcing towards her opponent. The attack sliced through the air, a swift and deadly strike. Red deflected the blow, her own power meeting the icy assault head-on. The clash of energies sent shockwaves through the air. The woman's face contorted in a grimace of exertion. Red countered, her voice sharp and defiant as she launched her own attack. What has being polite got to do with fighting? Her attack connected, shattering the ice around the woman. The force of the impact sent the woman reeling, momentarily stunned. A powerful explosion rocked the area, sending debris flying. The resulting shockwave sent both combatants flying. The force of the explosion sent her hurtling through the air, smashing through a nearby wall. Debris rained down as she continued her trajectory, the impact momentarily stunning her. She landed heavily, dazed, amidst the ruins of a crumbling structure. Dust motes danced in the weak light, filtering through the gaps in the ceiling. Coughing, she looked down at herself, noticing the blood staining her dark dress. A wave of dizziness washed over her. She gasped, a single word escaping her lips. "Fog?" A nearby figure commented on her necklace. She thought back to a similar collar she had seen on a dog some time ago. The woman sadly reflected on the dog's painful life. Even while being beaten, the dog had wagged its tail. She wondered if the dog's unwavering optimism was naivete or simple stupidity. The purple-haired woman stood, her breath ragged, a crimson stain blooming across her chest. Across from her, a figure in black, katana gleaming, watched with cold eyes. She pondered, a flicker of doubt in her gaze. Perhaps it was simply how the creature had been trained. The irony was not lost on her. By the time the dog grew into a wolf, it had learned only to cower. Even with fangs capable of killing its owner, the wolf remained a frightened thing. It had never changed. It simply continued to take the beatings and wag its tail. She scoffed, her voice laced with bitterness. What was the point of having fangs if one forgot how to use them? The man with crimson hair smirked, his eyes glinting with amusement. He was already terrified. He chuckled, a cruel sound. He hadn't expected to find another scared animal here. He sneered, his words dripping with contempt. "Watch your mouth." The woman flinched, her body trembling slightly from the lingering effects of her injuries. The woman in black stood amidst the ruins, her katana held firmly in her hand, ready for whatever might come next. The attack continued relentlessly. She barely registered the impact as shards of ice tore through her flesh. More ice shards rained down, obscuring her vision. Her vision blurred, pain lancing through her. She could feel the cold seeping into her bones. She struggled to see through the blizzard of ice. "I can't see through this fog," she thought, fear tightening its grip. The assault continued, relentless and precise. She braced herself, tried to anticipate the next blow. Where would it come from? Left? Right? The question echoed in her mind as she strained to see. She winced, another shard of ice grazing her cheek. Blood trickled down her face, stinging her eyes. The attack continued, but she was beginning to discern a pattern. A swift movement, a glint of metal. Her head lolled, her eyes fluttering closed. She was losing consciousness. A blade pierced her flesh, a final, agonizing blow. Red stood amidst the crumbling architecture, her crimson eyes reflecting the dim light. A chilling silence hung in the air, broken only by the faint whisper of wind. She watched, horrified, as the purple-haired woman fell, a blade piercing her chest. The attacker, a blur of motion, vanished as quickly as she appeared. Red, pursued relentlessly, hurtled through a crumbling cityscape. The ground trembled with each thunderous footstep of her pursuer. She barely registered the debris flying past as she weaved through the ruins, her focus solely on escaping. A sudden, sharp pain ripped through her side. She stumbled, the impact sending a wave of dizziness through her. The attack had been swift and brutal, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Ice shards rained down around her. She reacted instinctively, deflecting the shards with a practiced movement. Her attacker was a blur of motion. Ice shards. The attack continued, a relentless barrage of frozen projectiles. She struggled to see through the blizzard of ice, her vision obscured by the swirling fragments. I can't see through this fog. Her eyes narrowed, her mind racing. Where's the next attack going to come from? The question echoed in her mind. Left or right? Another attack, even more vicious than before, caught her off guard. A searing pain lanced across her cheek. The force of the blow sent her reeling, leaving her gasping for breath. She gasped, a shard of ice piercing her flesh. Blood welled up around the wound. The attacker, a woman with crimson eyes and a dark hoodie, loomed over her, blade raised. She stood over her fallen foe, the scene shrouded in a chilling mist. Her voice was barely a whisper, a plea for an end to her suffering. The blade, stained crimson, was withdrawn, leaving a gruesome trail. Her question hung in the air, a mixture of confusion and accusation. The killer, her face contorted in a grimace, responded curtly. A violent impact echoed through the area. Kale, thrown from his scooter, skidded across the ground. He grunted, a curse escaping his lips. The impact of the attack still resonated through his body. The assailant, a woman with striking white hair, unleashed another wave of energy, a crackling force that sent Kale reeling. Her eyes, dark and intense, fixed on him, conveying a chilling determination. The woman's attack left him disoriented, his vision blurring. He saw her again, the woman's face contorted in a grimace, her eyes filled with a strange mix of pain and resolve. A sharp pain pierced her neck. She felt a cold blade slice through her skin. Red, her face streaked with blood, stared into the distance, her expression unreadable. She realized something profound. They were the same. The attacker stood over her, her body bloodied but defiant. The woman, wounded but resolute, spoke of an obligation, a duty to obey. She revealed a chilling truth. They were clones, bound by an inescapable command. She was a doll, a being crafted from human flesh and the blood of vampires. Her eyes, vacant and lifeless, reflected the sterile gleam of the laboratory. The truth was laid bare. They were artificial beings, tools destined for incineration once their purpose was served. Rows of translucent tubes held their brethren, suspended in a bioluminescent fluid, awaiting their fate. Neither human nor vampire, they existed in a liminal space, their existence a chilling testament to the boundaries of creation. Two figures stood before a larger tube, observing a seemingly lifeless form within. The woman's expression was one of quiet contemplation. They were merely tools, expendable instruments in a grand, unseen design. A sharp rebuke echoed in the sterile chamber. The speaker's regret was palpable, a bitter acknowledgement of a missed opportunity. A violent struggle ensued. One doll attacked another, a desperate act of defiance against their predetermined fate. The plea for return was a desperate cry against the inevitable. The flames consumed them, a fiery end for those who dared to defy their creators. A lone figure watched the incineration, his face obscured by shadow, his thoughts unreadable. Even in the face of pain and fear, the will to live flickered within them, a testament to their humanity. Their desperate screams were futile. They had no other choice. Tears streamed down her face, her red eyes wide with despair. Because they were... He smirked, a cruel glint in his own red eyes. Their creations. The man's smile widened, revealing sharp teeth. He was the one who had created them. His voice was a low growl, filled with menace. He reminded them that he alone held their lives in his hands. She sobbed, the question hanging heavy in the air. Who was their master? He chuckled at chilling sound. It was party time. His face was a grotesque mask of violence and glee, his mouth smeared with blood. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. She couldn't disobey. She wept, overcome with despair. She was born to serve. She choked back a sob, her body shuddering. Another clone, a young woman with pink hair, reacted with disbelief. A powerful blow landed, sending her reeling. She groaned in pain. The purple-haired woman, her face contorted in a grimace, braced herself for the inevitable. With a swift, brutal movement, her opponent slammed her to the ground. She cried out in pain, her attacker's words echoing in her ears. Don't ever fight back. The attack continued, a torrent of abuse accompanying each blow. Just keep on living in despair, and accept everything like the dog you are. Another clone, her face pale and eyes wide with terror, watched helplessly. She knew her own fate was sealed. I can guarantee your life will be miserable until the day you die. Meanwhile, the purple-haired woman struggled to her feet. Her attacker sneered, adding, Actually, let me put you out of your misery. The sounds of the struggle continued, punctuated by pained cries. She found herself on the verge of collapse, her body racked with pain. I don't. A single desperate thought consumed her, want to die. But then, a surge of defiance ignited within her. Clutching her attacker's arm, she cried out, "I want to live." Tears streamed down her face as she clung to that desperate hope. "I want to keep on living," she sobbed, her face streaked with tears and blood, desperately clinging to the desire to live her life on her own terms. The young woman, her neck encircled by a cruel collar, repeated her plea, her voice barely a whisper, to live. A single, heartbroken sob escaped her lips. Elsewhere, another clone, Red, watched in horror as her fellow clone collapsed, overcome with despair. A bloody hand reached out, a desperate grasp for something, anything to hold on to. A gentle tap on the shoulder startled her. Red embraced the other clone, offering comfort and a silent promise of solidarity. She declared that their origins, human, vampire, doll, were irrelevant. What mattered was their shared identity. The two clones clung to each other, finding solace in their shared experience. They were different, yes, but they were also united by their shared fate. Tears streamed down their faces as they reaffirmed their bond, a powerful connection forged in the crucible of shared suffering. She helped the woman in the red dress, her movements careful and concerned. A cloud of smoke filled the air, obscuring the scene. The woman in the red dress coughed, her eyes wide with fear. "How did you free yourself?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Could you help?" "Stop. This is something you have to do yourself. Relying on someone else is just another imprisonment," Red declared, her voice firm despite her injuries. Slice. The collar, a symbol of her captivity, fell to the ground. "Think for yourself. I won't tell you it's easy, but..." The woman in red watched as Red walked away, a newfound strength in her gait. "And choose how you want to live." Slice. She had escaped, but the weight of her past still clung to her. The question echoed in her mind. "Who cares about how you were born?" Red, her face streaked with blood, offered a chilling smile. It was a smile that spoke of resilience, of defiance in the face of overwhelming odds. Her gaze hardened. The words of her tormentor still rang in her ears. "What's important is how you live your life, right?" Across the alley, a figure watched her, a woman with dark hair and a cruel expression, her body bearing the marks of past battles. On the ground lay a discarded restraint, a cruel reminder of her recent captivity. Blood stained the metal. A building crumbled behind her, the dust settling as she coughed, her body racked with pain. She stumbled, her hand leaving a bloody smear on the wall. The effort of escaping had taken its toll. Red gasped, her breath ragged. She knew she was badly injured, but she refused to yield. She fell to her knees, coughing up blood, her determination unwavering despite the pain. She would not die here. She muttered, "Damn it." A crimson streak marred the cold, gray wall, a stark contrast to the muted urban decay. A hand, slick with blood, pressed against the surface, leaving a gruesome fingerprint. She needed to find someone. The thought pulsed, a desperate rhythm against the dull throb of her injuries. The city loomed, a skeletal landscape of broken buildings and shattered dreams. A single, defiant tower pierced the gray sky, a monument to a forgotten era. Red, her pink hair a shocking splash of color against the grim backdrop, sat huddled amidst the rubble. Blood stained her clothes, a testament to her recent ordeal. Her breathing was ragged, shallow. Rain lashed down as a blade sliced through the air, narrowly missing its target. The attack left a shallow gash on the victim's neck, a thin line of blood welling up. The attacker, a figure shrouded in shadow, vanished as quickly as they appeared, leaving only the lingering scent of rain and blood. A close-up revealed a silver collar, partially embedded in the victim's flesh, the metal gleaming faintly in the dim light. The collar was ripped from its moorings, the force of the impact sending it skittering across the rain-slicked ground. The victim, a young woman with pink hair, spoke, her voice barely a whisper above the storm. She refused to divulge the details of her ordeal, suggesting the other person think for themselves. She stood amidst the ruins of a crumbling building, her clothes torn and stained with blood, a stark contrast to the ethereal blue of the smoke rising around her. The young woman continued, emphasizing the importance of choosing how one wants to live. Nearby, another young woman with purple hair watched, her expression unreadable. A voice, sharp and dismissive, cut through the air, questioning the significance of one's origins. A young man with reddish-brown hair smirked, his words echoing the sentiment. What truly matters is how one lives their life. He emphasized the importance of living one's life to the fullest. A woman with long, dark hair and tribal markings on her neck and shoulders stared intensely, her gaze unwavering. A closer look revealed the intricate detail of the markings on her skin, a testament to her past experiences. A discarded metal collar, stained crimson, lay on the ground. The links of a chain were broken. Red, the young woman with vibrant pink hair, stumbled through the debris-strewn landscape. Dust and smoke filled the air. She leaned against a crumbling wall, coughing violently, blood staining her hands. She gasped, a desperate determination etched on her face. "I can't die here, not now," she thought. She collapsed, her breathing ragged, blood trickling from her mouth. She cursed under her breath. Damn it. Her hand, slick with blood, clutched at the wall. She had to find. She whispered, barely audible, Red. The city skyline loomed in the distance, a stark contrast of ruined buildings and towering skyscrapers. Red sat amidst the rubble, her body bruised and bleeding, her expression one of grim determination. The nature of blood weapons was explained. They're living organisms, completely under the control of their wielder. A figure, cloaked and mysterious, stood with their back to the viewer, their presence hinting at a looming threat. The city was in ruins, a testament to the recent conflict. Buildings were shattered, smoke filled the air. A powerful explosion rocked the area, sending debris flying. The blond man, his coat torn, was thrown back by the force of the blast, his face contorted in a grimace. She plummeted from a great height, the impact imminent. The fall continued, the ground rushing up to meet her. Meanwhile, the purple-haired woman also fell, her descent a parallel to Red's. Red hit the ground hard, the impact jarring her whole body. A thud echoed through the ruined city. With a final, desperate lunge, she smashed into her opponent, the force of the collision sending them both sprawling. She plummeted, the ground rushing up to meet her. Debris rained down around her as she fell. A sharp clack echoed as she impacted the ground. The blond man, his face a mask of cruel amusement, taunted her. Do you think your new legs are going to make any difference? His weapon, a menacing double-barreled firearm, was raised. Red, despite the impact, managed a desperate step back, her body bruised and battered. She propelled herself forward with surprising speed, a blur of motion. The blond man fired, the sound of the gunshot echoing. A swift movement, a flash of purple. The purple-haired woman, having seemingly appeared out of nowhere, fell from the sky, her body twisting in a violent arc. The impact of their collision sent a shockwave through the area. Another explosion rocked the area, sending debris flying. The force of the blast sent both women hurtling through the air. Two deafening bangs echoed as Red was sent flying backward by a powerful blast. The force of the explosion shattered the concrete beneath her. She tumbled through the air, the impact of the blast still reverberating through her body. A dark figure, cloaked in shadow, hurtled downwards, a streak of darkness against the pale sky. Red landed hard, but she quickly recovered, her movements sharp and precise as she sprang to her feet. The purple-haired woman, her face contorted in a grimace, spun around, her blade a blur. She had been caught in the blast as well, and now she staggered, her breath ragged. The woman's weapon, a pistol, clicked emptily. She was out of ammunition. The blond man sneered, his words laced with contempt. A gun like that won't even hurt. The purple-haired woman muttered to herself. Blood is the key. She continued. The purer the blood, the stronger your weapon will be. The purple-haired woman looked at Red, a strange calm settling over her features. Things might feel different from now on. She explained, because you got my blood now. Red, her face partially obscured by a bandage, looked up, a grimace twisting her lips. The purple-haired woman, her own injuries evident, spoke, her voice barely a whisper. My blood's special. Her words hung in the air, a cruel smile playing on her lips as she looked down at Red. A violent impact echoed through the air, a wave of crimson energy erupting from the purple-haired woman. She launched herself forward, her movements a blur of motion, her blade a deadly extension of her will. The resulting explosion rocked the city, sending shockwaves through the very ground. Red, battered but still standing, felt a strange power surge through her veins. She stumbled, the force of the blast still affecting her, but newfound strength began to awaken within her. A realization dawned on her. She could feel the blood pulsing through her, a foreign yet potent energy. Her eyes gleamed with a dangerous light as she raised her weapon, a chilling smile spreading across her face. A gunshot echoed, followed by the sound of cracking concrete as another building crumbled. Red faced a monstrous creature, its form vaguely reptilian, crackling with dark energy. The air itself seemed to crackle with anticipation. With a swift, almost imperceptible movement, the beast lunged, its claws extended. Its attack was a blur of motion, a swift swipe aimed at Red's head. The blow connected with a resounding wham, sending debris flying. She rolled, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, her body twisting to evade the creature's deadly claws. Red gritted her teeth, a thin line of blood trickling from a cut on her lip. The creature's claws lashed out again, aiming for her heart. Its eyes glowed with malevolent intent. She reacted instinctively, her enhanced reflexes allowing her to dodge the attack with ease. The blond man, watching from a distance, winced. That hurt, he muttered. The creature's face contorted into a terrifying rictus, its eyes burning with a hellish red glow. With a deafening boom, Red unleashed a powerful blast of energy, sending the creature reeling. The force of the explosion sent Red sprawling across the shattered cityscape. Debris rained down around her, a testament to the raw power unleashed. She scrambled to her feet, her eyes scanning the devastation. A voice, laced with cruel amusement, cut through the chaos. The blond man, his face a mask of bloody fury, stood amidst the wreckage. He brandished a wicked-looking blade, a cruel smile twisting his lips. He lunged, his blade a blur of motion, aiming a deadly blow at Red. She barely managed to evade the attack, the blade slicing through the air where she had stood moments before. The impact of a near miss sent a shock wave through the ground, causing further destruction. More debris rained down. Red retaliated, unleashing a powerful counterattack that sent a shock wave of her own ripping through the air, shattering the surrounding buildings. Red stood defiant, her face contorted in a grimace of exertion, blood staining her clothes. She had inflicted significant damage, but the battle was far from over. The blond man, wounded but unbowed, prepared for another attack. His eyes burned with a chilling intensity. Red's eyes widened, reflecting the gravity of the situation. The fight was far from over, and the danger was far from gone. A massive explosion rocked the city. The force of the blast sent debris raining down from the skyscrapers. The impact created a devastating crater in the street below. Amidst the chaos, a voice boomed. "Where are you going? We're just getting started." He launched himself into the air, aiming a blow at his opponent. The resulting collision was explosive, another building collapsing under the force of the impact. The blond man's attack continued, a powerful blow shattering the concrete. He roared in fury, his face contorted in a grimace. His eyes widened in terror, reflecting the chaos around him. The blond man's attack had pulverized a section of the city, sending debris raining down. A blinding flash of light erupted from the point of impact, momentarily obscuring the scene. Kale, propelled by the force of the blast, landed hard, his body impacting the ground with a jarring thud. He quickly recovered, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of Red. Meanwhile, the blond man, his face contorted in a grotesque grin, reveled in the destruction he had wrought. He seemed to feed off the chaos, his power growing with each shattered building. His eyes, now glowing with an unnatural light, focused on his next target. Red, sensing the imminent danger, braced herself for the next attack. His attack was swift and brutal, leaving Red reeling from the impact. She barely managed to avoid a fatal blow, her eyes wide with terror. The force of the blond man's attack sent Red sprawling. She barely registered the impact before a second blow sent her hurtling through the air. He followed, his movements a blur of lethal grace. His expression was one of cold satisfaction. Red crashed into a building, the impact jarring her senses. She felt a searing pain in her side. She looked up just in time to see the blond man descending, a predatory gleam in his eyes. He was fast, too fast. Before she could react, he struck again. The impact sent her flying through the air, her body a ragdoll. She slammed into a wall, the breath knocked from her lungs. Pain exploded across her body. She tumbled down the side of the building, debris raining down around her. The blond man loomed over her, his eyes filled with a chilling satisfaction. He seemed to savor her defeat. He scoffed, a cruel smile twisting his lips. "You're not the only one." Red, her face contorted in a grimace of pain, braced herself for another blow. The impact sent her flying backwards, a destructive force shattering the concrete around her. She plummeted through the ravaged building, debris raining down around her. The blond man followed closely, his movements swift and brutal as he continued his assault. Below, two vehicles lay wrecked, victims of the ongoing battle. The scene was one of utter devastation, a testament to the ferocity of the fight. A massive explosion rocked the area, sending shockwaves through the already damaged structures. The force of the blast hurled vehicles and debris into the air. A vehicle, smoking and burning, lay twisted and broken, a grim symbol of the destruction. The blond man stood amidst the chaos, his expression unreadable, surveying the damage. The blond man stood over his fallen opponent, a cruel smile playing on his lips. He declared it over, the battle seemingly won. Coughing violently, Red struggled to his feet, his body racked with pain. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as a fresh wave of pain washed over him. He was exhausted, but the blond man's declaration only fueled his defiance. He knew he couldn't die like this, not so close to victory. His resolve hardened despite the agony. He looked up, his gaze drawn to something in the distance. That's a colossal structure, seemingly grown from the earth, pierced the sky. Where? A figure plummeted from a great height, falling towards the mysterious structure. "Don't forget about me." Red, fueled by adrenaline and a renewed sense of purpose, launched herself into action. Red, her movements a blur of motion, launched a fierce counterattack against her opponent. The force of her strike sent a shockwave rippling through the air. The blond man, momentarily staggered, braced himself for the next assault. His eyes, filled with a chilling intensity, narrowed. He retaliated with a brutal blow, connecting with Red's side. The impact sent her reeling. She was thrown back, her body arcing through the air before crashing to the ground. The blond man pursued his advantage, his attack relentless. He pressed his assault, aiming to finish the fight. Red, despite the pain, managed to evade the worst of the attack. She rolled away, buying herself precious moments. The impact of her fall echoed through the city streets as she skidded to a stop. She was injured but not defeated. She looked up, assessing the situation. Her opponent was still advancing. The blonde man sneered, believing victory was within his grasp. He thought she was finished. He intended to end the fight quickly, but he underestimated his opponent. Red, defying his expectations, rose to her feet, her eyes burning with defiance. She would not surrender. She lunged forward, her movements fueled by adrenaline and anger. The ground trembled beneath her feet. A wave of icy energy erupted from her, freezing the ground around her opponent. She unleashed a final, devastating blow, shattering the blonde man's defenses. His body convulsed violently as the force of the impact ripped through him. He looked up at her, a mixture of disbelief and hatred in his eyes, and asked, "When did you?" The ground beneath him cracked and shattered as a wave of ice erupted from Red, freezing him solid. His legs twitched spasmodically, a final, futile attempt at resistance. His hand, still clutching his weapon, fell limply to the ground. A question mark filled Red's mind, a silent query about the extent of her newfound power. The blonde man's face contorted in a final, silent scream as the ice consumed him. Nearby, another body lay still, a grim testament to the battle's intensity. The blonde man's lifeless form was a stark contrast to the vibrant chaos that had just transpired. A voice, laced with amusement, cut through the silence. "Nice one, kitty cat." Red, wounded but triumphant, smirked, blood staining her face. A voice, filled with anger, shouted, "Blast his ass!" She smirked, blood staining her face, a chilling contrast to her vibrant pink hair. One finger raised in a defiant gesture. The crimson liquid trailed behind her, a macabre ribbon marking her victory. The blonde man's hand, wounded and bleeding, reached out, a desperate grasp at fading power. A vortex of blood swirled around him, consuming him. The defeated man fell, his body swallowed by the swirling crimson. A heavy weapon, a metallic hammer, descended with a whooshing sound. It connected with its target, a resounding impact. The resulting explosion rocked the area. A fiery blast erupted from the weapon's impact. A figure, her face contorted in agony, was caught in the blast's radius. A monstrous figure emerged from the smoke and debris, its teeth bared in a feral snarl. The blonde man watched, a cruel smile twisting his lips as he observed Misty's apparent defeat. His face, marred by a gruesome wound, was a testament to the ferocity of the battle. He addressed someone unseen, promising a swift return. Red, however, scoffed at his words, her defiance clear. She was wounded, but her spirit remained unbroken. She struggled to her feet, ignoring the pain. The ground around her cracked and shattered as icy shards erupted. The blonde man, caught off guard, was struck by a sudden, powerful attack. He staggered back, clutching at his injured side, his expression one of surprise and pain. Red, seizing the opportunity, launched a brutal counterattack. The impact sent a shock wave through the area. A bloody hand reached out, grasping desperately. The blonde man's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. The blonde man lay sprawled on the ground, his blonde hair a stark contrast to the crimson staining his coat. His body was still, a stark contrast to the chaos that had just transpired. A nearby security camera lay shattered. He was wounded, his body marred by the brutal exchange. His eyes, however, still held a flicker of defiance. A voice, laced with amusement, cut through the silence. "Nice one, kitty cat." Red, her own body battered but her spirit unbroken, smirked. Blood dripped from her hands. The crimson liquid swirled around her, a macabre halo. From a distance, a voice barked, "Blast his ass." Red's hand, still stained with blood, reached out. A wave of dark energy pulsed from her, a violent surge of power. With a whoosh, she unleashed a devastating attack. She stood over her fallen opponent, the acrid smell of ozone and burnt flesh heavy in the air. The weapon in her hand still hummed faintly. A blinding flash erupted from the weapon, a wave of energy rippling outwards. The blonde man's face contorted in a silent scream, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and disbelief. Blood splattered across the ground, a grim testament to the ferocity of the attack. He crumpled, his body convulsing before falling still. His final thoughts echoed in his mind. No, a searing energy coursed through his body, disintegrating him from the inside out. Not like this. The blonde man's body was reduced to ash, leaving only a faint smell of burning hair and ozone. Meanwhile, the woman in the red dress watched from a distance, her expression unreadable. The woman in the red dress watched from a distance, a silent observer to the unfolding events. Misty's desperate plea echoed in the air, a testament to the bond between them. The blonde man, his body racked with energy, convulsed violently. His face contorted in a mask of pain and disbelief. He laughed, a harsh, guttural sound, as he spoke Misty's name. Misty, her face streaked with blood and grime, glared at him with burning hatred. She watched, her dark hair whipping in the wind, as the scene played out before her. The blond man's pleas for mercy were cut short. His body was consumed by a surge of energy, his screams swallowed by the crackling power. He fell silent, his final breath a whisper lost to the wind. Misty called out again, her voice strained with emotion. The blond man's body began to disintegrate, his form dissolving into nothingness. With a final, sickening splat, the remains of the blond man vanished. The woman in the red dress watched the aftermath of the battle, the air still thick with the lingering scent of ozone and the faint tremor of residual energy. She observed the blond man's body, or rather, the absence of it. Only a faint shimmer remained where he once stood. A powerful energy wave erupted from the epicenter of the conflict, a crimson tide surging outwards. The force of the blast was immense, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The wave intensified, its energy growing exponentially. Kale staggered back, his face contorted in pain, blood streaming down his face from a deep gash across his forehead. He gritted his teeth, his vision blurring as the pain intensified. His eyes burned with a fierce determination, his body trembling with the effort to remain standing. Despite the pain, he refused to yield, his gaze fixed on the source of the energy wave. In the distance, a colossal structure emerged from the ruins of the city, its form vaguely resembling a gigantic, ethereal tree. Kale, his body battered and bruised, turned his back on the scene, his silhouette a stark contrast against the desolate cityscape. A low rumble echoed through the city, a tremor that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. He stirred, his vision still blurry from the recent energy surge. The city around him was a wasteland, buildings reduced to skeletal remains. A low rumble echoed through the debris, a tremor shaking the very ground beneath him. From the heart of the ruined city, a colossal structure began to emerge, its surface radiating an intense red energy. Energy levels were spiking. A technician's voice, laced with alarm, cut through the air. Is there something wrong with the cerebral controller? Inside the control center, a scientist confirmed, the controller isn't the issue, sir. The energy emanating from the crystal was immense, sending out energy signals in a pattern. A command was issued. Inject the correctives and shut it down. The scientists worked frantically. Correctives were injected at 10%, 25%, 95%. Injection complete. But their efforts were futile. The signal from a crystal was growing stronger, defying their attempts at control. One of the scientists, his face etched with horror, whispered, "What the hell is it doing?" Another tremor shook the city, far more violent than the last. The structure pulsed with energy. A tremor shook the ground, rattling the very foundations of the city. Kale braced himself, his eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of the source. He felt a surge of unease, a premonition of something catastrophic about to unfold. His gaze hardened, his jaw clenched tight. In the distance, a shadowy form began to take shape, emanating an ominous energy. The energy pulsed, growing stronger with each passing moment, a beacon of impending doom. It was a terrifying sight, a harbinger of destruction. A wave of crimson energy washed over the landscape. The crimson moon hung heavy in the sky, a malevolent eye watching over the city. From a window, a figure watched the ominous celestial event unfold. The woman stood silhouetted against the crimson glow, her expression unreadable. The blond man, his face partially obscured by shadow, observed the scene with a chilling calm. The blond man watched the woman, his expression unreadable. She clutched herself, a tremor running through her. He approached, concern etched onto his features. "What's wrong?" She looked up at him, her eyes filled with unshed tears. It was a brief moment of vulnerability. She shook her head, her voice barely a whisper. "It's nothing," but she couldn't hide the truth entirely. She confessed, "I just had some scary thoughts." He gently cupped her face in his hands, his touch tender. A kiss followed, a silent promise of comfort. The kiss deepened, a balm to her troubled mind. He pulled back slightly, his gaze searching hers. "How is that? Are you still scared?" She leaned into his embrace, finding solace in his warmth. Tears streamed down her face. He held her close, whispering, "Your body feels warm." She murmured, "You idiot." He chuckled softly. "If you ever had a child, do you want a boy or a girl?" She smiled faintly, a glimmer of peace in her eyes. She replied, "I don't mind as long as they're nothing like me." The blond man stroked his chin, a smirk playing on his lips. He didn't want to leave any lingering resentment. He turned his attention to the woman, his expression softening slightly. "What about you?" The woman met his gaze, a hint of apprehension in her eyes. She paused, lost in thought. "I think." Suddenly, a guttural cry echoed through the air. "Jean!" Red's form was contorted, her body racked with pain. Blood stained her clothes. A horrified expression crossed the woman's face. "What have you turned into?" The woman, her face pale, whispered, "I hear it." She was calling to him. "She's calling for me." In the distance, a colossal, ethereal structure pierced the ravaged cityscape. Red, his back to the viewer, walked towards it. A rush of wind swept past him. A blood-red moon hung heavy in the inky sky, casting an eerie glow upon the landscape. Its crimson light intensified, painting the world in shades of ominous beauty. The celestial body seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy. Inside, a woman with long blonde hair stood before a window, her back to the viewer, gazing out at the unsettling night. The blonde woman's face was etched with worry, her expression unreadable. She seemed troubled, her hand instinctively going to her chest. Suddenly, a young man with reddish-brown hair appeared, his voice laced with concern, asking, "What's wrong?" He approached her, his hand gently resting on her shoulder. The woman's distress was palpable. She looked overwhelmed. She confessed, "I just had some scary thoughts." He pulled her close, offering comfort and understanding. Their lips met in a tender kiss, a silent promise of solace. A subtle smile played on the young man's lips as he gazed at her. He gently held her close, concern etched on his face. "How was that? Are you still scared?" Her blonde hair cascaded around them as she nestled into his embrace. A faint blush warmed her cheeks. "Your body feels warm. It calms me down." He stroked her hair, a thoughtful expression crossing his features. "If you ever had a child, do you want a boy or a girl?" She looked up at him, her red eyes filled with a mixture of emotions. She responded softly, "I don't mind as long as they're nothing like me." He chuckled, scratching at his cheek. The sound was almost nervous. He confessed, "I don't want them to resent me later." Her gaze shifted, a question forming in her eyes. "What about you?" A sudden, sharp whisper cut through the air. "Jean." A figure, scarred and bloodied, clutched at his throat. A young woman with pink hair stared in horror. "Red, what have you turned into?" A woman clutches her abdomen, blood staining her hands. The crimson spreads across her dark clothing. Nearby, Red, her face streaked with blood, looks on with a grim expression. She seems to be listening intently. Red's companion, Kale, stands beside her, seemingly oblivious to the sound she hears. He asks, "Hear what?" "I don't hear anything." A distant, ethereal form rises in the city, a towering structure of light and shadow. A voice calls to her. Red, her back to the viewer, walks towards the source of the call. She's clearly focused on her destination. She moves with purpose through the ruined cityscape. The wind whips around her. The ethereal structure is shown to be atop a crumbling building. It is large and ominous. An explosion rocks the city. The building collapses. A group of armed men are seen firing their weapons. A voice shouts, "Stop him!" The leader of the group fires his weapon, shouting, "The entrance has been breached." The blond man stared, aghast, at the carnage outside. His words hung in the air. Everyone outside was wiped out. He turned to his subordinate, his voice tight with barely controlled panic. "How many of them were there?" The answer came in the form of a deafening explosion. The force of the blast sent several of the attackers flying, their bodies silhouetted against the fiery orange of the explosion. Another explosion rocked the building, this one closer, shaking the very foundations. The blond man, his face contorted in agony, let out a pained cry. He gasped, his voice barely a whisper. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the chaos, wielding a massive, shadowy weapon. Red stood defiant, her eyes glowing with an eerie red light. The weapon was a colossal hammer, its head dripping with an inky blackness. The force of its presence seemed to warp the very air around it. The camera focuses on the barrel of a large-caliber weapon, poised to fire. Boom! The resulting explosion caused a section of the building to collapse in a shower of debris and fire. She stood amidst the chaos, the air thick with the smell of smoke and destruction. A blond man, his face contorted in disbelief, stared at her from behind a shattered computer screen. His words, "What the hell?" echoed the sentiment of those around him. A sudden electrical surge filled the air, a sharp crackle that momentarily stunned everyone present. The young woman with crimson hair moved with a purpose, her footsteps echoing in the ruins. A soft tap, tap, tap could be heard as she approached a damaged building. The ground trembled as she passed, the remnants of the recent destruction shifting beneath her feet. Further tremors shook the area, the sounds of cracking concrete and snapping metal growing louder with each passing moment. Inside, a woman with pink hair clutched her side, blood staining her clothes. Fear was etched on her face. She was confronted by a figure whose face was obscured by shadow, but whose voice cut through the chaos. "Look at yourself. It's getting worse. You'll die at this rate." The shadowed figure's face was revealed, showing deep wounds and a look of grim determination. Despite the grim situation, a glimmer of hope remained. "There's still a chance. We just have to take you to Sarah." The pink-haired woman coughed, blood welling up in her mouth. A desperate cry escaped her lips. The crimson-haired woman, wounded and exhausted, supported the pink-haired woman, her own pained breaths audible. "Coo, damn it." Red, her face streaked with grime and blood, leaned against a crumbling wall, her breath ragged. The extent of her injuries was only now becoming clear. Deep gashes marred her arms and legs. A man, his face pale and drawn, offered a weak, heartfelt thanks. He urged her to leave, to go back to safety. Red, however, was resolute. She called him a stubborn bastard. She was far from ready to abandon him. She admitted to herself that he was a handful, but a fierce determination hardened her gaze. She would make him pay. She paused, leaning against the wall, exhaustion finally catching up. A faint scent reached her nostrils. She inhaled sharply, recognizing the familiar odor. This smell. Meanwhile, the man made his way up the stairs, his silhouette a stark contrast against the dim lighting. Red ascended the steps, each footfall measured and deliberate. The weight of her recent actions settled heavily upon her. She paused at the top of the stairs, her gaze fixed on something beyond the frame. News reports blared across the city. A meteor had entered the atmosphere. The meteor exploded in midair, precisely as NASA had predicted. A shock wave rippled outwards from the point of the explosion. But then, something unexpected occurred. The meteor had altered its course. Kale, realizing the danger, exclaimed that it was his fault. An urgent warning echoed through the city. Evacuate. The meteor was heading straight for them. The fiery meteor hurtled towards the city. Kale, overcome with guilt, repeated that it was all his fault. Red watched, her expression unreadable. Red arrived late, as usual. Kale, visibly agitated, waited impatiently in a city park, his breath misting in the cold air. He expressed his annoyance, his words sharp. Jean, visibly upset, nervously adjusted the red bands on her wrists. She clutched a gift bag, its bow a stark contrast to her distress. Suddenly, Kale reacted, his shout echoing Jean's name. Jean looked up, her eyes wide with fear as she witnessed the approaching catastrophe. A fiery meteor hurtled towards the city, its destructive path undeniable. Kale reacted instantly, his movements a blur of motion as he braced for impact. He braced himself, the force of the impending impact a physical weight on his chest. A guttural cry escaped his lips. From the sky, a crimson object hurtled towards the earth, its trajectory a terrifying certainty. The woman in the red dress, Jean, was thrown violently backward, her body a ragdoll in the face of an unseen force. A small, pink child's shoe, adorned with a delicate flower, lay abandoned in the dust. The ground cracked beneath her feet as a wave of energy washed over her. What is this? She wondered, fear gripping her heart. Her body began to fracture, the cracks spreading like spiderwebs across her skin. A searing pain shot through her. Ugh, no, no, she cried out, her voice strained. She screamed in agony as more cracks appeared, her body visibly breaking apart. A wave of nausea washed over her as she gasped, her body failing. Her body shattered, leaving behind only fragments and a crimson stain. Red's scream echoed through the ravaged landscape, a testament to the brutal impact of the meteor. Blood streamed down her face, mingling with the dust and debris that rained down upon her. The force of the blast sent her sprawling, her body a broken marionette tossed aside by an unseen hand. She attempted to rise, but the pain was too intense. Her vision swam, the world blurring into a chaotic mess of red and gray. Kale, witnessing the scene from a distance, could only watch in horror. The question hung heavy in the air. What had happened to Red? He pushed himself forward, his own injuries momentarily forgotten in the face of her plight. He shouted her name, a desperate cry lost in the wind and the echoing devastation. Kale's body was battered and bruised, a testament to the ferocity of the attack. Blood stained his clothes, and he struggled to maintain his balance. He staggered forward, driven by a desperate need to reach Red. He couldn't let her die like this. His face was a mask of anguish and determination, tears streaming down his cheeks as he fought through the pain. He reached her side, his own pain momentarily forgotten in the face of her critical condition. A groan escaped his lips. Red's body shuddered, a deep crack echoing from within as her injuries proved too severe. Red cried out in pain, a sharp crack echoing as a blow impacted her body. The force of the impact caused further damage, cracks spiderwebbing across her form. Her body was visibly breaking under the strain, blood blooming across her clothes. A crimson blade, still dripping with blood, was withdrawn from the wound. A desperate plea pierced the air. Save Red. Kale, propelled by adrenaline, launched himself into the fray. He moved with brutal efficiency, a swift stab ending his opponent's life. The impact sent a shockwave through the ground, causing cracks to spread. Red's body continued to break apart, a final crack splitting her form. A dark energy surged from the remains, consuming everything in its path. He watched, horrified, as a dark energy erupted from Red's remains, a violent bloom of shadow consuming the space around her. The force of the blast sent him reeling, throwing him backward. He scrambled to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief and grief. The dark mass, now taking a more defined shape, hurtled towards a nearby building, causing a catastrophic collapse. Red, her body broken and lifeless, lay amidst the devastation. A single tear traced a path down her pale cheek. Her final words, a whispered plea, echoed in his mind. You. From the heart of the destruction, a crimson shard pulsed with an ominous energy. The shard, now seemingly sentient, throbbed with power, its dark energy spreading like a contagion. The surrounding area crumbled further under the shard's influence. The shard launched itself into the air, soaring above the wreckage. A blinding light erupted from the shard, obscuring everything in its wake. A blinding flash of light erupted from the epicenter, the initial shockwave already reaching the city's outskirts. The city, once a vibrant metropolis, was now engulfed in a chaotic maelstrom of destruction. Buildings crumbled and fires raged. From the heart of the devastation, a dark, ominous energy pulsed, emanating from Red's lifeless body. Kale, wounded and disoriented, lay amidst the rubble, his eyes fixed on the growing darkness. He wondered, amidst the chaos, about the future, about what kind of world their children would inherit. The blonde man's wife, Jean, smiled serenely, a chilling contrast to the destruction around her. Her expression held a disturbing calmness as she voiced her desire for her children to emulate Red's strength. The unsettling smile widened, her eyes gleaming with an unnerving intensity. A crimson energy surged from the ground, engulfing Kale as he muttered Jean's name. Kale stumbled through the debris-strewn streets, his clothes torn and his body aching. The crimson energy that had engulfed him during Red's death still pulsed faintly beneath his skin. He clutched his side, wincing at the sharp pain. The city, once vibrant, was now a landscape of destruction, a testament to the power unleashed. In the distance, a figure stood silhouetted against the crimson glow. It was the blonde man, his face obscured by shadow. A metallic clack echoed through the ruins as the blonde man dropped something to the ground. It was a small metallic object, possibly a weapon. The blonde man turned, his gaze sweeping across the devastated cityscape. His expression was one of cold satisfaction. The extent of the destruction was truly horrifying. Buildings lay in ruins, and the air crackled with residual energy. A lone figure, a woman with long, dark hair, moved through the wreckage. She seemed unfazed by the chaos. The woman continued her trek, her back to the viewer. Her movements were deliberate and purposeful. Suddenly, a horrifying visage appeared, its eyes burning with crimson fury. It was a grotesque distortion of a human face. The creature's teeth were bared in a feral snarl, revealing a horrifying array of jagged points. The woman stopped, her eyes widening in shock. "You?" A crimson trickle stained Kale's jaw, a stark contrast to his otherwise grim expression. His eyes, narrowed and intense, scanned the surroundings. He muttered to himself, a grim determination hardening his gaze. It seemed their conflict was far from over. Red lay injured, her breath shallow. A crimson stain spread across her dark top. Her hand trembled as she reached out, a desperate plea in her eyes. Tears streamed down her face as she whispered a single word. "You." A shard of crimson crystal materialized before her, pulsing with an inner light. The crystal seemed to respond to her silent plea. Another crystal, identical to the first, appeared, seemingly drawn to its counterpart. The two crystals began to merge, their light intensifying. A blinding flash of light erupted from the merging crystals. A massive explosion rocked the city, a shockwave spreading outwards. The aftermath revealed widespread devastation across the urban landscape. The aftermath of the explosion was a desolate landscape. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the extent of the damage to the city. A strange, ethereal glow emanated from the heart of the destruction, pulsating with an otherworldly energy. Red lay amidst the rubble, her body battered and bruised, a crimson crystal embedded in her chest. She was barely conscious. Nearby, a figure stumbled through the wreckage, their movements slow and unsteady. The blonde man, seemingly unscathed, addressed a woman with long blonde hair. He asked her what she wanted for their children's future. The woman listened intently, her expression unreadable. She responded that she wanted them to be like Red. The woman smiled, a chillingly serene expression. Red, regaining a sliver of consciousness, whispered a name, Jean. Kale's face was partially obscured by a shard of crimson crystal, his expression grim. His chest bore a deep wound, bleeding profusely. Kale stood alone in a ruined building, his back to the viewer, contemplating his next move. A long, metallic staircase descended into the gloom. Each step echoed faintly. He moved slowly, his injured leg protesting with every step. A metallic clang echoed as he descended. The scene was grim. A body lay sprawled on the ground, blood staining the concrete. Above, the city skyline was a jagged panorama of destruction. Kale looked up, his expression grim. He continued his descent, the wreckage of the building a testament to the recent battle. A figure stood silhouetted against the cityscape, their back to Kale. The wind whipped their long, dark hair. Red's face was contorted in a grimace, eyes blazing with a furious intensity. He was clearly in immense pain. His voice was a pained whisper, barely audible. The figure turned, revealing a face marred by a deep cut. His eyes, like Red's, burned with a fierce intensity. "Where is the white-haired woman?" Kale, still searching for Red, entered a dimly lit corridor. A gruff voice interrupted his search. "Don't bother to lie. I saw her come in here." The speaker, a man with dark, unkempt hair, exhaled a plume of smoke. His eyes were narrowed, his expression menacing. He lunged at Kale, enraged. "I'll kill you." Kale, despite his injuries, deflected the attack with surprising agility. "No thanks." He grabbed a nearby fire extinguisher and used it as a makeshift weapon, striking the attacker. The impact caused a loud crack, momentarily stunning his opponent. Seizing the opportunity, Kale jumped into a passing car. "I'll be borrowing this car. See ya." He smirked, a glint of mischief in his eyes as the car sped away. He smirked, a cruel, chilling expression that spoke volumes of his intentions. His words hung in the air, a clear declaration of hostility. Unfinished business. The red horn, a striking feature, was visible, hinting at the character's identity. The scene shifted to a wooded area, the atmosphere heavy with anticipation. He stood there, his gaze sharp and calculating, a sense of unease permeating the air. His thoughts echoed the failure of his plan, a hitch in his carefully laid scheme. A sinister chuckle escaped his lips as he surveyed the scene. He addressed the newcomer, his words laced with a mixture of amusement and menace. The words hung in the air, a question of audacity and recklessness. His face, marred by cuts and bruises, reflected the intensity of the recent confrontation. Kale, his face etched with worry, urgently asked, "Where's Jean?" He scanned the desolate cityscape, his eyes darting across the ruined buildings. A faint whisper of the name echoed in his mind. In the distance, a tall figure in a long coat stood silhouetted against the bleak horizon. The figure seemed to be observing him. A moment of tense silence hung in the air. Kale's grip tightened on his weapon. Then, a sudden realization struck him. He knew where to find her. He began to move, his steps deliberate and purposeful, towards a specific point in the debris-strewn landscape. Each step brought him closer to the truth, closer to Jean. But before he could reach her, a voice cut through the silence, challenging his advance. A mysterious figure emerged from the shadows, his presence radiating menace. Kale's eyes widened in shock and fear as he recognized the man's face. He felt a surge of dread. A powerful explosion rocked the area, sending debris flying. The force of the blast sent Kale reeling, but he managed to regain his footing. Undeterred, he declared, "I wasn't asking for your permission." The muzzle flash momentarily blinded Kale, the intense heat searing his skin. He stumbled back, the acrid smell of burnt flesh and gunpowder filling his nostrils. He shielded his eyes, the world momentarily reduced to a blinding white. A wave of nausea washed over him. Through the haze, he saw his attacker, a figure silhouetted against the fiery orange sky. The man was wounded, but his eyes burned with a furious intensity. The explosion rocked the city, sending tremors through the ground. Kale braced himself against the force of the blast. He saw a blinding flash of light, followed by a searing wave of heat. The air crackled with energy. Another explosion ripped through the city, this one closer. Debris rained down from the sky. Buildings crumbled around him, fires erupting in their wake. The city was descending into chaos. He lunged forward, his body screaming in protest. His vision swam, but he pressed on, driven by adrenaline. A bolt of energy struck him, throwing him back against a ruined wall. He gasped for air, his chest burning. He barely registered the searing pain as another blast of energy struck him. The world began to fade. A final, deafening explosion consumed him. Darkness. A thunderous boom rocked the city. Debris rained down as the ground itself seemed to crack and split. He braced himself against the force of the blast, his face contorted in a grimace of pain. The shockwave sent him flying backwards, tumbling across the broken pavement. A large, shadowy figure loomed over him, its weapon raised high. He scrambled to his feet, adrenaline surging through his veins as he desperately tried to escape. His pursuer was relentless, a monstrous figure with glowing red eyes and a cruel smile. He dodged a blow that would have shattered his bones, narrowly avoiding death. The monstrous figure sneered, "You underestimate me." Its face twisted into a grotesque grin, revealing sharp, predatory teeth. Another explosion erupted, sending a shockwave that ripped through the city. The Horn Man unleashed a surge of dark energy, a crackling bolt of power arcing from his hand. He stood before Kale, his form imposing and menacing. The young man braced himself, his eyes narrowed in fierce determination. Kale, defiant, shouted a warning. He would not yield. He lunged forward, a blur of motion. The Horn Man scoffed, confident in his superiority. His expression twisted into a cruel sneer as he prepared to counter. Kale recalled a previous encounter, a chilling warning from a fallen comrade. The memory fueled his resolve, hardening his gaze. With a burst of speed, he unleashed a powerful attack. The young man, Kale, continued his assault, his movements a blur of motion. Metal clashed against metal, sparks flying as he traded blows with the Horn Man. Each strike was met with a counterattack, the force of their blows shaking the very ground beneath their feet. He pressed his advantage, forcing the Horn Man back, inch by agonizing inch. The culmination of their struggle resulted in a massive explosion, a thunderous boom that rocked the city. A blinding flash of light erupted, followed by a wave of intense heat. The figure, seemingly made of shadow and flame, unleashed a devastating blow. Its target, a young man with fiery red hair, barely managed to evade the attack. The fiery figure sneered, its voice a low growl. "You underestimate me." Its face contorted into a grotesque grin, revealing sharp teeth and burning eyes. With a deafening boom, a shockwave ripped through the area, sending debris flying. A powerful hand, crackling with dark energy, grasped the young man's arm. The fiery figure towered over him, its form now more clearly defined, revealing horns and a menacing presence. It growled, "Get out of my way if you don't want to die." His eyes blazed with furious energy, a terrifying crimson glow illuminating his face. Blood streamed down his jaw, yet his expression was one of defiant rage. He stood before his opponent, the Horned Man, a figure of immense power whose very presence seemed to crackle with dark energy. The Horned Man let out a cruel laugh. Do you really think you can beat me?" The young man's eyes narrowed. "There was a guy who said the exact same thing to me once. What do you think happened to him?" A sinister grin spread across the Horned Man's face, a silent promise of violence. The battle began. A flurry of blows, a clash of steel, and the air crackled with energy. The young man fought with desperate ferocity, his movements a blur of motion. He parried a blow, the sound of metal on metal echoing through the city. A massive explosion rocked the city, sending shockwaves through the ground. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the aftermath of the devastating attack. The aftermath of the explosion was devastating. A large section of the city lay in ruins. Amidst the smoke and debris, the Horned Man stood over Kale, his grip tight on the young man's throat. He looked down at his victim, his expression one of cold fury. The Horned Man hissed, "You ruined everything." Kale, despite the pain, remained defiant. He thought, "But with this, I'll be able to set things straight." The Horned Man roared, "Shut the fuck up." He tightened his grip, causing Kale to grimace in agony. Blood spurted from Kale's mouth as he struggled for breath. The Horned Man asked, "Are you in pain?" He laughed cruelly as Kale coughed up blood. "Such is the fate of their species," the Horned Man declared, his voice echoing with cruel satisfaction. He gestured with a clawed hand, his gaze sweeping across the ravaged city. "That's the true form of your species," he continued, his words dripping with malice. "We are merely returning you all to your true forms. As our tools," the monstrous figure stated. Below, a horde of grotesque, mutated beings stirred, their guttural growls filling the air. Their eyes glowed with an unnatural light, their features twisted into expressions of primal hunger. "The world will be reborn," the Horned Man proclaimed, his voice resonating with power. "We'll be establishing a new empire, fitting of the new world," he added, his ambition clear. "And your blood crystal will be the key to establishing our new empire," the Horned Man stated, his gaze falling upon Kale. Kale, his body ravaged, could only look up at his captor. A new world? Kale thought, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. A new empire, he wondered, his mind struggling to comprehend the scope of the coming changes. A sinister chuckle echoed through the air. Kakik! The ground trembled violently as a monstrous figure emerged, its presence radiating an aura of immense power. The sheer force of the being caused the very air to tremble. Its power was overwhelming. With a thunderous rumble, the creature advanced, each step shaking the earth. A crimson crystal pulsed with energy, its light intensifying with each beat. The energy spike emanating from the crystal was off the charts, a clear indication of its immense power. Inside, a group of scientists watched in horror, their faces etched with fear. "This is too dangerous. What are your orders, Doctor?" One of the scientists cursed, his voice filled with frustration and fear. "Damn it!" The blond man, his face contorted in a grimace, looked on with a mixture of fear and determination. A powerful energy surged forth, radiating intense heat and light. The beam of energy intensified, its power seemingly limitless. He stood, silhouetted against the crimson glow, his face a mask of pain and barely contained fury. The energy surge had clearly taken its toll. A crackle of energy arced across the sky, mirroring the turmoil within him. His eyes narrowed, focusing on a distant point. He lunged forward, a burst of raw power propelling him through the air. The energy crackled around his form, amplifying his speed. His attack connected, a devastating blow that sent his opponent reeling. "Die!" he roared, his voice echoing with righteous fury. The resulting explosion was cataclysmic, a wave of energy that ripped through the landscape. The force of the blast sent him flying, crashing into the ground with a bone-jarring impact. He skidded across the broken earth. A new figure emerged from the dust and debris, a Horned Man of immense power. His eyes burned with an unholy light. The Horned Man gasped, "Doug, what was that?" He looked around, bewildered. Where did he? The Horned Man, his form racked with barely contained fury, launched himself skyward, a crimson streak against the bruised twilight sky. Below, a figure, small and indistinct, watched his ascent. A single word escaped their lips, barely audible above the wind. His face, contorted in a rictus of rage, was a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. The single horn on his head pulsed with a malevolent energy. Blood, a grim testament to a recent battle, stained his clothes. He was clearly wounded, but his eyes burned with an unwavering intensity. The words echoed in his mind, a bitter mantra fueling his wrath. "You took everything from me." A woman with long blonde hair, her face twisted into a cruel smile, watched him from afar. A single finger pointed towards him, a silent declaration of war. Her voice, sharp and cold, cut through the air. "So, I'm going to destroy every little part of your shitty plan." A wave of crimson energy erupted from her, a destructive force unleashed upon the world. The Horn Man's hand clenched, his power gathering, a response to the blatant aggression. His fist, now a weapon of immense power, began to glow with an infernal light. He unleashed a counterattack, a wave of dark energy mirroring the woman's assault. The two forces collided, a maelstrom of destructive energy engulfing the area. The resulting shockwave ripped through the landscape, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. He lunged forward, a terrifying figure of rage and power. His movements were a blur, a whirlwind of motion. His face, contorted in a snarl, was a mask of pure fury. The veins in his forehead pulsed with barely contained energy. With a sudden burst of speed, he unleashed a devastating attack. A bolt of energy crackled through the air. The energy struck its target with explosive force. A deafening roar echoed through the area. The impact sent the victim reeling, their body convulsing from the sheer power of the blow. The attack continued, a relentless barrage of energy tearing through the air. The city below was caught in the crossfire, buildings crumbling under the immense power. He roared in triumph, his face a mask of savage satisfaction. The Horn Man's form shuddered, a guttural roar escaping his throat as a wave of crimson energy pulsed from his body. This surge of power was unlike anything witnessed before. A blinding flash of light momentarily obscured the ravaged cityscape. The epicenter of the blast seemed to be a towering structure, now crumbling under the immense pressure. The shockwave rippled outwards, leveling buildings and sending debris flying through the air. Dust and smoke filled the air, obscuring the extent of the damage. In the aftermath, the city lay in ruins, a testament to the Horn Man's destructive power. Kale stood on a rooftop, surveying the devastation, his face grim. Nearby, the purple-haired woman lay wounded, her breathing shallow. He turned, his gaze hardening as he saw the extent of the destruction. The Horn Man, weakened but still standing, leaned heavily on Kale for support. The Horn Man's crimson horn pulsed with malevolent energy, a stark contrast to the blood staining his face. His eyes, devoid of any light, burned with a terrifying intensity. His grip tightened around something unseen, the strain evident in the bulging veins of his neck. A low growl rumbled in his chest. He recoiled, a wave of searing pain washing over him as a blinding light erupted from his horn. His body trembled violently. "Jean!" The name echoed in the silence, a whisper of memory amidst the devastation. The purple-haired woman lay broken and bleeding, her body a testament to the Horn Man's brutal power. Kale, nearby, struggled to his feet, his face a mask of grim determination. Above, the city crumbled, a monument to the Horn Man's destructive capabilities. Gears and metal twisted in the aftermath of the attack. A large, crimson crystal lay amidst the rubble, glowing faintly. It pulsed with a low hum. A crimson tide erupted, a grotesque parody of a hand reaching out from the darkness. The monstrous appendage continued its advance, its form vaguely mechanical. Blood, thick and viscous, trailed behind it, staining the air. From the heart of the crimson chaos, a figure emerged, silhouetted against the swirling red. The mechanical hand slammed down, its force immense. The impact sent tremors through the ground. He was thrown back, the force of the blow nearly shattering his bones. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light as he rose, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The being's power was immense, far beyond anything he had encountered before. A feral grin stretched across his face, revealing sharp teeth. With a surge of energy, he vanished in a flash of light. A final, desperate command echoed across the battlefield. "Die!" A searing bolt of energy struck the monstrous creature, the impact sending tremors through the ground. From the heart of the city, a beam of light erupted, piercing the sky. The city's skyline, a testament to human ambition, stood defiant against the encroaching chaos. A monstrous figure, its features contorted in a silent scream, was consumed by the light. Its gaping maw, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, was a terrifying sight. The beam of light intensified, its energy surging outwards. A deafening explosion rocked the city. The epicenter of the blast was a towering structure, now reduced to rubble. The aftermath of the devastating explosion was a scene of utter chaos. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the once familiar cityscape. Through the swirling dust, the skeletal remains of towering structures were just barely visible, monuments to the destructive power unleashed. Red and Kale stood on a damaged rooftop, surveying the devastation. Kale supported himself against the crumbling wall, his face etched with concern. The intensity of the blast was still palpable, a lingering heat radiating from the epicenter of the destruction. Kale's body trembled slightly, the strain of the battle evident in his posture. He was wounded, but his gaze remained fixed on the horizon. Below them, the monstrous entity lay defeated, its once terrifying form now reduced to a broken husk. A close-up revealed the Horned Man, his face contorted in a grimace of pain. Blood streamed down his face, obscuring one eye. His expression shifted, a flicker of something akin to understanding crossing his features. He clutched at his chest, his breathing ragged and shallow. The pain was clearly intense. A single word escaped his lips, barely audible above the sounds of the ruined city. Jean. Red and Kale descended from the rooftop, moving with a grim determination towards the heart of the devastation. They walked through the rubble-strewn streets, their silhouettes stark against the fiery glow of the still smoldering wreckage. A crimson crystal, pulsing with an inner light, lay embedded in the rubble of a shattered cityscape. News of a breach reached the defenders. The enemy was advancing on the city's central area. A squad of soldiers, armed and alert, moved swiftly through the ravaged city, responding to the emergency. Inside a damaged building, two officers exchanged worried glances. One of them seemed particularly concerned. A superior officer barked orders, demanding their immediate assistance. The officers protested, reminding him of their assigned duty. However, the situation had changed drastically. One of the officers reluctantly agreed to follow the order. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, an enemy patrol was spotted. A fierce firefight erupted. The soldiers returned fire, but the enemy was relentless. One soldier was struck, expressing frustration at the enemy's speed. More shots rang out. The soldiers desperately tried to stop the enemy's advance. A close-up revealed the face of a soldier, contorted in a grimace of intense pain and fury. A figure is violently thrown through a crystalline structure, the impact echoing with a resounding wham. The force of the blow sends them hurtling downwards, shards of ice raining down around them. More figures fall from the sky, engulfed in a blizzard of ice crystals. One of the falling figures, a man, lands hard, his body impacting the ground with a sickening thud. His eyes widen in terror. Inside a dimly lit building, a wounded man sits slumped in a chair, his breathing ragged. A woman's voice cuts through the silence. "Yo, looks like you're still alive." The wounded man, his face bloodied and bruised, stares blankly ahead, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, a woman with pink hair mutters, "Kitty cat." She approaches the wounded man, her expression grim. She is Red. Red speaks to the wounded man. "Sorry I'm late, rookie." The rookie, still injured, struggles to his feet, his movements labored. He looks up, his eyes fixed on something above, as he falls from a great height. A crimson crystal, pulsing with an inner light, lay embedded in the rubble of a shattered cityscape. The air crackled with residual energy. He stumbled, his body racked with pain, a crimson stain blooming across his chest. He muttered, "Step." His vision swam, the world blurring into a hazy kaleidoscope of color. He whispered, "No." A figure, dark and imposing, loomed over him. He felt a powerful hand grasp his arm. The creature, its face contorted in a grimace, strained with effort. It hissed, "I won't let a human." Its voice boomed, a command echoing across the desolate landscape. "Take the crystal." The creature's eyes blazed with an intense, crimson light. A wave of energy pulsed outwards. Another figure, this one with vibrant purple hair, watched from a distance, a cruel smile playing on her lips. The creature unleashed a devastating blow, sending the wounded man flying through the air. A sickening crack echoed as the man's body impacted the ground. The creature opened its maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, its hunger palpable. The creature lunged, its maw wide, and sank its teeth into Kale's shoulder. A sickening crunch echoed through the air. Kale, despite the searing pain, managed to shout a warning. His face contorted in agony, blood streaming down his face. He roared in pain. The creature, ignoring his cries, continued its assault, tearing at his flesh. With a sickening slurp, it devoured a chunk of his flesh. The creature paused, breathing heavily. Kale, weakened and bleeding profusely, could only groan. The creature prepared for another attack. Meanwhile, across the city, the blond man received a report. His subordinate called out to him. Kale, barely conscious, glared at his attacker. The creature prepared to deliver a final, devastating blow. The young man, Kale, found himself locked in a desperate struggle against a monstrous assailant. His movements were a blur of desperate defense, a whirlwind of motion against the creature's relentless assault. A heavy blow landed, sending Kale reeling. He stumbled, his body momentarily incapacitated by the force of the impact. He barely registered the attacker's next move before a searing pain shot through his side. The creature's claws tore into his flesh. A surge of energy crackled in the air, a prelude to something far more dangerous. The creature's power was growing. The creature unleashed a devastating electrical attack, the raw power of it sending Kale flying through the air. He crashed to the ground, the impact jarring his already battered body. The creature loomed over him, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. Kale roared in agony, his body screaming in protest against the relentless assault. With a deafening explosion, the creature was thrown back, its form momentarily obscured by a cloud of dust and debris. The force of the blast shattered the surrounding environment, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. The creature hissed, its body smoking and sparking from the electrical discharge. It was wounded, but far from defeated. The blond man, having observed the entire conflict from a distance, calmly walked away from the scene of destruction. He watched from a distance, a cruel smile playing on his lips as the young man, Kale, engaged in a desperate struggle. The scientist, his face etched with worry, could only watch in horror as the events unfolded. His hands flew to his head, a tremor running through his body as he witnessed the raw power on display. Kale, battered and bleeding, stood defiant amidst the wreckage. His breathing was ragged, but his eyes burned with a fierce determination. He took a step forward, his resolve unwavering despite his grievous injuries. A surge of crimson energy erupted from within him, a powerful force that seemed to defy his physical limitations. The ground trembled beneath the sheer might of the energy. He stood amidst the chaos, a silhouette against the backdrop of the crimson energy. The energy pulsed, radiating outward in a wave of destructive power. With a final, earth-shattering crack, the energy dissipated. He gasped, his body racked with pain, the crimson energy still coursing through his veins. His vision blurred, the world around him a chaotic swirl of color. From within, a power surged, a raw, untamed force that threatened to consume him. The energy manifested as crimson tendrils, snaking outwards, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The woman in the red dress, caught in the blast, was flung through the air, her crimson gown billowing behind her like a crimson flag. Kale, despite his pain, reached out to her, his crimson energy momentarily subsiding as he tried to break her fall. His face was a mask of grim determination. He caught her, but the force of the impact sent them both crashing to the ground. A blinding flash of light erupted, followed by a deafening boom. The very ground seemed to tremble. The force of the explosion sent debris flying in every direction. Cracks spiderwebbed across the earth, glowing with an unnatural energy. A monstrous, shadowy hand emerged from the wreckage, hissing menacingly. The hand, still crackling with energy, retreated back into the darkness. Kale walked away from the devastation, his expression grim. Meanwhile, a scientist, his face contorted in terror, clutched his head in despair as Kale approached. He groaned in pain, his body trembling uncontrollably. The scientist's fear was palpable. He was utterly overwhelmed. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. This was a horned man, his face scarred and bearing a cruel expression. Kale stood before a massive, crimson crystal, his silhouette stark against the glowing red. A colossal crimson crystal, pulsating with an inner light, dominated the skyline. Its emergence had been sudden, violent. The ground trembled. A low rumble, growing in intensity, preceded a shockwave that ripped through the city. He stood, silhouetted against the crystal's ominous glow, a figure of quiet determination amidst the chaos. The city crumbled around him, a testament to the crystal's raw power. Yet, he remained unmoved. The crystal shuddered, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface as immense pressure built within. From the fractured crystal, tendrils of crimson energy lashed out, seeking victims. A woman, her crimson dress torn and tattered, was caught in the energy's grasp, screaming silently. He moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion, to intercept the deadly tendrils. He shielded the woman, his body absorbing the brunt of the energy's destructive force. Kale urgently called out to Jean, his voice filled with a desperate plea. He cradled her in his arms, his face etched with worry as he watched her unconscious form. The scene was one of chaos and destruction, dark tendrils snaking across the background. Jean stirred slightly, her lips barely moving as she whispered a single word. Her eyes fluttered open, revealing the extent of her injuries. Her face was marred by cuts and bruises. A voice, sharp and impatient, cut through the silence. Tears streamed down Jean's face, her expression one of profound sadness and exhaustion. She spoke, her voice barely a whisper, expressing her doubt about their current situation. Meanwhile, Kale's own injuries were evident. His face was bloodied and bruised. His body trembled, the pain clearly visible in his pained expression. He spoke, his voice low and weary, offering a simple statement of comfort. They embraced, a moment of quiet solace amidst the devastation. The blond man, his face contorted in a rictus of fury, unleashed a torrent of dark energy, tendrils of shadow lashing out. He struck with brutal force, the impact sending the woman with the white hair reeling. The dark energy continued its assault, wrapping around her like a suffocating shroud. She cried out in pain, the force of the attack nearly overwhelming her. Her face contorted in agony, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance. Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted, blasting the shadowy tendrils away. The woman was thrown backward, the force of the explosion sending her hurtling through the air. She crashed into a nearby structure, the impact causing a deafening crash. A figure emerged from the wreckage, a young man with crimson hair and a fierce expression. He called out to the injured woman. She groaned, her body racked with pain, as another surge of energy coursed through her. He cradled her in his arms, his face etched with concern as he desperately tried to help her. He cradled Red in his arms, her body limp from the impact. A searing pain shot through his own arm, a fresh wound from the blast. Above them, the blonde man, Char_003, held aloft a massive crimson crystal, its facets gleaming ominously. His eyes, devoid of empathy, focused on the unconscious woman. He remembered their plan. The blonde man's face contorted in a cruel smile. He would show no mercy. His words hung in the air, a chilling promise of violence. With a sudden, violent motion, he unleashed a wave of crimson energy. The blast impacted the ground near Kale, sending tremors through the city. From the heart of the explosion, a figure emerged, their voice echoing with determination. The blonde man, Char_003, was caught in the blast, his body propelled backward by the force. A powerful energy surge ripped through the air, leaving a dark trail in its wake. At the heart of the blast, a crimson crystal pulsed with an ominous light. The crystal fractured, radiating energy outwards. He cradled the injured blonde man, calling out for Red. Meanwhile, a figure in a dark suit watched from the shadows. Jean, the woman in the red dress, lay wounded, her eyes wide with fear. Kale's concern for Jean was evident as he assessed her condition. She gasped for air, her face contorted in pain. Red watched, horrified, as the situation worsened. Her eyes darted around, searching for a solution. She screamed a warning. The crystal was about to explode. A group of men struggled against an unseen force. Amidst the chaos of a collapsing cityscape, Red and Kale pressed close together, their backs to the relentless onslaught. The ground trembled violently, and the air crackled with residual energy. A massive fissure split the earth, radiating intense heat and light. The sheer force of the energy wave sent tremors through the very fabric of reality. Red, her eyes blazing with determination, spoke, her voice strained but resolute. She knew the limitations of her current state. Nearby, Kale, his face contorted in pain, urged her to prioritize her own safety. His words were a desperate plea. Ignoring his warning, Red's resolve hardened. She would not abandon her friends. A surge of dark energy enveloped Red's hand, transforming it into a clawed appendage. Her eyes glowed with an unnatural light. With newfound power, Red declared her unwavering commitment to her companions. Hope flickered in her eyes. A vortex of dark energy began to swirl around Red, threatening to consume her. The ground beneath them continued to shake violently. Kale groaned in pain as the energy intensified, the strain on his body becoming unbearable. Red's face contorted in a grimace of exertion as she struggled to control the overwhelming power. With a final, earth-shattering crack, a blinding light erupted from the center of the vortex, engulfing everything in its path. She coughed, a bloody spray painting the air. The taste of blood filled her mouth, acrid and metallic. The effort was too much, she couldn't sustain it. Her face, contorted in pain, reflected the strain. Crimson stained her skin, a testament to her struggle. A frustrated curse escaped her lips. Her hand, trembling, reached out, leaving a trail of blood. She collapsed, the weight of her exertion finally breaking her. Her eyes, wide with desperation, reflected the impending doom. A surge of energy, a blinding crimson light, erupted from within her. The city, once vibrant, was now a scene of devastation. Buildings crumbled under the force of the blast. The aftermath of the devastating blast hung heavy in the air. A sense of finality permeated the scene, punctuated only by the words to be continued in the Star Team. Red logo. A massive, crystalline structure shattered above the combatants, raining debris down upon them. The impact sent Kale sprawling, his body slamming against the crumbling wall. He shielded the purple-haired woman, taking the brunt of the falling fragments. The force of the collapsing structure unleashed a wave of energy. Red, despite the chaos, felt a surge of determination. She knew she couldn't possibly warp all of them in her current state. Kale, bleeding profusely, urged her to save herself. It was too late for them. Red refused, her resolve hardening. She vowed to never abandon her friends again. With renewed vigor, she declared that they would face this together. A dark, swirling energy enveloped Red and Kale. The purple-haired woman's eyes glowed with an ominous power, a low rumble shaking the ground. A violent tremor shook the ground. The very earth seemed to crack and groan under some immense pressure. The source of the upheaval was a catastrophic fissure, radiating outward with destructive force. The purple-haired woman, already wounded, coughed violently, blood staining her lips. Red, her face contorted in agony, mirrored the woman's suffering. Her own injuries were severe. She gritted her teeth, a silent testament to her pain. Her hand trembled, barely able to maintain its grip. The purple-haired woman's eyes widened in terror. She was clearly overwhelmed. She gasped, her body racked with pain and exhaustion. A building crumbled, a silent testament to the destructive power unleashed. She whispered, "I can't do it." She gasped, her mouth opening in a silent scream as the aftereffects of the blast washed over her. The air crackled with residual energy. She stumbled, her vision blurring, and collapsed near a medical apparatus, blood bags swaying gently overhead. A ragged breath escaped her lips. She groaned, the pain intense, as she struggled to regain her bearings. The room spun. Her hands trembled, marked with fresh wounds, as she tried to push herself up. The effort was excruciating. She gritted her teeth, her eyes wide with a mixture of pain and determination. She had to get out of there. A voice, sharp and sarcastic, cut through her agony. "You sure know how to make an entrance." She turned, her eyes falling upon two figures silhouetted in the doorway. One was the purple-haired woman, the other a mysterious woman in dark clothing. Red's eyes widened in surprise. She was still alive. The purple-haired woman spoke, her voice barely a whisper. "You." She cradled the injured woman, her expression a mixture of concern and grim determination. "Don't be so cruel," she whispered. "She's the reason why we're alive." The injured woman wept silently, her face etched with pain and exhaustion. The weight of the situation pressed heavily upon her. A close-up revealed the extent of her injuries. Deep gashes marred her skin, and blood stained her clothing. Meanwhile, Kale stared intently at a blood bag hanging nearby, his expression unreadable. A single thought echoed in his mind. His gaze shifted, a question forming in his mind. What happened to Jean? His face hardened, the unspoken question fueling his resolve. Red, noticing his concern, offered a silent, knowing look. She seemed to understand his unspoken question. She responded quietly, "It's better if I show you." The scene shifted to a bustling command center. Orders were barked out. Squad 1 to 21st Street. Squad 2 to 19th Street. Let's move. Another voice cut through the urgency. Pack as much ammo as you can. A SWAT team prepared for deployment, their faces grim and determined. Kale, still haunted by the mystery of Jean's disappearance, asked, "Where are we?" Red explained, "We're at the temporary command center in Central Station. Most of the vampires died from the explosion, but there are still a lot of howls left. We're here." Inside, a woman, Jean, lay suspended within a transparent tube, seemingly unconscious. Kale cautiously approached the containment unit, his expression grim. His face reflected a mixture of shock and concern. A faint glow emanated from Jean's body. A surge of energy pulsed from Jean, causing her hair to stand on end. The energy subsided, leaving her still within the tube, but now with a faint, ethereal glow. Jean's feet were the only visible part of her body, still glowing faintly. Red arrived, her voice filled with urgency. "Jean." A sudden impact echoed through the room as Red rushed towards the tube. Kale shouted, "What have you guys done to her?" "Calm down, Red." Red's fist clenched, radiating a powerful energy. She vowed, "I'll get you out of there, Jean." Red, a blur of motion, launched herself forward, a fierce determination etched on her face. She skidded to a halt before a scientist, who looked startled by her sudden appearance. The scientist's colleague stood frozen, watching. The scientist's eyes widened in alarm. "She'll die," she exclaimed. Red's face contorted in a grimace of rage and worry. Her teeth were bared, her eyes blazing. Ignoring the scientist's pleas, Red continued her advance, her boots thudding heavily on the metallic floor. "Stomp, stomp," echoed the sound of her approach. The scientist, desperate, tried to grab Red, but she was too fast. A sharp cry escaped the scientist's lips as Red moved past her. "D, what do you mean, die?" Kale, his face etched with concern, urged Red to listen to the scientist. "Just hear her out, Red." The scientist, coughing, accused Red of treating the subject like a lab rat. "Are you going to treat her like another lab rat for your little experiments?" Jean, weak but conscious, pleaded with Red. "Red, please." Kale, his face a mask of shock, recognized the subject. "It's you." The scientist recoiled, letting out a strangled cry as something attacked her. Kale, his expression grim, listened patiently as the scientist spoke. He remained silent, his eyes narrowed, as the scientist continued. The scientist, sensing the tension, warned Kale to brace himself for what he was about to hear. The name Jean hung heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the situation. A violent energy surge erupted, the source seemingly connected to Jean. The scientist, bewildered, commented on the strange fusion of the crystal and the meteor. The scientist explained that Jean had been surviving off the crystal's energy. He added that she was barely alive when they found her. Jean's face, etched with pain and exhaustion, reflected her ordeal. The scientists theorized that her severed connection to the crystal was the cause of her suffering. They had placed her in stasis to keep her alive. Red and the scientists stood before the containment unit, observing Jean. The only way to save her was to fuse her with the crystal once more. However, they had no idea where the vampires were. The blond man looked on, his expression grim. A large shard of the crystal lay amidst the rubble of the city. They did, however, have a lead on the location of some of the crystal shards from the explosion. The city was in ruins. This was their only hope. Cale thought of Jean, his expression filled with worry. He knew what they had to do. A scientist examined a box containing a crystal shard. She confirmed that it was one of Jean's. The scientist had found a shard at the collision site. Cale carefully examined the shard, his face etched with concern. Inside the box, there were a pair of small, pink shoes. Cale stared, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. His expression reflected the gravity of the situation, mirroring the silent scream tearing through him. The words hung heavy in the air. She's pregnant. A woman in a lab coat offered a small measure of comfort, confirming that the child appeared unharmed. The scene shifted. A blonde woman, her face etched with worry, rebuked Red for her tardiness. She offered a begrudging forgiveness, her tone suggesting this was a rare exception. The blonde woman's distress was palpable. Her hands, bound by rope, trembled. Water dripped, a subtle yet poignant detail in the otherwise tense atmosphere. A pair of tiny, pink baby shoes sat in a box, a stark reminder of the fragility of life. Cale wept openly, his grief overwhelming. The name Jean echoed in his mind, a silent prayer. He collapsed, his body hitting the ground with a dull thud. He stared, transfixed, at the figure suspended within the cylindrical chamber. The woman, her long, white hair swirling around her in the luminescent fluid, appeared to be in a state of suspended animation, her chest barely rising and falling. A sob, escaping his lips, mirrored the woman's own silent distress. Her pale skin was marred by what looked like tears in her clothing, hinting at a struggle. Cale's own clothes were stained and torn, a testament to his own ordeal. He slumped to the floor, the weight of the situation crushing him. His shoulders shook, and he buried his face in his hands, the silence broken only by his ragged breathing. They had placed her in stasis to keep her alive. Cale, his face grim, stood before the containment unit. Inside, Jean, her body translucent, floated in a luminescent fluid. The only way to save her was to fuse her with the crystal again. They had no idea where the vampires were, but a shard of the crystal, glowing faintly, was visible. They had an idea of where some of the shard from the explosion might have landed. They would have to find those shards first. That was the only way of saving her. Cale gazed at a large, glowing shard. A woman, her expression serious, presented a small, metallic box. Found this at the collision site. I think it's hers. Cale examined the metallic box, his brow furrowed in concentration. The box contained a bloody garment, a grim discovery that intensified his worry. Inside, nestled amongst the bloodstained cloth, were a pair of tiny, pink baby shoes. The sight of the shoes brought a wave of emotion, a mixture of hope and dread. Cale's eyes widened, his face reflecting a mixture of shock and horror. A doctor solemnly confirmed the news. Jean was pregnant. Thankfully, the child appeared to be unharmed, a small comfort in the midst of the chaos. A woman with long blonde hair stood, her expression unreadable. She offered a surprising declaration of forgiveness, a gesture of unexpected kindness. She addressed Red, her tone laced with a hint of sadness. The blonde woman carried a gift, her hands bound by rope. Rain fell, splattering onto the pink baby's shoes. Jean's name echoed in the young man's mind, a whisper against the storm of his grief. Tears streamed down his face, each sob a testament to his sorrow. He clutched at his chest, the pain both physical and emotional, a raw wound that refused to heal. His body trembled, the weight of his despair threatening to crush him. The word Jean escaped his lips again, a choked plea. He collapsed, the darkness closing in, mirroring the void in his heart. Meanwhile, in a sterile glass enclosure, a woman with striking silver hair and horns lay suspended in a translucent fluid. She seemed to be asleep, or perhaps in a state of suspended animation. The young man from the previous panels sat nearby, his face etched with worry and a profound sadness. He watched her, his gaze filled with a mixture of hope and despair. The city skyline loomed, a stark contrast to the sterile environment of the previous scene. Buildings stood damaged and broken, a testament to recent conflict. In the distance, figures moved, their forms silhouetted against the pale sky. The atmosphere was tense, heavy with unspoken anxieties. A street scene unfolded, showing the aftermath of a battle. Debris littered the ground, and the air hung thick with smoke and the scent of destruction. A hand, scarred and calloused, held a dark blue book. The weight of its contents seemed palpable. Suddenly, gunfire erupted. A young man with reddish-brown hair ducked for cover as bullets whizzed past him. He stumbled back, the impact of the gunfire still echoing in his ears. His shirt was stained crimson. All clear, the squad reported, But the young man knew the fight was far from over. A soldier stood guard, his silhouette stark against the backdrop of a war-torn city. The air hung heavy with the scent of smoke and fear. Moving to 17th Street now, he muttered, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. The city was a maze of shattered buildings and deserted streets, a testament to the recent conflict. Gramps, a young girl whispered, her eyes wide with fear as she clutched a small, worn toy. Red, a voice called out, sharp and urgent. The young man, Kale, stood before them, his expression grim. He carried a book, its pages stained with blood. I knew you'd still be alive, the old man exclaimed, relief washing over his face. Thank goodness, he added, his voice trembling with emotion. He stood amidst the rubble, the elderly man's question hanging heavy in the air. Why was Kale alone? What about Jean? He merely shook his head, the weight of unspoken events pressing down on him. For now, explanations would have to wait. The immediate priority was the injured man. He needed a break, the exhaustion evident in his posture. Rest would be enough. He would be fine once he had some. A faint chuckle escaped his lips as he surveyed the scene. A small group of people watching from afar. He would be all right. For now. A few months later, the city was different. A new day had begun. The city was still scarred, but life, however fragile, persisted. Recently, a series of disappearances had been reported. Women had gone missing. The bar was dimly lit, the air thick with the scent of alcohol and anticipation. A news report played silently on a large screen, its images flickering across the faces of the patrons. A small, wooden table sat in a quiet corner, untouched. The government's advisory to stay indoors echoed the growing unease. Kale, his back to the viewer, seemed lost in thought. He stood behind the bar, the rhythmic sizzle of a grill a counterpoint to the low hum of conversation. He waited, his gaze fixed on something beyond the bar. A young woman, her blonde hair a stark contrast to the dim lighting, entered the establishment. She called out, her voice barely a whisper. The young woman walked through the city streets, clutching a small, stuffed animal. Her eyes, wide and fearful, darted around, scanning the crowds. A sense of unease washed over her. She hugged the toy close, seeking comfort in its familiar presence. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air. A sinister voice cut through her fear, a chilling greeting. The young girl's eyes widened, reflecting a stark terror. Her face was a mask of fear, her mouth slightly agape. A single word escaped her lips, a desperate plea. Mommy. She cried out again, this time with a mix of relief and anxiety. Mommy, you're late. I was worried. Outside, a woman rushed towards her, her face etched with concern. She embraced the child, murmuring apologies and assurances. The girl, clutching her stuffed animal, stood alone in a dimly lit room, her steps echoing softly. A soft clack sound punctuated the silence as she walked. A burger and fries were presented to her on a plate. A man with reddish-brown hair approached, offering the food. You like burgers, right? He placed the plate on the table before her. The girl sat quietly, hugging her toy, a burger sitting untouched before her. A woman with long, white hair gently touched the girl's head, whispering, slow down. The young girl, Char007, sat quietly, her blonde hair a stark contrast to the somber mood of the room. A man, his face etched with worry, watched her from across the small table. He was Char002, and he observed a burger being placed before the girl. A sense of quiet desperation hung in the air. His gaze remained fixed on her, his expression a mixture of concern and helplessness. The weight of unspoken anxieties pressed heavily upon him. The girl, still quiet, rubbed her eyes, a small gesture betraying her inner turmoil. She picked up the burger, her small hands carefully handling the food. Taking a bite, she declared, I'm not going to worry. Mommy said she'll be back. She continued to eat, her words a brave attempt to mask her apprehension. Char002 thought to himself, I have to stay healthy until then. He looked around the room, his eyes lingering on framed photographs on a nearby shelf. Among the pictures, a pair of tiny, pink shoes caught his eye. He muttered, yeah, they're just running late. That's all. A small, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips as a sense of quiet resolve settled over him. The order was completed swiftly. A sense of satisfaction washed over Kale. He watched as a young woman enthusiastically devoured another burger. Her delight was infectious. She declared them the best she'd ever had. A sudden ring interrupted the pleasant atmosphere. It was a call from someone named Kitty Cat. A question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with concern. Outside, the rain fell relentlessly, mirroring the growing unease. They had found it, a shard, but the name of the person possessing the remaining shard eluded him. The city sprawled beneath a stormy sky, a vast and unforgiving landscape. He recalled the name, Ghost, a rather unimpressive moniker. Kitty Cat offered a sarcastic compliment. Ghost retorted with a crude insult. He walked alone through the rain-soaked city, his thoughts heavy. He introduced himself, though his name remained unspoken. As expected, Red had proven to be a suitable host for the relics. They planned to mass-produce after analyzing his arm. However, they were still uncertain about Red's true nature. The search for the missing vampires continued. With half the crystal in their possession, their next move was imminent. They were confident they would soon discover Red's true identity. A vision of Red, seemingly connected to some dark entity, appeared. The image shifted, revealing a closer look at the entity's form. The location was identified as the Carpathian Mountains in Romania. They swiftly departed. An imposing fortress stood amidst the snow-covered peaks. The imposing Gothic spire pierced the snow-laden sky. Its stark silhouette stood in stark contrast to the swirling flakes. Sunlight, fractured by the stained-glass windows, illuminated the interior. Within, a figure knelt before a dark bier, their back to the viewer. A whispered word escaped their lips. "Princess." The princess lay still, her blonde hair a stark contrast to the dark wood. A man in a suit announced, "Dr. Angel has finished the preparations." He stood, observing the scene with a detached air. She murmured, "I'll see you soon." The princess's face was pale, almost translucent. Her eyes, however, held a flicker of something akin to resolve. Her shoulder, partially visible, was adorned with intricate, dark purple armor, etched with swirling patterns. The material seemed both sturdy and flexible, hinting at a design prioritizing both protection and mobility.